Hogwarts, this professor is too much of a muggle. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 76 The Secret of the Legendary Wizard. From then on, I stopped obsessing over the Book of Abraham and instead traveled to areas where the plague hadn't completely subsided, helping residents cremate corpses and send infected muggles on their final journeys. In my spare time, I read books and studied alchemy. In the early 15th century, Paris still experienced intermittent small outbreaks of plague. Decades later, when muggles had completely emerged from the shadow of the Black Death, I finally realized that the magic they had gifted me, which I had never been able to grasp, had always lurked deep within my soul. By then, I had already figured out the recipe for refining the Philosopher's Stone, ritually infusing those faint strands of magic into a ruby, which later became the Philosopher's Stone. Nicolas Flamel finished his story slowly, soothing his throat with the meat on the table. For the past half hour, the old wizard had shifted the topic of theater and film to the Black Death of 600 years ago. The first-hand accounts had a breathtaking, epic quality, but this allegorical guessing game was dull. Any interpretation seemed to make sense. Was this magic the key element in refining the Philosopher's Stone? Is the magic Nicolas Flamel collected different from the one he collected? Sir, if you have anything to warn me about, could you please explain directly what that magic, drawn from muggles, is? Are there any hidden dangers? Is this also the knowledge in that book, cursed? No, it's knowledge I've gathered through my own explorations. It has nothing to do with Abraham, and there's no curse. I'm telling you this because I'm dying soon. Looking back, you know how Albus viewed death as a new adventure? I'm different. Nicolas Flamel's answer was frank. Even before he achieved immortality, he had witnessed much death and realized that the lives of muggles and wizards alike were short, and that the lives of humans and ants were as fragile. For the past few hundred years, he had enjoyed the pleasures of wealth and a long life, but as his body aged, his flesh withered, his bones became brittle, and the slightest collision would injure him. This fragility reminded him of the plague victims thrown on the streets and filled him with fear. Around the age of 300 or 400, he took great pains to avoid danger, hiding his identity and living a secluded life. It wasn't until 50 years ago that an uneducated wizard and a reckless muggle broke into his home and dragged him to put out a fire that nearly burned down all of Paris. He'd become more open-minded since then, but not to the same degree as Albus. After all, he was just an ordinary wizard with a bit of talent. Sunlight shone through the window. Sitting in the bright light, the old wizard took a sip of mead, picked up a French fry, and then put it down again. With a deep breath, the air hissed through the gaps between his teeth, soothing the soreness and swelling in his gums. Seeing the legendary wizard who had just been recounting history do this, Melvin suddenly felt that he had become more alive. He used to be a symbol standing there, but now he was an ordinary wizard who had come to life. This feeling made him feel a little sad, and he knew the reason very well. This ordinary old wizard was about to die. I've been with Albus for too long, and I've indeed picked up some bad habits. Nicolas Flamel chuckled softly, regarding that magic. I've been reading documents and searching for information for hundreds of years, and I've indeed gained something. Throughout history, not only have we captured that kind of magic, but also the four founders of Hogwarts, the wizard Merlin, and the dark wizard Herbo. They're all legendary wizards. Melvin's heart moved, and he asked thoughtfully, they spread their reputation and exert influence among the wizarding community in order to collect magic. Emotions are the escape of the soul, and the soul is the source of magic. Nicolas Flamel spoke slowly. The four founders taught students to advocate courage, wisdom, kindness and honor. As more and more wizard students spread their names, they grew faster and faster, and in a very short period of time they far surpassed other wizards of the same era. You mean Merlin and Herbo are the same? Melvin reacted. It's just my own partial speculation. Nicolas Flamel weighed his words. Perhaps they themselves don't realize that their rapid growth, far exceeding that of their peers, isn't due to talent, or perhaps it's not solely due to talent. They've absorbed this magical power, Melvin repeated softly. The four great ones saw rapid growth after founding the school. Merlin became a legend after aiding King Arthur in his ascension to the throne. Herbo's life and deeds are unknown, but his reputation is undoubtedly resounding. He recalled his own growth process. He was favored by all four houses during the sorting, and in the following years, he showed talent but remained within normal limits, just like his senior sister Seraphina Piquery, and just like Hermione now. After receiving the gift of the horned water serpent, he completed his transformation in just 2 years. With the advent of the shadow mirror, if nothing unexpected happens, Melvin Lewynter's name will spread throughout the wizarding world. Melvin looked at the old wizard sitting in the sun with a strange look in his eyes. Compared to the legendary wizards mentioned above, Mr. Flamel, while famous, seemed less intimidating, and there was no record of his dueling. "It's precisely because I'm weaker than them that I've survived until now." Nicolas Flamel seemed to sense his impolite thoughts, but didn't mind. There's a Muggle saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Transfiguration can't conjure food out of thin air, and the same is true of magic. Everything you gain comes at a price. A gentle breeze rustled past a window, carrying the faint sound of footsteps. Melvin frowned slightly. The old wizard's voice was soft, yet it reached him clearly. The magic power gained from others contains the will of others. Thousands of weak wills converge, like streams forming an ocean, creating huge waves. This collective will constantly impacts the wizard's own will, distorting his thoughts. The old wizard's voice was calm. By then, will the wizard, swept by the will of others, still be the same? Melvin pondered his words, a faint chill rising from his back, like the chill of spring after the February snow melts. In a matter of seconds, Melvin suddenly grasped a multitude of things: the reason for Herbo's mysterious suicide, Merlin's entrapment by Vivian the Lake Siren in his later years, and the disintegration of the four founding fathers. No wonder these wizards, renowned in their youth, often faced ominous endurance. Legendary wizards are legends after all. They represent the brightest stars in magical history. The four founding fathers were incredibly perceptive. Upon seeing signs of abnormality in their bodies, they quickly crafted vessels to purge the foreign will from within. Gryffinder's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup. Slytherin, the most mysterious, even went so far as to abandon his reputation and leave school. Sadly, I wonder how far he went down this path, or whether he ultimately succeeded, Nicolas Flamel whispered. To purge this will, Herbo tore his own soul apart to create a Horcrux. Melvin recalled the account of that dark wizard, which reminded him of another dark wizard who crafted Horcruxes, Tom Riddle. As a student, Voldemort meticulously planned, opening the Chamber of Secrets to release the basilisk and blaming Hagrid. Dumbledore still hasn't uncovered the truth. He investigated past blood relations, murdered the Riddle family, and framed Morfingaunt with meticulous planning, leaving virtually no omissions. 2 years before graduation, his pure blood-inspired formation of the Death Eaters, the murder of Smith, the seizure of the treasure, and the framing of the crime on the House Elves, was a bit crude. Later, as the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord grew in prominence, Voldemort began to lose control. Riddle had once been a gentle and ambitious man, but the Dark Lord became a violent and cruel dark wizard, cunning and treacherous, yet devoid of his former wisdom. Could he, like Voldemort, be twisted by the will of others? Are you suggesting I stop drawing on magical power? Melvin asked tentatively, his brow furrowed. No, I don't have that thought. Flamel spread his hands. Even a prophet can't fully predict the future. I'm simply relaying my experiences and the information I've learned. It may sound a bit long-winded, but I sincerely hope you can understand the true nature of magic and forge a path no one has ever taken. I'm sorry I can't leave you the Book of Abraham. I myself only have a limited understanding of the methods for refining the Philosopher's Stone, Flamel said softly, handing over a notebook. This contains some of my research, which should be helpful to you. It was a very simple notebook, bound in vellum and with an untitled cover. Melvin flipped through 2 pages. It contained conversations between Flamel and many famous wizards. The text was all handwritten, the handwriting of the wizard, a former scribe, neatly illustrated with exquisite illustrations. Even the clothing and accessories of the interviewees were depicted in vibrant colors, the ink mixed with gold dust, making them shimmer and sparkle. It looked like it was drawn by Flamel's wife, like a children's storybook. Paracelsus, astrology of the late 15th century. Melvin looked up and was about to ask a question when, noticing the old man's expression, he lowered his voice and carefully put away the notebook on his desk. The 600-year-old wizard sat quietly in a high-backed chair by the window, his silver hair sparse and neat, falling to his shoulders. His eyes were half-lidded, and the sunlight reflected between the fine lines on his face, revealing a hint of fatigue. "That's all, Melvin. I can only help you so far," the old wizard said softly. Melvin stood up and bowed slightly. "Goodbye, Monsieur Flamel. I guess we won't see each other again." "Just a joke." Nicolas Flamel opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Don't rush to pay my respects. Perrinelle and I have to go back to sort out the inheritance. I hope to see your reflection in Paris. I won't keep you waiting too long." Melvin nodded and turned to leave. Watching the young professor's back recede, Nicolas Flamel slowly sat up and spread his hands again. A mysterious ancient book emerged from his palms, brass tightly bonded to the spine. Inside, page after page, filled with ancient, nearly extinct text, documented the arcane art of alchemy. Each group of pages consisted of 7, each in a different language. The 7th page of each group was blank. But on the 7th page of the first group, a picture of an Ouroboros entwined with a wand was drawn. Leaving Hogsmeade and following the winding path, Melvin entered the school gates, where warthog wings spread out. He strolled through the grounds, where the snow had melted, his breath lingering with cool, damp vapor. He gazed at the school castle beneath the azure sky. He had heard the name Hogwarts in the future, and he had seen it in the past, its towering towers nestled beside a dense forest and rolling hills in the distance. He walked through the wet grounds, emerging from 600 years of history with memories from 30 years into the future. He felt light and mysterious, like a raven hovering over the river of history. Looking back, he saw Nicolas Flamel copying letters 600 years ago. Looking forward, he saw Voldemort reduced to ash 5 years later. Fires lit several towers, the azure skyline melting in the glow. The windows of the gamekeeper's lodge also lit up. In the distance, a vast lake shimmered with sunlight. The legendary wizards he had only read about in books were like ripples of light, pushed and dragged by the waves, drifting along a predetermined path, hurtling towards the distant future. That morning, after Nicolas Flamel finished his story, he sipped his glass of butterbeer. 3 broomsticks butterbeer was foamy and salty sweet. Nicolas drank it for a long time, not leaving a single drop. He sat at the table, talking with Melvin, his robe stained with yellow hops. Melvin watched him drink, his skinnier figure even more shriveled than the hand of glory. Beer foam splattered on his lapels like a yellowed, worm-eaten history book. Nicolas Flamel spoke of his fear of death, but when he said he had only 2 years left to live, there was no fear or sadness in his eyes, as if he were talking about his neighbor who died in the plague. Receiving the gift from the horned water serpent, a strange twist of fate had opened this path, but before he could even begin to determine it, he was warned. Melvin wondered about his future, thinking of Nicolas Flamel, the horned water serpent, and a faint longing for the notes in the notebook. Emotions and will, soul and magic, Melvin murmured softly, or rather, faith and God. At that moment, the bushes not far away began to sway. "Professor Lewynter," Hermione's voice came from behind the trees. "It's so cold outside, why don't you stay in the castle?" Melvin stopped and asked. The little witch remained expressionless, but her eyes could no longer help but shift, secretly scanning the professor's expression. It must be admitted that Melvin made a good impression on the students. As a foreign professor, he didn't favor any particular house, didn't care if Gryffindor lost points, was tolerant and patient with students, and most importantly, had a relatively open-minded attitude towards school rules. Hermione smiled sweetly and said in a flattering tone, "Professor, you and Hagrid are friends, right?" Melvin couldn't help but smile, glancing towards Hagrid's hut. In fact, he already knew that a Norwegian Spinosaurus egg was hidden in the fire pit in that hut. Chapter 77 No conversation record found yet. Melvin lowered his eyes and looked at her with a faint smile. Why is Professor Lewin's gaze as oppressive as Professor McGonagall's? The little witch felt a little guilty under his gaze, but she was still unwilling to give up. She said weakly, "Professor, my mother told me that friends should help each other, especially when they encounter difficulties." Melvin shook his head, slowed down his pace and continued to walk towards the castle. "Hermione, remember at the beginning of last semester? You were always instructing them on spellcasting techniques in class, and therefore had a lot of conflicts with your classmates." Hermione said nothing, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you mean that I made the same mistake?" But I think Hagrid's matter is different from learning spells. She found the dragon egg on the night of the last Forbidden Forest patrol, but she never had the chance to discuss it with Hagrid. 2 days later, the Quirrell incident happened, and Harry was in a coma in the hospital. Hagrid cried every time, so she didn't dare to mention it again. Harry woke up 2 days ago, and they took advantage of the weekend to visit Hagrid's cabin. Only then did Hermione point out the matter of the dragon egg. But Hagrid only cared about the eggs, imagining himself the dragon's mother. Harry, fresh out of the hospital and full of pumpkin juice, had unwittingly sided with Hagrid. Ron, completely clueless, said hatching dragons was cool. The dragon was due to hatch next week. What could she do? Just watch Hagrid make a mistake and get expelled? There won't be any danger to anyone at school, at least not for the next few months. The centaurs will help handle matters in the Forbidden Forest. If anything truly unmanageable arises, Hagrid can ask Dumbledore for help. Barring those circumstances, the rest is a private matter. Melvin rubbed her head and said to Hermione, whether you discovered it yourself or Hagrid told you, the fact that you know the inside story is a sign that he trusts you, so you shouldn't share it with anyone else, not even me. Hermione paused in thought, then tilted her head slightly to look at the professor. I asked in advance if you were friends. If Hagrid truly needed my help, he should have asked for it himself, Melvin said, glancing down and silently quickening his pace. The little witch's hair was already fluffy and slightly curly, and after a few strokes, it became even more unbearable to look at, a mess like an owl's nest. Hermione bowed her head in distress, thinking. After a few minutes, she looked up again, her eyes following Melvin's figure as he walked towards the hall, her lips tightly pursed. Returning directly to the castle, Melvin felt no burden. Hogwarts had even trained the Dark Lord, and there was a basilisk hibernating in the castle's Chamber of Secrets. Hatching a dragon was nothing. Melvin refused to believe that Dumbledore knew nothing about this. He suspected the old headmaster might be using this opportunity to teach the gamekeeper a lesson. Professor Kettleburn was missing a limb and old, and would retire next year. The position of care of magical creatures couldn't be left vacant, and Hagrid was a ready-made successor. The half-giant had been exposed to magical creatures since childhood, had served as gamekeeper for decades, and had spent decades among the creatures of the forest. He was more than capable of the job. It was just that his personality needed polishing. When he was in school, he was hatching giant eight-eyed spiders in the cupboard, and now he's hatching fire dragons in the hut. If he doesn't suffer a little, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause after taking over as professor. The code of conduct for employees is the principal's concern. Since the principal didn't do anything, why should I, a professor of elective courses, worry so much? Walking into the castle, the fire in the fireplace of the auditorium was burning brightly, and the warm air washed away the coldness all over my body. It was a chilly February, and walking outside felt colder than during a heavy snowfall. The inside and outside of the castle were two different worlds. Melvin walked upstairs, occasionally running into students in the elective classes, and greeted them with a smile. When he met 5th or 7th graders, he reminded them that the exams were in 10 weeks and asked them to hurry up and review. Turning the corner of the second floor, Melvin met the vice president coming down from upstairs. He greeted him with a smile. Professor McGonagall, are you going to deal with financial statements again? Professor McGonagall, holding a stack of parchment documents, gave him a very majestic look, and noticed the wet marks on his shoulders and trouser legs, and immediately knew that he had come back from outside. Are you free next week? Come with me to Hogsmeade to settle the payment for this quarter and purchase supplies for Easter. Okay, Professor, the temperature has been changing rapidly recently. Remember to remind students to add or remove clothes in class to avoid getting sick. Seasonal flu is very contagious. Okay, Professor. Melvin said goodbye to the vice principal, returned to his office, and sat down behind his desk. His room was relatively tidy, with most of his belongings stored in a suitcase. He didn't assign many written assignments to students, and there was nothing to mark. His desk was clean, and the wastebasket was piled with crumpled draft papers, which were discarded scripts. There was a shelf against the wall, with a small shadow mirror on it, with silver mist floating in it. The principal's pensieve had been returned. Melvin poured a cup of hot tea and sat down, opening the manuscript of Nicolas Flamel. White steam suddenly rose in the room. 4.24 to 1527, Paracelsus came to Basel to give lectures, and I went to visit him. This young alchemist had superb skills and preferred human body alchemy. Influenced by the ideas of ancient Roman wizards, he firmly believed in the theory of 3 elements. After I showed him the Philosopher's Stone, he insisted that the magic power came from sulfur, mercury, and salt. Paracelsus was a famous alchemist in the 16th century. At that time, the Statute of Secrecy had not yet been promulgated. This wizard was also famous in the Muggle world and left many legends. This page records the conversation between the two, accompanied by an illustration showing the Swiss alchemist performing a spell on a necrotic leg. The leg, charcoal black and oozing with thick yellow and white fluid, seemed cursed or poisoned. Perhaps due to limited space, Flamel omitted the owner of the necrotic leg. The lines were fluid, the illustrations exquisite, and the mineral dyes were strong, unfading despite centuries. That was all. No magical fluctuations permeated the image, and the figures remained motionless, locked in a single pose. The text offered no definitive conclusions. Flamel neither confirmed nor rejected Paracelsus's views, offering no personal commentary, simply recording them briefly and accurately. Melvin pondered Paracelsus's theory of the 3 elements. Few medieval wizards still adhered to ancient magical concepts. These ideas were outdated by Flamel's time, but it must be acknowledged that the ancient wizards who cultivated them were exceptionally powerful. Unfortunately, this theory seemed to have no connection to external emotional magic. Melvin carefully examined the image beside him, slowly turning the page, his heart calm. Hearing Nicolas Flamel reveal the truth about magic and will, Melvin had indeed experienced a brief moment of panic. But as he sorted out his thoughts, he quickly realized the differences between himself and those legendary wizards. Whether it was the 4 great alchemists, Merlin, or Herpo, these wizards passively absorbed external magic in their youth. They seemed to have this ability innate. For a long time after their rise to fame, they didn't notice the unusual increase in magic power until they were influenced by external will in their later years. Melvin, who lacked the natural talent for absorbing external magic, quickly noticed it after receiving the gift from the horned water serpent and began consciously spreading and absorbing it. His perception of the entire process was crystal clear, and Melvin was certain his self-awareness hadn't been affected, at least not yet. The road ahead was uncertain, but he couldn't afford to shrink back. After reading through the conversations of the 4 alchemists, Melvin put down his diary, exhaled, and with a wave of his hand, summoned the mirror to his front, continuing his editing work. The film's main body was nearly complete, with only a few details remaining to be considered, such as whether the final storyline should be cut or whether Voldemort should be revealed in the film. He feared causing panic and irritating the ministry's delicate nerves. The snow gradually melted, the cold began to recede, and the weather gradually warmed. Late February. In his office, Melvin sat by the window, holding the ancient manuscript, and turned the last page. A blank, red page, no message, no instructions. He read the entire manuscript in its entirety, expecting something special, some hidden magical transformation, but nothing. All signs pointed to this being a simple conversation record, a record of Nicolas Flamel's visits and conversations with 71 wizards from different eras, spanning a total of 600 years. 57 of them were from the first 300 years, and only 14 from the last 300, one of whom was Dumbledore. The conversations were primarily about wizards, but there were also a few references to Muggles. Nicolas Flamel's life story seemed to be conveyed through these records. During the 300 years when his body was still relatively strong, he traveled the world, actively searching for relics of ancient magic and eagerly conversing with the inhabitants of various regions. As his body aged, his desire for the truth gradually weakened, or perhaps his obsession with the truth waned. Melvin felt that the images held a secret, but he had no idea how to unlock it. Closing the journal, Melvin stretched lazily, and couldn't help but glance out the window. The early spring sun was lightly warm, and weeds were already sprouting on the field. A dozen brooms hovered above the Quidditch pitch. Estimating the time, Hagrid's dragon had hatched and was almost as strong as Fang by now. Knock, 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 someone knocked on the office door. Melvin replied, "Come in." The wooden door opened, revealing an unexpected face and signature platinum blonde hair. Draco's brows knitted together. He glanced nervously behind him and cautiously closed the door, as if someone was chasing him. "Mr. Malfoy?" Melvin raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. "Professor Lewynter, I have something to ask you." Chapter 78 Longbottom, you don't want to. In the Muggle Studies office, A young professor sat on a sofa in front of the fireplace, performing a few delicate magic tricks to brew tea. A student, barely old enough to take the elective, sat across from him. Silence lingered for a long moment, until a bone china cup of tea slid across the coffee table and landed in front of them. Our last conversation was during the Forbidden Forest night patrol. We discussed the Malfoy family's recent management initiatives. I haven't heard of you arguing with Potter or Weasley in the Great Hall in recent days, Melvin said, taking a sip of his brewed tea. It sounds like Mr. Malfoy has grown a lot. Draco lifted the cup but didn't bring it to his lips. The professor's voice was gentle and calm, transporting him back to that night in the Forbidden Forest. Ever since he was born, Draco had always imagined the Malfoys as a noble family where purebloods always triumphed. Generations of ancestors had amassed a rich fortune, and his father's effective management had firmly established him at the head of the 28 pureblood clans. Even after the Wizarding War, the fall of the Dark Lord, and the Ministry of Magic's purge, the Malfoys hadn't fallen. Draco had always believed that the name embodied wealth and status. It wasn't until his last detention in the Forbidden Forest that the professor's words ripped the Malfoy family's veil of shame, revealing a truth too harsh for him to dwell on. Whenever he was alone or distracted in class, those words would constantly bubbling back into his memory and burrowing into his head. The previous group fight had gone awry, and Professor McGonagall had notified all the parents involved. The Wheel-Eyes received a howler the next morning, and Pansy and Daphne's allowances were cut. Yet, Draco was barely affected. His mother, Narcissa, didn't blame him, but simply asked you if he was injured and warned him not to be reckless and impulsive, saying that from now on, the Crabbe and Goyle children would take the lead. His father, Lucius, simply gave him a few words of reprimand in his letter, his words a bit harsher than usual. He didn't reveal the family situation, nor did he explain the consequences of offending Longbottom. Since he hadn't been sentenced to detention at the time, Draco didn't dwell on it and replied as usual. After the night patrols in the Forbidden Forest, incidents continued to occur at school, and Draco kept thinking about the professor's words as he wrote home to share the news. Out of a feeling he couldn't quite pinpoint, whether it was guilt or remorse, he didn't relay or inquire about the details in his letter. Instead, he wrote in a normal tone, sending his regards and passing on the news. 2 days later, he received a reply from his parents. His father, Lucius, still treated him like a child, unwilling to divulge any details about the family situation. Fortunately, his mother, Narcissa, replied with 2 pieces of information. First, his father had intended to use this incident to pressure the Board of Trustees to impeach Dumbledore, but upon learning of Scrimgeour's appearance at the school, he reneged on the idea. Second, they planned to visit St. Mungo's Hospital at Easter to increase this year's donation. The old Draco certainly wouldn't have understood the complexities involved, but after listening to the professor's explanation, he clearly understood the significance of such a donation. Draco felt his heart skip a beat as he thought of his mother's letter. Melvin watched the young wizard before him with a flickering eye. A faint wave of energy emanated from him, transforming into a subtle, imperceptible stream of magic that quietly merged with him. The entire process was extremely cryptic. Melvin asked, "So, what do you want to consult?" It would take at least half a day to write home, and it wouldn't be right to tell Dean Snape right away. "I don't know what to do, so I can only come to you, Professor." Draco held the white bone china teacup, his fingertips pressing tightly on the curved handle. "After breakfast today, I saw Potter and the others sneaking out of the castle, so I followed them, and then I saw them and the gamekeeper raising a fire dragon. A Norwegian ridgeback. They are so careless." Melvin shook his head slightly. "Professor Lewin is in cahoots with them." Draco's heart skipped a beat, and he almost spilled the tea on the spot. "What's wrong with discovering their shameful secrets and reporting them to Professor Snape?" Melvin said in a guiding tone. "No matter what they've done in the past, whether protecting the school or fighting dark wizards, no matter how talented they are, keeping dangerous creatures is absolutely against school rules. If I report it and let the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic know, the gamekeeper will definitely be dismissed. Even Dumbledore, who appointed him, will be affected. Even if he's not dismissed, his reputation will be damaged. I don't want to do that." "Why?" Draco's lips moved, but he didn't answer immediately. "Unlike Hagrid and Longbottom, he doesn't have connections with the Aurors. Your father hates Dumbledore, and you hate Harry Potter. Overall, exposing them won't hurt the Malfoy family, right?" "I don't think so." Dumbledore is very reputable and has a good relationship with the Aurors. Scrimgeour, who is currently serving, and Matahan Wazanganoi, who is about to retire, also have many of his people. This matter probably won't embarrass the headmaster, but it will make our family's situation more difficult. Draco reluctantly looked up at the professor. The truth is, I can't understand why my father, such a shrewd man, would choose to be at odds with a headmaster. His father always harped on Dumbledore as an incompetent and foolish headmaster, allowing half-bloods and muggle-borns to dominate purebloods. It seemed as if the Malfoys were staunch pureblood supporters. But after some reflection, Draco no longer believed this rhetoric. Perhaps pureblood ideals were no different from charitable donations, both were means of maintaining and promoting reputations. Melvin was a little surprised. His family's plight and his parents' difficulties seemed to have matured him. Because your father was once a key figure in the Death Eaters, he might have considered cultivating a good relationship with Dumbledore, but he couldn't gain his trust. If they couldn't make friends, they could only make enemies. Only by overthrowing Dumbledore could your father feel at ease. Draco was deeply puzzled. Professor Snape was once a Death Eater, too. That's correct, Melvin nodded. He gained the headmaster's trust as a Death Eater. Do you want to ask him how he did it? Draco felt that the professor had other meanings in his words. Thinking of the cold eyes of the dean, his neck stiffened. After careful consideration, he nodded with difficulty. His expression stubborn, if there is a chance, grown up, but not completely. Melvin looked at the still somewhat immature student in front of him and shook his head. Mr. Malfoy, if I understand correctly, you are asking me how to use this information to help the Malfoy family gain benefits. Draco lowered his head to avoid the professor's gaze, his golden hair drooping and sticking to his forehead, and he hummed imperceptibly. Do you want to threaten Dumbledore with this? Draco was so scared that his cheeks turned pale, and he shook his head hurriedly, not daring to think about it. Do you want to blackmail Hagrid? Draco continued to shake his head, not knowing how much fortune he had missed. Then you help them hide it and gain a favor. Draco hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. He and Potter disliked each other. Helping him would be tantamount to admitting defeat. After all, he was the heir of the Malfoy family, which would be very embarrassing. In that case, why don't you talk to Longbottom? Seeing the student opposite him suddenly look up, Melvin said calmly, if direct negotiation is difficult, you should find a way to achieve your goal indirectly, just like your father did back then. You don't want to help Potter, but you can help Longbottom, and Longbottom is willing to help his roommate. If I remember correctly, he is still holding a grudge about what happened last time. This is your chance to get forgiveness. Draco's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed. Can you forgive me? His parents are still in the closed ward? Melvin glanced at him with deep eyes. What does his parents have to do with you? You are not a Death Eater, I see. Thank you, Professor. Goodbye, Professor. After getting the instructions, Draco quickly left the office. After closing the door and walking a distance, his excitement gradually faded, and he slowly revealed a thoughtful expression. Professor Levant seemed to be somewhat unaware of the dragon's situation. He might have been well aware of what the Potters were doing. Instead of stopping them, he was secretly guiding him to profit from it. Perhaps he was trying to give himself a chance to reconcile with Longbottom. Perhaps he, too, was plotting something. Draco finally concluded that Professor Levant was a very interesting person. Harry, Ron, and Hermione peeked out from behind the statue at the corner of the hallway. From a distance, they watched Malfoy emerge from his office, closing the door softly and carefully, even giving a chivalric salute, appearing extremely polite. They also noticed a dazzling smile on Malfoy's face. Harry turned his head to look up, while Ron looked down, and they exchanged a look. Hermione, at the bottom, felt a mixture of emotions. Considering that Malfoy had witnessed Norbert's fire-breathing and had just fled in panic, now he was gliding out of the professor's office in such high spirits, it was hard not to guess what the two had been talking about. Hermione's mind was racing. She wanted to rush into the office and demand the truth, but she remembered Professor Levant's words that day and fought back. The two boys whispered to each other about how to lure Malfoy into the bathroom and give him a beating. Hermione emerged from behind the statue, her expression resolute and her voice clear. Let's go find Hagrid. He'll have to take responsibility for this. The sun was setting, and dusk was falling. Owls circled above the castle, the afterglow casting a dull yellow hue on the tower's exterior. A cold wind rustled the wizard's robes embroidered with silver and green serpents, making the upright figure stand out even more. A figure, somewhat larger for his age, with a gold and red lion embroidered on his chest, walked up the tower. "You're here, I'm here, you shouldn't have come, huh?" Neville, a little confused, fished a crumpled note from his pocket. "Did you ask me to come?" "Ahem, yes, I did." Draco coughed awkwardly and turned his head. The evening breeze was quite strong. Standing with his back to the wind had been fine for a moment, but when he turned around, his shirt collar blew up, swaying against his lips like he'd been slapped. He had to smooth it down several times before it settled. It was truly ungraceful. Neville frowned and stared at him. "What do you want from me?" Draco felt his cheeks heat up, and the emotions he'd just been building up were blown away by the wind. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. He usually argued mainly with Potter and Weasley, and wasn't familiar with Longbottom. He didn't know how to negotiate with him. Thinking back, it seemed their only interaction was that night in the Forbidden Forest, when Professor Lewynter seemed to have persuaded him to change his wand. How had he persuaded him? Draco, imitating the professor, paused for a few seconds. "Longbottom, you don't want your roommate to get expelled, do you?" Neville tilted his head, a question mark slowly forming on his face. In the main guest seats in the auditorium, several professors clinked glasses with each other. Professor McGonagall had a smile on her face, while the other deans had different expressions. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were in a good mood, but Snape still had a cold face. Just now, under Melvin's persuasion, they agreed to take turns to take over the defense against the dark arts class to reduce the burden on the deputy headmaster. "No, Melvin, you have to substitute too," Flitwick said in a shrill voice. Melvin wiped his mouth and replied with a smile, "It's no problem for me, but the final exams are coming soon." "Are you really confident in letting me teach the new course to the students?" Flitwick poured him a glass of whiskey angrily. In fact, he was quite relieved, but he was worried that Minerva would not agree. The wooden legs of a chair scraped harshly against the ground. Gamekeeper Hagrid emerged, looking at Melvin and the headmasters with a strained, awkward smile. "Melvin, it's still a few hours before lights out. Come sit with me." Neville, a half-blood giant who had been working as a gamekeeper in the Forbidden Forest since being expelled in third year, had been at the school the entire time. This was the first time he had asked a friend for help regarding a violation of school rules, and he felt quite embarrassed. The headmasters, all quick-witted wizards, didn't know the details of the situation, but they could see Hagrid's embarrassment and chuckled at his amusement. Melvin noticed a little witch behind Hagrid clasped her hands together, shaking them in a pleading gesture. Having no intention of embarrassing them, he chuckled and agreed, his sleeves tugged by several students, as he walked towards the Forbidden Forest hut. By chance, two pure-blood heirs had just finished their conversation and were coming downstairs. Neville opened his mouth, then watched his friends leave the hall without calling out to them. He sighed, "We'll talk to them when they get back tonight." Draco walked cheerfully towards the Great Hall, mentally reviewing the recent negotiations. Arranging a meeting at the tower without the knowledge of the entire school, and then profiting from a few words, truly a Malfoy. Only after ascending the ladder did Draco regain his composure and reflect on the situation, wondering if Professor Lewynter was trying to gain some advantage from this. Several seniors at the house table were discussing the fact that Professor Lewynter had once worn the Sorting Hat and had been chosen as Slytherin. Draco agreed. Despite the close proximity of those Gryffindors to the professor, he was definitely a Slytherin. Night fell, and the grounds were damp with moisture. The Whomping Willow sprouted new buds, and the trees and grass at the edge of the Forbidden Forest burst into spring green. Hagrid's hut wasn't far away, and it wasn't long before several young wizards surrounded him and reached his destination. Fang, who had been guarding the hut, picked up the scent and came running over, his bald tail wagging. He whined around Melvin's trouser leg, his voice tinged with grievance. From within the hut, a dragon's roar echoed, tender and shrill, yet fierce. Chapter 79 Win-Win for All. Hagrid got the dragon egg over the Christmas holidays. He said he won it from a Greek merchant. Now that I think about it, that Greek merchant was Quirrell in disguise. The little witch angrily recounted Norbert's origins. Harry pushed his glasses and said darkly, "Hagrid refused to tell us about Nicolas Flamel and Fluffy, but after a few glasses of whiskey, he told a stranger everything." "I'm sorry," the half-giant bowed his head in shame. "Actually, if you had used whiskey back then, you could have gotten the information out of him, too." Melvin tried to defend Hagrid. The thick wooden door opened a crack, and Melvin curiously peeked inside. His first sight was the dragon hatchling in the center of the room. The hatchling was about 3 or 4 feet long, with slender, protruding orange eyes that gave it a wild look. It was skinny, with several spurs jutting from its wings. Its body was covered in a layer of jet-black scales that reflected a faint blue metallic sheen in the candlelight. The spikes on its back were sparse and smooth, and it was short and not very sharp. Its throat and vocal cords were still underdeveloped, so its roar sounded strange, like a hoarse cat's meow. Blood-stained chicken feathers lay scattered on the floor, and several wooden barrels stood in the corner. The room was filled with a pungent, fishy odor, a complex, layered scent composed primarily of a faint tang of blood, poultry manure, and a hint of brandy. Upon seeing the group enter the room, the dragon hatchling immediately turned and bared its teeth. Just a few weeks after hatching, its sharp teeth were already taking shape. Its nostrils flared slightly, and a throat emitting a hot, pungent, sulphurous smell. Almost every piece of furniture bore the marks of the dragon hatchling's bite. Ron's face was mournful, and Fang's head drooped, his whimpering subdued. The man and the dog took 2 steps back. "It's Norbert. He's very pretty, isn't he?" Hagrid said to the group, his face bright and his tone proud. The young wizard didn't understand what he was proud of, and looked disdainful, wanting to get this problem out of the way as soon as possible. "The first thing the little creature saw when it broke out of the eggshell was me, and it took me for its mother." Hagrid grinned and reached out to touch the dragon cub's head, but Norbert had no intention of playing along and bit it. Fortunately, the gamekeeper was agile and quickly retracted his hand, and the dragon cub's teeth met with a sharp, tooth-aching click. Norbert bit Hagrid the first time he saw him. Hagrid thought it was a sign of affection, but in reality, it had just hatched and its teeth weren't sharp enough, Hermione explained quietly, and Harry nodded silently. Hagrid, nearly bitten, rubbed his hands together and explained to the 4 of them in a sullen tone, "Norbert's a good kid, usually good-tempered. He's just hungry and a little cranky. Don't worry, sweet Norbert. Mommy'll make you some formula right away." Melvin and the 3 students watched Hagrid get busy. He'd found the formula for Dragon Cub formula himself, searching through books, 1 bucket of chicken blood to 3 buckets of brandy. After the teeth erupt, the cubs could be given a complimentary food, dead mice. Hagrid easily maneuvered his half-body-high stone jar in front of the dragon cub, picked up a wooden barrel that had stored chicken blood in the corner, and with one hand, unscrewed several bottles of near-expiry brandy from the hogshead in. He poured the brandy into the stone jar, pouring it into the jar. Soon, the stench in the room intensified, the evaporating alcohol almost stinging the eyes. Hagrid's talent for raising dangerous animals rivaled Riddle's for the dark arts. The jar of chicken blood brandy was crudely made and poorly crafted, but the moment the dragon hatchling caught the scent, its eyes lit up, a puff of sparks erupted, and with a flutter of its wings, it leaped onto the stone jar, buried its head in the water, and drank heartily. Slurp, the scene was a bit gory. Melvin's lips moved, casting a hud-bubbling charm on himself, and he watched the dragon hatchling feed with amusement. According to the Dragon Care Manual, dragons mature around 2 years old, and a young dragon's first burst of sparks, usually accompanied by thick gray smoke, should occur around 6 months old. Flight develops even later, typically around 10 months, and sometimes even a year later. Norbert had already shown his abilities just 2 weeks after hatching, demonstrating his talent and Hagrid's excellent care. Just then, something unexpected happened. The young dragon, perhaps having drunk too much brandy, became agitated and fluttered its wings. Unable to control its balance, the young dragon, still untrained in flight, plunged headfirst into the stone vat. The chicken blood brandy within, unable to drown the young dragon, only excites it further. It flaps its wings against the brandy, splashing the chicken blood wine everywhere, filling the room with a thick, bloody odor. The men watched as the young dragon's nostrils dilated as it choked on several mouthfuls of the chicken blood wine. The viscous liquid flooded its nasal cavity and organs, causing it to twitch spasmodically. The discomfort of drowning sent it coughing and belching sulphurous smoke. Melvin hastily deployed his iron armor bubble wrap. The 3 young wizards, stunned, watched as the young dragon instantly ignited the entire stone vat. A faint, searing flame ignited deep in its throat and erupted, instantly igniting the nearby liquor. Fortunately, the expiring brandy at the hogshead was of inferior quality, and some of it had evaporated when mixed with the chicken blood. The flames quickly died down, leaving only the flames within the stone jar blazing. The dragon cub, of course, wasn't afraid of fire. It coughed a few times initially, but soon began to enjoy the alcohol's stimulation, vibrating its wings vigorously. The stone jar was like an alcohol lamp, with Norbert as the wick, illuminating the entire cabin. Ron screamed, looking up and down in terror. Quiet, Harry covered his mouth. It nearly burned the whole cabin down. I saw it, Harry shouted several times before calming him down. The accident resulted in no casualties. The students were relatively far from the dragon, but close to Professor Lewynter, protected by their armored bubble wrap. Only Hagrid, who was close, had a large portion of his beard and hair singed, looking utterly miserable. The whole room was filled with a peculiar smell left by the flames, like the smell of roasting the wool of chickens and sheep over charcoal when slaughtering them. The smoky smell made it less disgusting. Hagrid was stunned there. Hermione's face was tense and her expression was extremely ugly. She took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in her stomach. Hagrid, you really can't keep Norbert any longer. You have to send Norbert away as soon as possible. I can't abandon him. Hagrid lowered his head, avoiding their gaze. Norbert is still young, can't hunt, and without companions, he won't survive in the wild. Wake up, Hagrid. Hermione glared at Hagrid and raised her voice. He's stronger than Fang now, can fly and breathe fire. The only ones who can't survive are ordinary animals that encounter him. Anyway, I can't abandon Norbert, Hagrid said stubbornly. Harry stood on Hermione's side. Malfoy has already discovered it. Do you want to be expelled? Don't worry about Draco. Just when Hagrid was speechless, Melvin cleared his throat and said softly, he plans to use this incident to exchange for Neville's forgiveness, so he won't report it. Hermione looked up and glared at the professor. Which side are you here to help? But I have to make it clear to you, Hagrid, Melvin's gentle voice echoed in the cabin. As early as 1709, the Wizarding Council banned private dragon breeding. Later, Mr. Newt Scamander improved the Dragon Protection Act, prohibiting any wizard or unofficial organization from privately hatching, breeding and raising dragons for any reason. You probably violated hundreds of laws this time. Hagrid said nothing and stood there. You should be well aware of the growth rate of dragons. In 2 weeks, Norbert will be bigger than you. In 2 months, he'll be bigger than the cabin. The Forbidden Forest can't possibly hide a dragon. It hunts, flies, and breathes fire. That's its nature. Melvin paused. If it injures any student, even if it just burns the back of its robes and scares them, the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures will send its executioner to chop off its head. Hagrid's burly figure swayed slightly. And you, the gamekeeper who keeps a dragon, have a history of keeping dangerous animals during your school days. If you're lucky, you might be fined and expelled from Hogwarts. If you're unlucky, you'll be sent to Azkaban and spend the rest of your life raising Dementors on an island. And then there's Headmaster Dumbledore, the one who recommended you. His poor judgment and autocratic management have put students in danger. He'll definitely lose his position as headmaster and may even be expelled from the Wizengamot. This once respected legendary wizard will become a confused old wizard. Hagrid's face was pale. Harry and Ron were silent, feeling that Professor Lewynter was even more terrifying when he was strict than Professor McGonagall. Hermione raised her head slightly, a glimmer in her eyes. She was deeply impressed by the way of persuasion in which he stated the facts in a calm tone and shocked the other party. She had heard Professor Lewynter preach before, but this kind of preaching was different from that kind of preaching. It had a deep power. I don't want to be like this either, Hagrid cried. His eyes were already wet, and he didn't care about being stubborn at this time. Harry had always been close to Hagrid, and seeing him like this, he felt a little sorry and asked for him. Sir, can you help us? Honestly, I don't want to do this. Melvin spread his hands. Everyone must pay the price for his mistakes. When Hagrid was in school, he was expelled from school for raising dangerous animals privately. Dumbledore took him in, but it was a pity that decades later, he still hadn't learned to develop his interests and hobbies correctly. Hagrid sniffed, and big tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Melvin continued to scold. Instead of becoming more stable, he even went further. He got into the bad habit of alcoholism and leaked confidential information to the Dark Lord, which almost killed Harry. I think maybe he should pay for his mistakes before he can learn to grow up. Wu, the half-blood giant, who was nearly 10 feet tall, couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. Tears and snot flowed down his big face and seeped into his messy beard. He sobbed and choked. I can go to Azkaban, but I don't want to implicate Dumbledore. Seeing Hagrid like this, several students felt very uncomfortable and their throats were blocked. Professor Hermione tugged at Melvin's sleeve. What? Melvin looked down at them. Don't you think he should be responsible for his mistakes? Yes, he should. Hermione said stiffly, but hasn't he made any irreparable mistakes yet? And Hagrid has already realized his mistake. He will definitely remember this experience. Just help him, really, Melvin pretended to doubt. Hagrid quickly wiped his nose and nodded heavily. Yeah, Melvin hesitated for a moment, and after careful consideration, he made a difficult decision. Well, for your sake, I can help you. Cheers rang out in the room. Harry and Ron ran up to comfort Hagrid. The big man sobbed and wiped his face, wiped a hand of mucus on his leather chest, and showed an uncontrollable smile. Melvin himself felt a little guilty, but this kind of help is conditional. The cheers died down, and Harry and the other two were a little confused. Professor, you say? Melvin looked at the three students. I want you to sign an agreement with me. It's not a betrayal, but to star in my movie. Ah. The young dragon lay on its back on the round table, its head drooping over the edge, the nictitating membrane covering its eyes half open and half closed, half of its tongue sticking out. It was not as ferocious as before, its chest rising and falling evenly, its breathing long and heavy with a strong smell of alcohol, and occasionally it sneezed, sending a few sparks out of its nose. Its claws occasionally rubbed against the table, breaking up sawdust that fell. There were still traces of dried tears on Hagrid's face. Looking at the lazily sleeping dragon, his heart was about to melt, but he didn't dare show it. Fang curled up under the table, staring at his claws, lost in thought. Several young wizards sat around the round table. Hermione carefully looked through the agreement provided by the professor, while Harry whispered to Ron what a movie was, and occasionally pulled Hagrid over to talk about the movie Mirror. The senior students had seen it at Hogsmeade on weekends, but they were not old enough, so they could only listen to what others said. Professor, didn't we sign an agreement before? Harry asked in a low voice. That was the agreement for the Quidditch match, and this time it's for the movie. Melvin was patient, answering every question. I plan to adapt your experiences and show them to wizards around the world. You can rest assured that the film will be consulted on the content, and it will not be publicly released until we reach an agreement. The young wizards were silent, confident that the professor would always find a way to get them to agree. And the pay is very generous. Although it felt a little wrong, Harry and the others had no choice to save Hagrid. So they quickly signed the agreement. They made 3 copies, one for themselves and the other 2 for the professor. And yours, Hagrid, huh? Oh, Hagrid was very cooperative. Melvin put all the contracts away, very satisfied with his action. He helped Hagrid, achieved his goal, and also helped the principal with pre-professional training. A win-win for all parties. Well, find time to sign Dumbledore's as well. Just consider it my overtime pay. Chapter 80 ready to be released. The wick of the kerosene lamp swayed slightly, and the light from her long, thin eyelashes reflected in her bright eyes. The little witch remained silent, staring intently at the professor before her, his wand pressed against her forehead. Don't worry, the professor said slowly, his voice soft and gentle. This isn't legilimency. I won't pry into your privacy. I'm simply using your memories of investigating the Philosopher's Stone and clearing the previous levels. Please calmly recall those moments, hearing about Nicolas Flamel from Hagrid, setting fire to the professor's coat during the Quidditch match, searching through materials and discussing the investigation with her friends, reading about Dumbledore on the candy card, jumping through the trapdoor and navigating the level set by the professors. Hermione's eyes gleamed silver, and then she felt a surge of magic seep into her temple along the tip of her wand. A soft, warm sensation, like a unicorn. A faint pull, like something soft being plucked from the tip, was a hazy, silvery mist, its outlines indistinct. Guided by a wand, it was placed into a test tube-like glass bottle and capped with a rubber stopper. Silver mist floated lightly within the bottle, and vague human figures could be seen. Hermione watched his movements and blinked. Is this alright? It's fine, but I can still recall the memory. Borrowing memories isn't a forgetfulness spell. It's like copying a film. The master tape is still in your mind. If you hadn't learned to extract your memories yourself, you wouldn't need my help, is that so? Melvin pocketed the glass bottle containing the memories. The other 2 students and Hagrid were lost in their own memories, their expressions hazy. It wasn't just the little witch, copies of the others' memories had been made as well. Harry's memories mainly focused on the first-person perspective of Quidditch, including the near assault, the nighttime castle visit, the discovery of the Mirror of Eries, and several instances of observing Quirrell in class. Ron's memories focused on dismantling the chocolate frog. Hagrid's memories involve being attacked and tricked to the Hogshead Inn. Editing would need to be done after returning. The room fell silent. In the silence, the dragon cub's eyes cracked open. Norbert, who hadn't known when, woke up, and the first person he saw was Melvin. The dragon's mouth opened, and a burst of flames shot straight at his face, but before it reached him, the flames dissipated. Melvin tapped it on the head with his wand. The dragon, still not fully awake, closed its eyes again and lay back down, dazed. The sudden incident brought the others to their senses. Ron was a little stunned. Norbert had always been naughty, only biting people. He had been bitten before, the teeth were poisonous but not fatal, and his right hand was swollen and he couldn't do his homework for days. Now he was so prone to setting fires, he couldn't imagine the consequences of being bitten. The others, once again witnessing the danger of dragons, were terrified. "Professor, do you have any way to make Norbert less dangerous?" Hermione asked nervously, her voice crisp. "I read about the untraceable extension charm in a book. It can expand a separate space for Norbert, no matter how much fire he breathes in it. In the past, many wizards used the untraceable extension charm to raise animals. Newt Scamander once caused 2 riots in New York. So Newt Scamander was banned from entering by many wizard governments around the world, and was wanted by the Magical Congress of the United States for several weeks." Melvin's expression was serious. "The climate of Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest is not suitable for raising fire dragons. The untraceable extension charm doesn't work. Unofficial organizations and individuals are not allowed to raise fire dragons. As a good law-abiding wizard, I will not help Hagrid continue to break the law." "Then what should be done?" "Send Norbert away." Hagrid choked twice and was about to cry. "Poor little guy." Melvin looked at Hagrid, who was taller than him when he sat down, with a helpless expression. "Send away, not release him into the wild. Where's that?" Hagrid was shocked. "The Carpathians." Melvin paused, then elaborated. "It's what we often call the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. The climate there is perfect for dragons to grow and reproduce, and they're cared for by professional wizards and nurses, along with other Norwegian ridgebacks who teach them to hunt and fly." "Romania? Charlie's there." Ron's eyes widened, a bit unconvinced. After all the trouble and selling his portrait, this was the result. But no one paid any attention. Hermione frowned. "Even if Romania can adopt Norbert, Norbert isn't registered with the Ministry of Magic. Transporting a dragon privately is illegal, isn't it?" Hagrid nodded. When it came to magical creatures, he knew the law. Unregistering meant he couldn't use legitimate channels. He couldn't use the Flu network, which was regulated by the Department of Transportation, within the country, and he couldn't use officially manufactured portkeys abroad. Such cross-border or even intercontinental transportation couldn't just rely on wizards moving it step by step. A tavern owner friend of mine can help. He has his own private portkey channel. He goes from Hogsmeade to Birmingham and transfers twice to Romania. Melvin simply gestured in the direction and explained the key points of smuggling, as if he was giving a lecture. It was detailed and specific. If you are worried about the portkey, you can also use the transportation route of a grocer. You can transfer from Hogsmeade to London, then take the ferry across the English Channel, and then go through France and Belgium. There is a black market transit station in the underground port of Nice, and there is a private magic trade market in the Brasov area. We avoid the ministries of magic of various European countries throughout the process, and they will definitely not find you." Hagrid silently memorized the locations of several markets. Hermione was very surprised. "Smuggling? Smuggling actually exists in the Dragon Sanctuary? The Romanian trade route leads to the whole world. Some of it is legitimate business, while some is smuggling. Every year, a huge amount of dragon-related materials flow out. The accumulated dragon feces needs to be cleaned up. The dragon blood from male fights can pollute the soil, and there are also shed dragon scales and dragon fangs. As long as they don't harm the dragons, the Ministry of Magic of each country tacitly allows this trade to exist. After all, protected areas also need to generate income." The 3 students were a little dumbfounded, unable to believe it. "If you are still worried, you can contact Charlie Weasley. The Easter holidays are coming soon. Ask his classmates or colleagues to help with the transportation. No need, just use the portkey." In the end, Hermione made the decisive decision, very Professor McGonagall style. Hagrid had no objection, like a well-behaved student who corrected his mistakes after being criticized. As the night deepened, The few of them left the cabin and returned. Walking along the path in the middle of the grounds, they saw the candlelight of the castle in the distance. It was still some time before the lights went out. Actually, we can wait until the Easter holidays. Norbert won't be exposed in the short term, and Norbert can spend more time with Hagrid. Melvin chuckled. The little witch looked up and stared at him, not wanting to pay attention to the professor's bad taste. Entering the hall, the three little ones immediately said goodbye to the professor and got together to discuss what happened tonight. After all this fuss, the solution actually fell on Charlie. It would have been great if we had thought of a solution earlier, Ron muttered. In the end, we have to sign an agreement with the professor to extract memories to help him make that movie. Harry and Hermione squinted at him, thinking that this man didn't seem very smart. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at me? Ron, think about Quidditch. Even if it wasn't about Norbert, if the professor had told us normally, we would have agreed. Harry paused. At least Hermione and I would agree. Hermione nodded in agreement. Then why did he negotiate with us as a condition? Of course it was to make Hagrid remember. Harry was so disappointed in his friend. He couldn't understand why this guy's brain worked so quickly when playing chess, but he was a fool when it came to exams and serious matters. Ron suddenly realized, then lowered his voice. Speaking of this, Professor Lewin said that Hagrid was expelled when he was in school. Harry, do you know the details? I don't know. Harry shook his head. Hermione looked thoughtful. Find a chance to get Hagrid drunk, and then we'll ask him. Harry and Ron fell silent, glancing at each other with complicated expressions. Melvin said goodnight to the others and quickly returned to his office. He had new material to work with tonight. The script had been revised and improved some time ago, and his memories were almost complete. He was now editing and splicing the memories of the main characters. Considering that films here don't add subtitles, the film was pretty much finished at this point. Melvin had experience with the stage and had done similar work before, so he was quite skilled and quick at editing. The only problem was the soundtrack. Melvin chose some simple symphonies, all by musicians who had been dead for 50 years, to ensure there would be no copyright infringement. As for the versions in his memories, they were all from theater concerts and recordings, so was there any possibility of copyright infringement? Muggle record companies couldn't sue him anyway. Considering this was his first film, he wrote to Wright, asking him to help connect him with singer Celestina Warbeck. Oral communication may be slow, but its accuracy makes up for it. Wizarding life is slow, and letters are always handled immediately. So, the next evening, Melvin received a reply from Wright, a short yet special note. Looking forward to seeing your work soon, fellow wizard and literary figure. Celestina sends you greetings. It had been rainy recently, and the air was damp. The ink hadn't yet dried, and it carried a faint scent of lavender. The handwriting wasn't neat, even sloppy, giving it a somewhat unrefined air. Melvin read it several times before opening the package that came with the letter. Inside were several glass bottles, a quiet silver mist within them, the memories of the singing witch. It was strange to say, I had brought a portable record player with me before arriving at the school, but with a busy schedule, I hadn't thought to play any music, and the vinyl records had been gathering dust in my suitcase. The first time I listened to music at Hogwarts, I was actually listening to Celestina through the shadow mirror. The tip of my wand lifted the silver mist and placed it into the shadow mirror, a silver light shimmering. Woo! The wailing banshee's wailing, distorted and hoarse, had the inexplicable quality of an aged loudspeaker. You said you loved me, that we'd never be apart. It was the same song as You Stole My Pot, but you can't have my love. Recorded with new equipment, many melodies on this new album have been modified, with simple variations in speed creating different styles. Some use light piano to create a soothing effect, others use intense drum beats to create a sense of crisis, and various violins weave together to create a lingering and melodious sound. This is the singer's arrangement for the soundtrack, suitable for different plot points. Honestly, compared to Muggle music, many of Celestina's songs seem outdated and even rustic, but Melvin was glad to have written that letter and was also glad to have received such a reply. You pointed your wand at my heart, you said you loved me as much as your life, but your spells always fail. 3 broomsticks, 3rd floor room. Melvin stood at the window, admiring the street view outside. Behind him stood the burly half-giant. Hagrid sat on an oversized wooden chair, rubbing his hands nervously. Footsteps approached up the stairs, and someone pushed open a door. Professor, everything's ready. When will it arrive? Leave in an hour, arrive in 10 minutes. Have you arranged a contact over there? Don't worry, we've made 2 arrangements. If anything happens to Charlie Weasley, the people we contacted can adopt him. Can the Shadow Mirror be sold there? Someone contacted me through the Budapest Dark Arts Fair, but they won't sign a contract. Budapest, that's the territory of the remnants of the Witcher movement. Hagrid scratched his head. He knew the retired Auror. He used to be with Mad-Eye. He went crazy fighting the Death Eaters and was eventually disabled and retired. His name seemed to be Old Will. He had never expected a retired Auror to have smuggling channels. Watching Melvin and Old Will huddle together, whispering about profound topics, he could faintly hear a few words and phrases, about things like ticket pricing, distribution commissions, and screening times. Separately, they were all words he'd learned, but put together, they were incomprehensible. Hagrid stroked the suitcase in front of him, his eyes and mind empty as he slowly fell into deep thought. Inside the suitcase were plenty of mice and several barrels of chicken blood brandy, which should be enough for him to eat on the road. Norbert's favorite stuffed bear was also in there, so he wouldn't feel lonely. Norbert certainly wasn't able to thrive in the Forbidden Forest cabin. Back in Romania, Charlie was taking care of him, along with various other dragons, teaching him dragon skills. Just as young wizards stay in school, so should little dragons stay in a protected area. I hope he can have a happy childhood there and grow up healthy and happy. Before Hagrid could finish his prayers and blessings in his heart, Old Will grabbed the handle of the suitcase, and with a tug of his rough and powerful arm, the suitcase containing the dragon cub fell into his hands. He then limped out of the room without looking back. Hagrid's nose felt sore. Thinking that they would be separated from each other from now on, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to see each other again, he couldn't help but shed tears. Woo hiss! Melvin had a headache. The sight of the half-blood giant, who was decades old, crying in front of him was really a bit jarring. You are the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, a member of Dumbledore's faction. What's the point of always crying like a little girl? I don't want to. Hagrid sobbed twice, but I can't help it. Don't cry. I'll take you to Romania to see it during the summer vacation, really. Chapter 81 Trailer Boom. 1992. The cold weather in Wiltshire, northern England, had faded, and the weather was warming. Spring was in the air. At night, scattered lights lit up West Overton, a city less bustling than a metropolitan one, embodying the rustic charm of a rural village. The evening breeze carried the rich scent of bluebells, their branches meticulously pruned, not densely packed but aesthetically pleasing, dangling gently in the flower beds lining the street. At the end of the road stood a tavern with a sign, the Oak Barrel. Like many wizarding taverns, the second floor offered accommodation, while the ground floor served guests. Laughter and shouting, the clinking of bells, and the clinking of glasses drifted faintly from within. Drink it, men, drink it up, little one, now you know who's boss. The room was spacious and brightly lit. At a round table in the center, a bearded middle-aged wizard held up a glass of fire whiskey. Hesitant, but with the surrounding patrons watching, he tilted his head back and gulped it down. The booze grew louder and louder. As the flaming whiskey rolled down his throat, the middle-aged wizard's face flushed red, his thick beard unable to stop it from belching out a dazzling belch of fire. Unable to hold back any longer, the wizard dropped his glass and collapsed drunkenly onto the round table, unable to get up despite the jeers of the wizards around him. This was Old Will Villain's Tavern, home to the strongest libations in Britain. Their signature drinks were Mad Hatter's Malt, Rainstorm Brandy, and Phantom Champagne. Even the fire whiskey was stronger than the others, boasting a higher alcohol content. The tavern erupted in laughter again. Nearby, at the counter, a dozen wizards gathered before a large mirror. It was showing a recent Hogwarts house match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, with a boy who lived making his second appearance. The match was thrilling, the footage edited and spliced from various perspectives. Most of the time, it showed the wide-open view of the crowd and commentators, overlooking the pitch, but the focus was on the quaffle and bludger. When the two teams clashed, the footage would cut to the player's first-person perspective, creating an immersive experience. The intense sensory stimulation made the brain crave alcohol and ice. Occasionally, a wizard, overcome with enthusiasm, would offer a round of drinks to the entire crowd. Both the bartenders and the waiters were accustomed to such scenes. A single night's business could rival the average for the better part of a month. Several Ministry of Magic officials and subordinates sat at a round table in the corner, their uniforms layered beneath their wizarding robes. Each held a glass of their signature liquor, but they didn't dare guzzle it, instead savoring it in small, relishing sips. Ludo Bagman had been the organizer of the party, but the attendees were primarily from the Department of Law Enforcement, including the current director, Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Order Office, and Pierce Thickness, who headed the Striker Corps. Barty Crouch of the Department of International Cooperation had finished get-off work late and was drafted into the elevator just as he was entering. For reasons too complex to discuss, he didn't really want to go home early, so he reluctantly joined the party. A powerful shot. I knew that girl could score, and those two Weasley boys are playing on the wing, Ludo Bagman grumbled, downing a large glass of cold beer before letting out a long, regretful sigh. If it were a live match, they could have won by now, but unfortunately, it was all recorded, so anyone with the inside track would have known the outcome, and there were no takers. Pierce Thickness held a glass of cherry wine. He wasn't a strong drinker, and his willpower wasn't strong enough, so he worried about embarrassing himself by drinking stronger alcohol. He looked at his colleague, who was also drinking a light drink, and felt a little more comforted. Barty, how's it going over there? Is India still clamoring for their flying carpets? Crouch hummed indifferently. It had been fine in his youth, but ever since the last Wizarding War, he hadn't had a favorable impression of Aurors and Striker. After all, his son was a Death Eater. Ms. Bones and Scrimgeour exchanged a silent glance. Across Europe, the flying equipment business was monopolized by a few pure-blood factions, the Allerton Brothers Sweet Company in Britain, the Comet Trading Company of the Cajan-Houghton families in France, the Black Forest Company of the Ellerby and Spadmore families in Italy, and the Cosmos Company, a joint venture of several artisan wizard families. Every year, they donated large sums of galleons to various ministries of magic in exchange for licenses to produce and sell broomsticks. Without profit to pave the way, even if India applied hundreds or thousands of times, the sale of flying carpets would remain prohibited throughout Europe. Crouch took a sip of his light wine. Amelia, it seems Fudge is determined to make Umbridge your ministry's under minister. What are your plans? What plans could there be? Madam Bones thought of the witch, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Anyway, I'll vote against it. Why should she get a promotion without corresponding achievements? The Wizengamot hasn't been disbanded, Dumbledore is still alive, and the Ministry of Magic belongs to British wizards, not just Fudge and Umbridge. The atmosphere around the round table had grown solemn due to a few harsh words. Just then, a commotion erupted around the mirror on the wall. During a break in the game, the mirror suddenly switched, showing a video completely unrelated to the game. It's certain that dark wizards are lurking at Hogwarts. Harry's face filled the entire mirror, his slightly childish voice remarkably clear. The view zoomed out, revealing the great hall behind, and his green eyes seemed to gaze through the mirror at the outside world. The patrons of the entire tavern were captivated by these words, their eyes fixed on the mirror, awaiting further explanation, but the image offered no answer. After a burst of rapid drumbeats, the scene shifted to reveal Dumbledore standing in the center of the guest of honor seat. This year, we have two changes in faculty appointments. First, let us welcome Professor Lewynter, who will be teaching Muggle Studies. Professor Quirrell has volunteered to take the defense against the dark arts vacancy. Another burst of incomprehensible, rapid drumbeats followed, and the scene cut to the faces of two professors. Professor Lewynter was young and handsome, with a gentle smile, but he exuded a Slytherin air, not looking like a good person. Professor Quirrell, on the other hand, had a strange smile, his head wrapped in a strange purple turban, one hand tightly clutching it, also somewhat odd. I must tell you, if you do not wish to suffer an unexpected and painful death, do not enter the corridor on the right on the 4th floor, Dumbledore's resonant voice echoed through the hall, accompanied by the distinct creak of a door closing. The screen went black, and the hearts of all the wizards in the tavern suddenly tensed, with all sorts of speculations brewing in their minds. Why couldn't they go to the 4th floor? There wasn't such a rule when they were in school. Which of the two professors was the problem? Why was there a dark wizard lurking in the school? Puzzles grew, but no one answered them. The drinkers stared at the mirror, eyes wide open, unblinking. The image remained dark, and the sound was muffled. Only by listening carefully could they hear two voices arguing fiercely in the darkness, their words muffled. After a brief pause, a passionate intense melody sounded, accompanied by the songs from Celestina Warbeck's new album, and Harry's voice appeared again. What is hidden in the room in the corridor? Someone tried to murder me, we must investigate the truth. Several images flashed by. Harry was shaking in the air on the court, and his broom was obviously cursed, and his life was in danger. The three-headed dog pounced with its bloody mouth, the troll swung a stick at the students, and the little wizards fled in the corridor at night, screaming. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Lewin, Professor McGonagall and the mysterious wizard each cast a spell. Oh no, the dark wizard has taken action. The door to the corridor on the 4th floor was half open, and a trapdoor was embedded in the floor. The professors are away, only we can stop him. Finally, Harry resolutely entered the flaming room. A few lines of small words appeared in the lower right corner. Freshman detention, released during the Easter holidays. Stay tuned. Hiss. The wizards took a breath of alcohol and digested the information they had just received. It was extremely difficult to analyze it with their dizzy brains. No one spoke for a while. The lifestyle of the wizarding world was still stuck in the 19th century. Usually, they could only read adventure stories in newspapers and books to find excitement. In the past few months, Quidditch videos and alcohol have become new fun. Where have they seen such a scene? Faced with the sudden appearance of the trailer, all their appetites were whetted by the information revealed in the video. They were confused and curious, nervous and excited, and even a little worried. Who is the Dark Wizard? What is hiding in the corridor on the 4th floor? What's the matter with the three-headed dog and the troll? Why did Potter go into the flames? Those doubts lingered in his heart, lingering. If strong liquor burns the stomach, now he felt a surge of excitement and a touch of restlessness. Without answers, it felt like something was crawling on him, scratching his chest and liver, making the game seem less exciting. Some of the taverns, still drunk, frowned and muttered. Based on those two sentences, it seems the answer won't be until Easter. A half-drunk wizard immediately chimed in, and the tavern suddenly filled with curses. How can this be? Where's old Will? Come out and explain. Yes. Stop playing hide-and-seek in there. Scrimgeour's face was grave, his hand gripping his glass as he too pondered the information, combining his own investigative experience with Dumbledore's words. He considered it a parody of Muggle drama, while also suspecting it was a conspiracy by the old headmaster. His mind was whirring, practically fuming. Several other ministry staff members were also contemplating, though not as intensely. The pub was nearly overwhelmed by the chatter before old Will limped out, a smug grin plastered on his face, his chin raised. What's there to explain? What's there to explain to you? What was that video just now? Someone shouted. I can't explain it to you. You know what a film is? It's a more realistic drama, based on a true story, the half-drunk wizard in front shouted. What's that in the corridor on the 4th floor? What's with the troll and the three-headed dog? Did a dark wizard really sneak into the school? Is that the new professor? He's obviously a bad Slytherin. With one sentence, the whole place erupted in excitement. What do you mean? You look down on us Slytherins. What's the problem? Azkaban is mostly full of Slytherins. How many good Slytherins are there? Wow, this was the strongest pub in the British Isles, and scenes like this, of drunken brawls, were not uncommon. The surrounding wizards made no effort to intervene, instead forming a circle to make room for the fight and goading them into a fight. Seeing no useful information coming, Madam Bones glanced at Thickness, who stood up, squeezed through the crowd, and pulled old Will over. Of course, the Dark Wizard isn't Professor Lewynter, old Will explained to his colleagues, sipping his whiskey. The Shadow Mirror can't always be used to show Quidditch matches. Even the most exciting matches get boring after a while. This is a new type of show, and it's available for a fee. What's the fee? Madam Bones asked. Tickets are very cheap, only 5 silver sickles, less than the price of a bottle of whiskey. So how do you split the revenue? Crouch was quite sensitive about this. Hey, Professor Lewynter gets 2 sickles, the school gets 1 sickle, and the rest goes to the pub. Is it the same in other bars? Of course we're different from those pubs. We're a classy pub. In the beautifully decorated private room, Jack, his left eye wrapped in a silver band, held a goblet and explained the ticket prices. Lucius Malfoy, dressed in elegant attire, leaned back on the sofa and spoke quietly to a magazine editor nearby, his voice low so as not to disturb the pub owner. The White Ink Pub in Upper Flagley, Wiltshire, was once a magazine publisher. Later, due to poor sales and management, the magazines failed to sell and went bankrupt. Alfie, with the help of his accumulated connections, transformed it into an upscale bar, catering to the elite and the cultured. Those present today are primarily magazine and newspaper editors. Considering the Malfoy family's stakes in several publishing houses, Lucius is considered a wizard within the industry, and he was invited to attend the gathering. The Malfoy family has a bad reputation. If it weren't for their sponsorship of major publishing houses over the years, they would have long been condemned. Sponsoring newspapers and magazines is actually not a loss-making business. It's not just the Malfoys who need to keep a low profile. Other Death Eater families also need to remain anonymous. He can raise the price of the galleons he gives out and collect them back from Nott, Goyle, and Crabbe, making a profit in the process. This isn't extortion or deception. Goyle and Crabbe have no way to sponsor them, and they often thank him. Jack spoke at an even pace, explaining in detail, "I've specially prepared a viewing room. Different seats have different prices. The better seats are more expensive, and the cheapest ones in the corner are a galleon." The audience wasn't interested in the ticket price, but in the film's content. But when asked for details, Jack just smiled and shook his head, as if keeping it a secret. Similar scenes were happening in pubs across the country. Patrons would share the trailer's information with each other, then tell their friends and family back home. Word of mouth spread, and in just one night, the trailer's content spread throughout England. Every wizard knew that a film would be released at Easter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 released April 17th, Friday. The last class of the afternoon was 7th year Muggle Studies. Review had entered its final stages, and all that needed to be covered had been covered and practiced. Normally, the class period was largely reserved for students to study on their own. The professor sat at the podium, and students were free to ask questions if they had any. Occasionally, new and interesting topics were covered. This class focused on the period when Muggles and Wizards coexisted, a time before Hogwarts was founded. The students' minds had been filled with electrical appliances, Muggle transportation, and Muggle etiquette lately. With their eyes open, they practiced tests, and with their eyes closed, they corrected their mistakes. Suddenly, hearing this kind of class refreshed their minds and hearts. One by one, they willingly put down their quills and exercise books, listening patiently and intently. Melvin was also quite happy to be teaching. The previous small talk in the syllabus was intended to put students at ease. There was no Ministry of Magic censorship, no constraints, and the discussion flowed freely, just like a casual conversation. Hogwarts was founded 1,000 years ago. When the four founders built the school, England was going through a period of great chaos and instability. At that time, the Muggle society and the magical world were not so clearly separated. The ancient runes that you are learning are of the same origin as the ancient Scandinavian script, which Muggles call Fisak. There was no paper at that time, so they carved the words on ash sticks. Britain was once an island full of magic, and there were all kinds of magical legends at that time. Many wizards have worked for Muggle lords, or provided services to Muggle royal dukes, or even joined the army and served Muggle generals. Some wizards hold priestly positions in the organizational structure of Muggle society. Philosophers and magicians with free will are called druids. Muggle books record that their King Caesar once praised the knowledge of the druids, and many students traveled to Brittany to study and practice the druidic spirit. In addition, there are bishops of the church, astrologers, and Viking pirates. In the 11th century AD, when the Normans landed in England, before arriving at Pevensey, William I the Conqueror promised his subordinates that they would quickly gain wealth in the war and would give them land and titles after victory. Many wizards provided unknown services to the Legion. We have sufficient reason to speculate that they used black magic to help the army win, because after the Battle of Hastings, the inheritors of these territories were almost all nobles from Normandy, Brittany, Flemish and France, and ordinary soldiers could only get a tax. And many of the pure-blood families we know today have their own estates on this island of Britannia. Melvin deliberately paused for a few seconds here to allow the students to fully imagine. These 17 or 18-year-old wizards had bright eyes, and they seemed to have never expected that the pure-blood families were the wizards with the deepest ties with Muggles back then. If you know a bit about Muggle history, you might find that Slytherin House's spiritual values are close to the royalist and aristocratic values of bloodline in Muggle society. Salazar is a typical European surname. Perhaps we can speculate that he was a Viking who landed in eastern England with the Danish king Canute. The young professor recounted his story, and the students listened quietly. The historical content of Muggle Studies is much more interesting than the history of magic, covering a longer time frame and featuring more mysterious characters. Melvin then recounted the rise and fall of some pure-blood families. For example, one pure-blood family, whose surname was not disclosed, did not have a motto of pure-bloods always prevail. They did not exclude Muggles, and in fact had very close ties with them. They employed peasant tenants in their territory to develop agricultural trade, even resorting to weather spells to manipulate the climate to increase yields. They participated in the Muggle nobles' businesses in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, using the undetectable extension charm and apparition to transport rare commodities. They controlled the Muggle currency exchange and were deeply involved in money lending. In just 100 years, they amassed a fortune unattainable by other wizards in over a dozen generations, becoming one of the wealthiest wizarding families in England. They continuously annexed surrounding Muggle lands to expand their already vast estates. Hoping to secure a title, they even sent their most handsome wizard to woo a duke's daughter, but his humble status led to a rebuff. Around the 16th century, when the Statute of Secrecy was being drafted for public comment, they lobbied wizarding representatives from various countries, mobilizing vast resources in an attempt to overturn the bill. Because colonial trade was booming at the time, they invested in their own fleet, preparing to participate in the ocean trade. Wizards and Muggles are essentially the same. They all share avarice and a desire for greater wealth and power. It's human nature. The subsequent embrace of pure-blood ideals and the self-proclaimed pure-blood family were also driven by profit. These fascinating historical events were previously unknown to the young wizards. With 5 minutes left before the end of the get-out-of class, Melvin knocked on the desk to wake up the students who were still eager to learn. Easter is coming soon, and the holiday starts tomorrow. It's a long holiday, and there will be a movie in the auditorium tonight, so don't play too hard. Considering that this is your last Easter at school, I won't give you too much homework. There are only 3 sets of simulation questions. They are not mandatory, and they will not be collected for review after class's resume. You can choose which ones to do. Again, fill in the gaps. Get out of class dismissed. London, Charing Cross Road. Spring has arrived in London. The ice and snow have melted. The rain has stopped. The weather is neither cold nor hot. The leaves on the roadside are tender green. Bluebells are blooming in patches, and the flower beds in the park are like a blue carpet. After a winter, the trade routes are open again, and since it is a holiday, magical creatures from many countries and other races have gathered in Diagon Alley, and the scene is very lively. The handsome wizard stood alone in the corner of the bookshelf. Fortunately, traveling merchants don't like to visit bookstores, so there are not many people here, otherwise he would be surrounded by people again. I just negotiated with a manager about the profit of the new books. These columns are all his works, his posters are posted on the bookshelves, his standees are in the bookstore windows, and his bright smile is fascinating. There are only a few witch women gathered around the bestsellers, and the praises can just reach the corner. Compared to the most glorious time, the popularity is still a little declining. The books published recently were mostly reference books and memoirs. The stories of the Yeti, the werewolves, and the vampires had all been told, but new adventures had yet to be discovered. With editors pressing for manuscripts and the high contract penalties, he could only write casual pieces to satisfy fans and readers, resulting in disappointing sales. Gilderoy Lockhart stood silently in the shadows of a corner, in no mood to greet his fans, secretly worrying about the content of his new book. Footsteps echoed from the bookshelves. A beautiful young witch entered the shop from outside. Seeing several women chatting together, she joined them with brisk, small steps. She sounded like one of the women's nieces. They were talking about the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile contest, and how this best-selling author had a good chance of winning. Lockhart's lips curled up in a smile, ready to step out and canvass for votes. Suddenly, the young witch exclaimed, "Time's almost up, then let's go. Aren't you going to buy books? Books can be bought any time. There are only 3 showings of Shadow Mirror tonight, and I finally managed to get tickets for the premiere." One of the women hurriedly left the bookstore, dragging her friend and niece with her. The middle-aged witch could be heard complaining in the distance, "Damn old Tom. He won't even give me a discount." Lockhart watched them go, his smile frozen on his face. His leg, which had just stepped out, dangled in mid-air before silently withdrawing. Did the bookstore manager just give him a ticket? As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened. The shops lining West Overton Street lit up with oil lamps, blending in with the streetlights and making the Easter ribbons even more vibrant. Far from the bustling city, the Crouch family mansion looked particularly bleak. Easter decorations were almost non-existent, and there were few lamps or torches. Only the living room and kitchen were dimly lit. The walls were made of light gray stone bricks, pristine as new. The kitchen was neatly furnished, free of unnecessary items. The tables, chairs, and cutlery were spotlessly clean. But for a family like the Crouches, this layout was too simple. It didn't seem like the home of a pure-blood family. A short and frail house elf walked out of the kitchen, clasped her hands together, looked up at the master who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, and stammered, "Master, I heard that there is an event in the tavern tonight. Is it a football match? The young master likes football games. Let him go and have a look. He can wear an invisibility cloak and hide in the corner." She glanced at the figure on the sofa, took a deep breath, tears in her eyes. The young master hasn't been out for a few years. Let him breathe some fresh air. If the lady were still alive, he deserves it, Crouch said coldly. His voice was very light, but extremely firm. The game being shown in the tavern tonight is not a football game, but Potter. Let the Death Eaters overthrow that Potter. Let the Death Eaters go to see Potter, he sneered. And his cold tone scared the house elf's shoulders. No one noticed that the candle in the kitchen also trembled. What are you two doing in the back? Hurry up. On the streets of Hogsmeade, two middle-aged witches, holding their children, hurried into the Three Broomsticks. The two people who were hurriedly greeted were their husbands, regular customers of the Three Broomsticks, Turkurlet and Malcolm. When the trailer was first shown, they were watching the game in the tavern, and they went to Ms. Rosmerta to book tickets before the game was over. The whole family was there, including their wives and children, and they chose the middle seats with the best view. When booking the tickets, the two men deliberately sat in different seats to ensure that they would not affect each other's viewing experience. After returning home, they gave the tickets to their wives for safekeeping, waiting for the sneak peek on Friday night. It turned out that the two hostesses had become good sisters and asked Rosmerta to switch seats. Now the seats of the two families were next to each other. The thought of sitting with each other for several hours made both of them feel uncomfortable. No matter how uncomfortable it was, the tickets had been sold out long ago, and it was too late to switch. They went to the third floor with their heads held high, and saw a spacious square hall full of wizards and witches, and it was a sea of Hogsmeade residents. Mr. Froom? Mrs. Froom. You are here too. Good evening, Mrs. Potterfoot. No wonder the streets are a little deserted tonight. It turns out that half of the shopkeepers on the street are gathered here. How the atmosphere in the theater was very warm. Even Ms. Rosmerta was a little nervous. This attempt directly determines the future of the movie Mirror. Although the pre-sale tickets are selling well, wizards may not necessarily accept this new form of entertainment. If the attempt fails, Professor Lewin will have to replan many of his plans. Rosmerta took a deep breath, and her loud voice drowned out the discussions. Quiet, under the gaze of the entire audience, she came to the large movie mirror in front of her, waved her hand to turn off all the lights in the theater, reached into the glass bottle with the tip of her wand, picked out a wisp of silver light mist, carefully placed it into the movie mirror, and then gently shook the wand. The silver mist rippled, the mirror flashed, the screen went black, and a line of white titles emerged. Freshmen staying on campus. Chapter 83 Movie Watching. Night fell. Hogwarts. Easter falls on the Sunday after the first full moon of the spring equinox. Technically, this year's Easter falls on April 19th. Since the holiday falls on a Sunday, Hogwarts always begins its holiday on the Friday after the holiday. There's no need for makeup classes or adjustments. It's a 2-week holiday, freeing professors and delighting students. Unlike Christmas, Easter break doesn't allow students to leave campus. Third-year students and above can spend a weekend in Hogsmeade, while younger students are confined to the castle. In fact, some students find this break from school more enjoyable than going home for Christmas. Back home, they face parental discipline and nagging, while here, surrounded by playmates, they find joy in doing homework together. The house elves in the kitchen serve up Easter delicacies from around the world, and the ghost troupe puts on a special performance. Even though nearly headless Nick has performed his story hundreds of times, the younger students still scream in shock every time he sees him performing acrobatics with his ghostly head. It was a dinner worth anticipating. Not as grand as the Christmas feast, but far more lively and joyful. At 7:30 p.m., the entire school gathered in the Great Hall. The front podium had been decorated as a screen, with a large mirror swirling in a hazy silver mist. The 4 long house tables in the Great Hall held nearly 1,000 seats. Except for a few empty seats in the dead space in the front rows, all the other seats were occupied. Many students even squeezed into the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables in the middle just to get a better view. Not only students, but also ghosts floating in the air, portraits crammed into frames. Nearly every living being in the school was present. The heads of house wandered the aisles, maintaining order, while the professors of elective courses sat at the back of the tables, anticipating with the students. Dumbledore watched the scene with a smile on his face. "Then I will begin." Melvin nodded to the vice headmaster, removed the memory cloud, and placed it in the mirror. The lights in the magic dome and the great hall dimmed. A light melody began, a brief prelude. There were no detailed credits, no director, no lead actors, no cinematographers, and only a single statement after the title. Based on a true story, the pure red train slowly rolled along the tracks, finally stopping at a small, dark platform. Lights flickered on, doors opened, and passengers streamed out. "I'm getting off. Don't hold back. Has anyone seen my toad? First years, come this way." Amid the chaotic crowd, the burly Hagrid stood out, his thick beard temporarily covering half his face. He clutched an oil lamp and smiled. "Children, little ones, follow me." The students filed out in neat rows, one foot in front of the other, like ants. On a late summer night, damp with dew, amidst the soothing sounds of witches chanting, the view widened to reveal a vast lake, flat meadows, and Hogwarts Castle slowly coming into view. Lights shone in the hallways and windows, its cold, imposing towers fading into the night sky. The new students paddled across the lake in small boats, their warm lights rippled across the water. "So that's how we were back then." Harry's eyes drifted a bit. Ron had been chattering away about the sorting test, while Hermione had memorized half a textbook, leaving him feeling apprehensive. He'd worried for a moment that he wouldn't pass and would be sent back to the Dursleys. The memory of that embarrassment and humiliation was still fresh. "Look, that's me, there I am, look, the one who fell, haha." The Great Hall erupted in uproar, and so did wizarding pubs across England, with many parents straining to find their children. Those without children at home admired the nightscape of Hogwarts, a sight they hadn't seen in years. They'd thought their memories were hazy, but when the mirror image came back, they could still make out the path near the station, the boat on the Black Lake, and the windows of the castle tower. "We were like that back then, too." Malcolm and Tucker sat next to each other, each leaning in one direction, trying to distance themselves from the other. Their gazes met, a mixture of reminiscence and nostalgia, tinged with a touch of melancholy. It's hard to pinpoint the exact feeling, but it's complex and wondrous. After the first act, the scene jumps directly to the sorting ceremony. The details aren't detailed, focusing solely on Harry being sorted into Gryffindor. The film's perspective remains fixed on him, observing the professors in the guest of honor seats through his gaze. Next, the headmaster delivers a speech, introducing two professors and emphasizing the restricted area of the fourth-floor corridor. "If you don't want to suffer an unexpected and painful death, don't enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." Dumbledore's expression faded meaningfully. The scene then shifts to the official start of student life at Hogwarts, classes in the classroom, meals in the Great Hall, playtime in the playground, playing in the Black Lake, and, by chance, joining the Quidditch team as Seeker. Melvin skips over the chase between him and Draco, focusing solely on Harry's broomstick as he soars through the sky and towers. The little boy soars freely, the boundless blue sky behind him, the hills, forests, and vast lake below him. Finally, there's a shot of Professor McGonagall, followed by a transition to the lake, revealing students gathered in the courtyard discussing Harry's becoming a Seeker. The film doesn't detail the intervening events, but viewers can infer the details of the events from the two preceding and subsequent scenes. Melvin didn't directly adapt the true story into the film, but instead used editing and splicing, downplaying minor characters irrelevant to the main plot. Whether it was students like Draco or other professors, relevant scenes were removed whenever possible, and those that couldn't be removed were transferred to Harry and the surrounding characters. In the Three Broomsticks top-floor cinema, Malcolm and Tucker had returned to their normal seats, staring intently at the film. The scoldings in Transfiguration class, the greenhouse, and the manure smoking reminded them of their own foolishness. Graduating and entering the adult world, they began to experience the joys of life. The carefree days of school, once only dreamt of, were now unfolded before them in detail, emotionally resonating directly. This is the effect of a youth campus film. As the freshman school life settles into its normal rhythm, the film enters its main plot. Harry's roommate, Longbottom, gets lost and comes home late, prompting Harry and his friends to search for him. The noise they make attracts the attention of the administrator, and they pursue him, hiding and chasing him until they stumble into the fourth-floor hallway and discover a ferocious three-headed dog. A close-up of Fluffy reveals three heads simultaneously gaping, their jaws agape. The texture of the muscles is clear, and the sharp teeth are stained with blood. The image is so clear, it feels like the audience's head is being stuffed into the three-headed dog's mouth. Wow, the audience gasps, even more captivating than the scene in the trailer. What the hell are they trying to do? Locking a thing like that in the school? Can't you see what it's standing on? The floor? No. It's a trapdoor. It's obviously guarding something. The audience's doubts are piqued, and they begin to empathize with Harry's situation, wondering why there's a three-headed dog in the school? What's beneath the trapdoor? Are the two professors plotting something? Then, Hagrid reappears, using his wide mouth to reveal that the object beneath the trapdoor is related to Nicolas Flamel. Harry tries to find out more about it, but the gamekeeper, like an NPC tasked with a quest, refuses to speak. I won't say anything, then we'll have to find it ourselves. Harry and the others on-screen fret, and the audience off-screen is even more anxious. The freshmen don't know who Nicolas Flamel is, but they do. The Philosopher's Stone. There's the Philosopher's Stone underneath. Malcolm cries out in panic, desperately wanting to crawl into the mirror to warn them. But then, Tacklight, standing next to him, covers his mouth, and the two begin a fight. With the appearance of the three-headed dog, the previously light-hearted atmosphere shifts. Following Harry's perspective, the audience notices Quirrell appearing frequently, with close-ups of his quirky expressions during defense against the dark arts class, as if hinting at something. As Harry and the others gradually uncover the truth about the Philosopher's Stone, accidents begin to occur more frequently at school. In his first Quidditch match, Harry's broom was cursed, leaving him dangling in midair. After a near-death struggle, he emerged victorious. At the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron, sated with food, went to the bathroom together, where they encountered a troll and battled it out until the professor arrived. After the first snow, a group of students were late for class and received detention. The detention included a tour of the Forbidden Forest, and Harry was among them. They happened to encounter a mysterious wizard who had entered the forest to hunt unicorns. Professor McGonagall and the centaurs worked together to repel the wizard. As unexpected events unfolded, even the most obtuse wizard could sense that something was amiss, and the theater gradually fell silent. Just as the audience's mood was heavy, Christmas arrived. As the cheerful and light-hearted Jingle Bells played, the school castle was decked out in Christmas decorations. Students, wrapped in fluffy scarves, left their footprints on the pristine snow. From Harry's perspective, pumpkin juice steamed in the image, and the roasted turkey's skin was golden brown. The Christmas scene was beautiful, but the audience's heart remained in their throat, uneasy. Sure enough, something was amiss. Professor McGonagall had to go to Hogsmeade to sort out accounts. Professor Sprout was out buying herbs. The heads of house had their own work. The ordinary professors had gone home for the holidays. And even the headmaster had received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, forcing him to leave the school. The perceptive audience sensed something was amiss. A series of coincidences intertwined, gradually weakening the school's defenses, leaving them weak and vulnerable. Finally, Harry and a few other freshmen were surprised to discover that only Harry and his fellow freshmen remained. The freshmen in the mirror continued to enjoy Christmas obliviously, but an invisible shadow had already fallen over them. This contrast tugged at the audience's heartstrings. The background melody of Jingle Bells faded. Quirrell stood behind the infirmary window, watching the professors leave the school one by one. His face was hidden in shadow, his expression unclear, only his purple turban visible. The screen fell into darkness, and the creaking of old loose-leaf pages suddenly rose. The sound of old wooden doors opening and closing was so painful that it seemed to cut the audience's nerves. Wizarding taverns across England fell silent, and the audience in the theater felt the sound of their own heartbeats. In previous crises, they could turn to professors and the headmaster for help. Now, with their support and backing stripped away, were the freshmen left to face the dark wizards alone? How could this be possible? Malcolm and Tucklet's expressions darkened, their brows knitted together. It was as if they were back in their student days, choosing to stay on campus for Christmas break, and the professors and headmasters had left, leaving them alone with a powerful dark wizard. In the darkness, they seemed to sense eyes watching from the shadows, making them extremely nervous. Seeing the two men clutching each other's robes tightly in order to relieve tension, their wives looked at each other and fell silent. Chapter 84 ending. We must get ahead of him and get the Philosopher's Stone first. You're crazy, you'll be expelled, so what? A slightly childish voice came from the mirror. Inside the castle hall, the young wizards had quieted down, staring intently at the mirror, their eyes reflecting the floating light and shadow. The entire hall was so quiet that it seemed that only the sound of the movie could be heard. Some people wanted to go to the bathroom, their faces flushed from holding it in, but no one was willing to leave. What's that at its feet? It looks like a harp. We must speed up. As the story draws to a close, the film quietly picks up the pace. The devil's snare at the bottom of the passage, the key that grows wings and flees everywhere, the chess pieces and endgames transformed by transfiguration, and the endless levels make thousands of wizards across England follow the three freshmen on an adventure. Their emotions are aroused by their actions, and they are anxious, and nervous. The devil's snare is burned with fire. Oh, why did I just think of it now? The summoning charm. Why doesn't anyone use the summoning charm? What? First graders don't learn the summoning charm. Doesn't the school teach it, and neither do the family members? Granger is a muggle, but there is also Harry and Weasley. What are Arthur and Molly doing? Wizard chess. I get a headache just seeing this. Why did Professor McGonagall make it so complicated? Guarding the Philosopher's Stone is useless, and it has stopped several children. I don't know if they can catch up. In the Devon village of Outery St. Catchpole, a remote tavern was abuzz with activity. Wizards chattered, offering advice and even cursing. Seeing the progress stalled, they longed to go in and show them the way. Faced with a carefully orchestrated endgame, a young red-haired wizard scowled. Yes, this is the only way. I must be eaten. Oh, no, this is chess. There's always a sacrifice. One of the red-haired witches stared at her son on the screen, still in disbelief. Her eyes widened, she held her breath, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest with excitement. The red-haired girl next to her was even more thrilled, her eyes gleaming as she stared into the mirror. But her gaze wasn't on her brother, only on Harry beside her. Each level was challenging, each one moving the audience's heart. The story within the mirror, like an invisible hand, stirred the emotions of the countless wizards, bringing them down when they encountered a challenge and exhilarated when they triumphed. Depression followed, and excitement followed. Intense emotional shifts assault viewers' minds, a brand new form of entertainment that thrills their souls and keeps them hooked. Harry, in the film, reaches the final room, his vulnerable and lonely figure revealed. Stumbling along, his companions gradually depart. Ron remains at the chessboard level, Hermione halts before the flames, and Harry is left alone again. Just as the mood reaches a slump, the film's tone suddenly shifts, with Quirrell repeatedly faltering in the Chamber of Secrets, while Harry follows, effortlessly avoiding every trap. The story becomes cheerful once again. In a dark, enclosed room, with extremely dim vision, a first-year wizard quietly follows an adult dark wizard, trying to protect the precious Philosopher's Stone. His loneliness, helplessness, and pity should be a depressing plot. But the scenes revealed in the mirror elicit laughter. A statue suddenly appears, strangling his neck, and a rope swimming underwater wraps around his neck. Quirrell struggles to hold on, while Harry eagerly tries. The absurd bridge section, which involves the evil dark wizard, adds a touch of comedy. This is another way of playing with emotions. The atmosphere in taverns and cinemas everywhere became slightly more relaxed. The audience's hearts, which had been hanging in the air before, slowly settled down. The story seemed less heavy. It's just children playing house, a wizard suddenly whispered. I thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a joke. I said that the checkpoints in the front didn't look like effective protection. That's not the case. They are only first-year students. It's already very good that they can achieve this level. We can't judge them by our standards. The persuasive voice beside them stopped abruptly. They found that the cheerful music in the mirror had disappeared, and Quirrell had walked to the end of the room. When I came here, I was still wondering if I would have the chance to meet you before leaving school, Potter. A sinister voice suddenly appeared. Quirrell turned around, a chilling sneer on his face. The marks left by the trap in the front made his face even more sinister and strange. With a wave of his wand, Harry was left defenseless and immediately bound before the mirror of Erased. Facing the powerful dark wizard, Harry attempted to conceal the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, but his attempt was quickly exposed. Facing Quirrell charging at him, he gritted his teeth, broke free from the bonds, and threw a mighty punch. Quirrell's condition was peculiar, his wails shrill and terrifying. His childish fists struck him like red-hot irons. Harry, too, was in a state of profound pain, evident in the immense pain he endured. The visuals and soundtrack exuded a tragic beauty. After a struggle, Harry lost consciousness, and Quirrell's body dissipated, reduced to embers. The audience's emotions once again fluctuated. The wizard who had been talking about family fell silent, staring intently at the mirror with wide eyes. Malcolm and Taclet frowned, their gazes meeting in the dim light, each understanding the other's meaning. The confrontation and battle between Quirrell and Harry came to an end, answering many of the previous mysteries: the out-of-control broom during the Quidditch match, the mysterious wizard attacking the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, the strange looks in the classroom. But then came a greater puzzlement. How could a freshman hold down a grown dark wizard? They didn't think the story in the video was fabricated or misleading. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Harry and Quirrell were not in good condition, clearly under the influence of some kind of magic. What was this magic? The video showed Harry's perspective, having fallen unconscious during the battle. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the school infirmary, where Dumbledore, smiling, stood by his bedside. The answer to defeating the Dark Wizard was also revealed. The amulet is a form of protective magic left by ancient wizards. The specific method has been lost, and only a few wizards possess it. Your mother was one of them. She sacrificed her life to leave you a talisman that will protect you from evil until you reach adulthood at the age of 17. A hint of the secret of that night 11 years ago was revealed. In the Hogwarts Great Hall and dozens of wizarding pubs across England, the audience was deeply moved. Many mothers with children wept. Witches lowered their heads, wiping tears. Wizards, too, couldn't help but tear up. The red-haired witch, heartbroken for the child, sobbed as she hugged her tearful daughter. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, faint sobs echoed from the longhouse tables. A burly half-giant quietly wiped his eyes. Peeves watched from the side, uneasy about antagonizing such a gamekeeper. Human joys and sorrows may be incommensurable, but the purest form of family love touches all. The mother in the story sacrificed her life, evoking memories of their own selfless mothers. Above the Ravenclaw table, a translucent, ethereal figure stared into the mirror. Watching the protagonist and her mother, Helena Ravenclaw recalled her own mother. In her memory, she was always wise, calm, and capable, finding the answer to any problem. No one knows when it started, but the figure began to age, her body became hunched, and her face became haggard. When she returned to school as a ghost, she only heard the news that she had died of a serious illness. The cheerful melody of Jingle Bells sounded again, and the story truly came to an end. In the picture, the students who stayed in school were running and playing on the playground, throwing snowballs flying everywhere. The view was zoomed out again, revealing the full view of Hogwarts Castle in winter, with forests and hills covered in snow behind it. A line of explanation appeared on the mirror: this story is purely fictional. Any similarity is purely coincidental. At the beginning, it said it was adapted from real events, and now it is said to be fiction. Just when all the wizards thought the story ended here, the picture suddenly turned, showing a scene deep in the Forbidden Forest. Firenze, with his platinum hair, walked along the snow-covered path, his silver-maned horse's hooves clattering briskly. He stared into the mirror, as if looking at the audience outside the frame, his eyes like two sapphires. Unicorn's blood can prolong life, but killing a unicorn is extremely brutal. The murderer must pay a heavy price for it. Only a desperate and heartless dark wizard would think of using it to prolong his life and then try to plot the Philosopher's Stone. Can't you imagine? Is there anyone who has been waiting silently for so many years, eager to make a comeback? Is there anyone who clings to life tightly, biding their time? These words were like a huge rock thrown into the Black Lake, causing waves to stir up the calm minds of the audience again. Some wizards had already figured out the answer, but they didn't dare to say the name, so they could only stare with wide eyes and expressions of horror. In the high-end tavern in Dingworth Town, there was silence. Many restless editors and reporters cast their eyes on the front row, where sat a wizard in an old-fashioned pinstripe suit, Cornelius Fudge. Fudge's fat face turned purple-red liver color, as if someone had sucked out the air around him, suffocating him. After several minutes, he recovered and squeezed out a stiff laugh. This is just a little trick of Dunlevant. Did you notice that I have already hinted that this is just a fictional story? That's right. A shrill female voice immediately echoed from the side. Yes, yes. How could it be that person? The theater gradually became lively. Some echoed the minister, some mocked him, and some fell into deep thought. Wizards from different perspectives had different reactions. A few wizards were terrified, always preparing for the worst. Lucius Malfoy was one of them. The court Death Eaters knew that Voldemort had long been researching ways to deal with death and had witnessed him display his evil and powerful magic countless times. On the other hand, as an opponent of Dumbledore, he understood the old headmaster and knew he would not do anything meaningless. Lucius sat quietly in his chair, motionless. Surveying his situation, he realized that Malfoy seemed to be on the edge of a cliff again, just like 11 years ago, but this time he couldn't see clearly which side of the abyss lay. Most ordinary wizards believed this was just a fictional story. They had lived in peace for 10 years and were willing to believe that this life would continue. After watching the film, his emotions were up and down, his head was a little dizzy, but he still felt unsatisfied. Some energetic young wizards were already asking about the second show's time and ticket prices. Customers who had been just drinking in the tavern, seeing the feedback from these viewers, also joined the scramble for tickets. Old Tom, another ticket. Kingsley, come on over here, I've got one for you too. This movie is truly amazing, even better than a Muggle film. Invite Moody? No, the wizarding world hadn't seen anything new like this in years, and when they saw something interesting, everyone wanted to bring along their colleagues and friends. Some were even prepared to give those who hadn't seen the film a sneak peek midway through. They had no other thoughts, just found it intriguing. Let me tell you, Quirrell is the Dark Wizard. Yes, yes. He was the one who cast the spell at the tournament. Under the trapdoors the Philosopher's Stone, Nicolas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Someone chattered non-stop, sounding particularly cheerful, and the listeners frowned, feeling unhappy. It was obviously a wonderful and interesting plot, but after knowing it in advance, it seemed to have lost a lot of interest. Especially the part where they entered the Chamber of Secrets at the end. They were originally nervous and felt heavy-hearted, but the person next to them revealed all the subsequent plots. Don't worry, there is no danger in there. Quirrell has been unlucky all the time. Harry has an amulet on him. It was left by his mother. It's so touching. The wizards who watched the second show silently made up their minds that they must grab the premiere tickets in the future, and let others have a taste of spoilers next time. On the other side, the screening at Hogwarts was also over. The students were silent for a few seconds, and then they burst into thunderous applause. Everyone started a heated discussion, and the auditorium became lively all of a sudden. After being baptized by Ron's story, they had a preliminary understanding of the story of the Philosopher's Stone, but they did not expect that the mirror would present the scene at that time in a direct way. The Muggle-born students who had seen the movie were fine, but those little wizards who had not been exposed to TV movies were excited and flushed, and they discussed the images just now with great joy. The Gryffindor table was surrounded by students. Harry tried not to be so proud. But he couldn't control his smile. Hermione buried her head on the table, and Lavender and Parvati next to her were chattering about the situation. This is our brother, the Weasley child. George and Fred became even more excited. They supported Ron in the middle, one on each side, and paraded him in the middle of the aisle. Ron's feet were off the ground, like a lamb to be slaughtered, but he didn't care at all. His face flushed as he enjoyed the cheers and praise. On the side of the main guest seats, the professors looked at the lively auditorium quietly and couldn't help smiling. Huh? Dumbledore's blue eyes were particularly deep. He turned his head to look at the creator of this film. Melvin sat quietly in the chair with a faint smile on his face. There was a silver light flickering in his eyes, as if it was a reflection of a mirror. The old headmaster knew that it was a trace of magic surging. Dumbledore did not disturb Melvin, but cleared his throat and said to the teachers and students of the whole school, I believe everyone has understood their contributions to Hogwarts. In order to commend their bravery and wisdom, I have some points to distribute. The hall fell silent in an instant, and the Gryffindors looked at the headmaster with anticipation. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. He played the most exciting game of chess in Hogwarts in decades, winning 50 points for Gryffindor House. Second, Hermione Granger. She faced fire and poison calmly, 50 points. Third, Harry Potter. He showed extraordinary courage, 60 points. Yeah, The first night of the Easter holidays in 1992 ended with thunderous cheers from Gryffindor. Chapter 85: The Daily Prophet's Ambiguous Attitude. Back in the office, it was nearly midnight. Melvin didn't feel tired, but rather exhilarated. Feeling the overflowing magical energy within him, he raised his hands and stretched them naturally. With a subtle thought, a brilliant silver light instantly illuminated the entire room. Light and shadow slowly shifted, and the silvery area seemed to be transported to another dimension. With a rich infusion of magical energy and meticulous manipulation, no incantation or wand were needed, not even a silent mental recitation. With a single thought, the illumination spell was cast naturally, almost at will. The simple illumination spell took on a completely different form, its intensity and range shifting. What had previously illuminated the surroundings with a soft glow now shone with a blazing brilliance that was almost impossible to look at. He could clearly sense his control over the silver light, adjusting its intensity and range at will. This was just a simple illumination spell, but Melvin was certain that other spells would experience similar changes. However, the confined space made it impossible to test protective spells directly, and offensive magic couldn't be freely cast, making testing impractical for the time being. Melvin gathered all his magical energy, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. A brilliantly choreographed spectacle unfolded across England, stirring the emotions of thousands of wizards and witches. These emotions, through some unpredictable process, transformed into a subtle magical force that converged within him. Tonight's increase in magical power was nearly half his own. If this power held a will beyond his own, Melvin would have sensed it, at least detected some hint of it. But there was none. He meticulously controlled the flow of magic within his body, commanding it with ease and effortless control. The entire process was uneventful. No strange whispers lingered in his ears, no strange knowledge emerged in his mind. His memories remained the same, no more, no less. Melvin quietly sensed the magic power, which continued to grow slowly, a subtle increase. It was foreseeable that, with the increasing number of viewers, the magic power would continue to grow during the Easter holiday. While the intensity might not reach that of tonight's, the accumulated power would still be considerable. However, according to the established system of power divisions within the wizarding world, Melvin felt he had surpassed Senior Aurors and Striker, and would not be at a disadvantage against several heads of house. With his unique magical power, he might even have a certain advantage. As for reaching the realm of legendary wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort, Melvin wasn't entirely certain due to the limited observational data. However, at his current rate of progress, he believed he would reach that realm before long, perhaps even before Voldemort's resurrection. Thanks, Horned Serpent, he woke up early, feeling refreshed. As he washed, Melvin recalled the night before, making sure he hadn't dreamed, especially of something indescribable. His soul remained his own, his mind his own. Alice, Nicolas Flamel's words stirred his paranoia. He should have avoided his stories. Melvin relaxed completely and briskly went downstairs to eat. There were only a dozen or so young wizards dining in the auditorium, spread across 4 long tables. They had dark circles under their eyes and looked listless. The stories shown in the mirror last night excited many students so much they couldn't sleep. After lights out, they went back to the common room and made noises until midnight. They were forcibly dismissed by the prefects. Even back in their dormitories, they still kept quiet, chattering about the warriors' adventures. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but laugh. Even in their dreams, they're still dreaming about overthrowing Quirrell. It seems they, too, want to go on a thrilling adventure, Melvin replied with a smile. He looked around and saw several professors absent. The headmaster and vice-headmaster were both absent, and several of the professors teaching elective courses had left for the holidays. The auditorium was a little deserted during the holiday break. Professor Snape was also absent, perhaps due to the effects of last night's images. To capture Harry's inner world, Melvin added many close-ups of his eyes. Those green eyes were clear and bright, and the 11 or 12-year-old wizard still looked childish. His male and female characteristics were not clearly defined, and it was unclear how much he resembled his mother. Melvin sipped from a glass of milk. This morning's Daily Prophet spread out on the table. Founded in the early 18th century, this newspaper initially circulated within London, publishing obituaries, missing persons notices, and news from the wizarding community. Later, to boost sales, it began covering bizarre incidents, A wizard's magical blunder landed him in the hospital. A witch who disappeared using the flu network reappeared 20 years later as the mistress of a wizard from the next village. A high-ranking Ministry of Magic official died suddenly at home, a fact Malfoy denied any knowledge of. For a long time, the Daily Prophet, like other regional newspapers, favored fabricated stories with little regard for accuracy. However, realizing that such seemingly false news was unpopular, it began to shift its focus. Since the 19th century, editors have favored attention-grabbing stories, and journalists have resorted to extremes to gather material, often publishing libelous and defamatory material without restraint. Because the Wizarding World lacks laws governing the press, and the Ministry of Magic has shown no interest in amending them, the Daily Prophet's editorial staff bears no responsibility or consequences. The current editor-in-chief is Barnabas Guffey. As his name suggests, he's a descendant of the same Barnabas who taught the troll to dance in the tapestry on the 8th floor. Far from being foolish, he's incredibly shrewd, possessing a deep understanding of the intricacies of journalism. Under his leadership, the newspaper rarely targets incumbent officials. Despite receiving funding from pure-blood families, it also avoids targeting wealthy donors. Fueled by power and wealth, the Daily Prophet quickly grew rapidly, becoming Britain's best-selling wizarding newspaper and the primary source of news for British wizards. The newspaper is delivered to subscribers via mail, with a deposit of just one night. It's published twice daily, with the Daily Prophet and the Evening Prophet, plus a special weekend edition, the Sunday Prophet. If the news changes, the newspaper's content also changes throughout the day. In a sense, it's a high-quality, affordable product. Many wizards denounced it as the Ministry of Magic's mouthpiece. It ostensibly opposed the ministry, but in reality, it spoke for those officials. However, Britain lacked a comparable alternative, so they had no choice but to accept it. They lacked professional ethics, but possessed professional skills. The film began showing last night, and the newspapers reported it this morning. The Wizarding World's first film aired last night. The Shadow Mirror pioneered the magical film industry. Freshman stays will continue to show for the next 2 weeks. Ticket prices in taverns are as follows. A quick glance at the pages revealed nothing but praise and admiration, one article after another. You'd have thought the newspaper served the wizarding public. Melvin was surprised, even suspecting Wright was advertising without his knowledge. Flipping further, he saw the name of renowned journalist Rita Skeeter, and after scanning her report, he felt a sense of purpose. The secrets behind the memory mirror, the hidden conspiracy of Hogwarts. Special gold medal reporter Rita Skeeter reports that the wizard behind the production and sale of the memory mirror is the professor of Muggle Studies who just joined Hogwarts this year, the foreign wizard Melvin Lewynter. His appointment process is extremely controversial. As a foreign professor recruited by Dumbledore, he previously attended school at Ilvermorny, but he did not complete his studies at all and did not obtain a diploma. As a professor who teaches students, he is too young. Logically, he has no qualifications to teach, but Headmaster Dumbledore recommended him with all his strength and even rejected the resolutions of the Board of Directors and the Ministry of Magic for him. Mrs. Marchbanks of the Wizarding Examinations Authority expressed her support in a strong manner and directly hired Lewin as a special advisor to the authority, who is in charge of the Muggle Studies curriculum, the formulation of teaching content, and the planning of examination questions for multiple grades. Lewynter, without any familiarity with the current state of Hogwarts or consultation with his predecessor, Quirinus Quirrell, the evil dark wizard in the film, it's unclear if there's any connection between the two, immediately embarked on a reform drive, completely ditching the previous curriculum and knowledge system, replacing textbooks written by wizarding scholars with children's books written by muggles. Ignoring the reality of the situation, completely negating previous teaching achievements, discarding all students' previous knowledge, and starting from scratch. Are there any hidden dangers? Lewynter also controls the exams that assess teaching results, setting the standards and judging the results himself, completely obscuring any potential for detecting hidden dangers. Reporters interviewed several parents about this, and they expressed deep concern. The memory mirror was created by Professor Lewynter during a break from his busy teaching schedule. It debuted at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade around Halloween. Reporters are unclear about the specific relationship between tavern owner Ms. Rosmerta and Lewynter, so I won't elaborate here. Leveraging the Hogwarts Quidditch games to boost awareness and attract a large number of patrons to the tavern, in just 2 months, the tavern's turnover exceeded the entire year's total. Relying on excess profits, Levin quickly won over a group of tavern owners and established a magic mirror club. The mirror business quickly expanded throughout England. I believe that astute wizards have already discovered that this is a magical creation that imitates Muggle technology. Levin's true intentions remain unknown. Director Dolores Umbridge of the improper use of magic office has filed an accusation, but the result was the same as last time. Ms. Griselda Marchbanks refuted Director Umbridge in court, and the trial ended there. As early as a month ago, taverns across the country began warming up for this film, and it was finally screened simultaneously just before Easter. At the end, the centaur's words were used to hint at the return of you-know-who. Levin was very cunning in hinting at the resurrection of you-know-who at Easter, which aroused the curiosity of many wizards. Is this horrifying story true? The answer is of course no. Although the film states at the beginning that the story is adapted from real events, this is just a trick played by Levin. According to reporters' investigations, dark wizards did sneak into the Forbidden Forest and attack unicorns. Director Rufus Scrimgeour of the Ministry of Magic went to investigate, and Quirinus Quirrell mysteriously disappeared the next day. But all this happened after the Christmas holidays. The film fabricated a thrilling adventure by switching the time of events and arranging the order of events. Minister Cornelius Fudge of the Ministry of Magic stated that fictional stories are just stories, and images are just imitations of Muggle entertainment. Wizarding residents are requested not to panic. In addition, Director Umbridge said that she might consider suing Lewynter for spreading false information and rumors. Gold medal reporter Skeeter will continue to report for you. The article ends here. On the left and right sides of the main text, there are several narrow-framed pages with fine text printed inside, which quote other well-known wizards' comments on the film. Gilderoy Lockhart, it's a somewhat crude adventure story, and the freshman challenge section is a bit sloppy, but the format is quite innovative. If my search for the Yeti in the East were made into a picture, it might be even more exciting. Celestina Warbeck, Professor Lewynter, like me, is a pioneer in wizarding literature and art. I'm happy to see something new. Is this a compliment or a criticism? Melvin read it over and over again, his expression thoughtful. The front page headlines were all promotional, while Skeeter's report on the inside pages was negative. The same newspaper, the same editor, expressed completely different attitudes. The Daily Prophet's report was just a teaser. On the morning of the first day of the holiday, the Hogwarts Alley was thronged with incoming mailmen. The mainstream communication method in the wizarding world was still mail, inefficient, but also convenient. The wizards learned from the newspaper that the film's producer was a Hogwarts professor, and their mailing address was clear. The excitement that had subsided slightly last night was reignited after seeing the report, and they rode in droves. There were even hollers. Damn you, Lewynter. You're the one spreading rumors of you-know-who's resurrection? Stupid dragon guts, Bigfoot from Ilvermorny. The wizards' curses were quite well reasoned. New York wizards had experienced the Bigfoot uprising, so they called him Bigfoot from Ilvermorny. Melvin was caught off guard by the insults. But his control over Fiendfire was now refined enough to quickly reduce the letter to ash before any further curses could be hurled. Not only Lewynter, but other professors at the school also received letters from friends and relatives demanding the truth. Parents also wrote to their children, attempting to piece together the truth through subtle clues. Of course, the recipient of the most letters was Harry. It was almost noon, and the Gryffindor boys' dormitory was still dim. The doors were closed, and black curtains covered the windows, blocking out the sunlight. Lying in bed, Harry drifted off into a dream. He dreamed of Hermione forcing him to review, piling books on him, the weight growing heavier and heavier. Finally, he felt suffocated. Whoosh, Harry sat up suddenly, throwing off a thick blanket of letters that scattered all over the floor. Harry was stunned for a moment. The last time he saw something like this was when the Dursleys rejected a letter from Hogwarts. Chapter 86 The Famous Child. Dear Harry, I'm delighted to see you bravely at Hogwarts. You may not know me, but your parents and I were once classmates. Yes, James and Lily, and I must say, you've inherited all their qualities, a Quidditch proficiency, courage, and a keen mind that can notice things that ordinary people wouldn't. Harry sat on his bed, awash in envelopes, reading a letter from Wiltshire, a smile on his face uncontrollably. It was a shame his roommates hadn't gotten up yet, unable to share in his joy. If it had just been self-praise, he'd been tired of hearing it lately. But the letter mentioned his parents, saying he was very much like them, inheriting all their strengths. Harry couldn't resist this information, reading it over and over again, piecing together bits of his parents' school days from what others had said. His father, James, was incredibly brave, and loved performing elaborate Quidditch moves that always drew cheers from the crowd. His mother, Lily, was an excellent student. Her keen observation and meticulous hands-on skills were remarkable, and her potions and herbal remedies always earned praise from the professors. It seemed he hadn't inherited his mother's talent for potions. Harry slowly folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. Suddenly, he noticed something else inside. He dug it out and found a developed photograph from his school days. It looked like it had been taken many years ago. The background was Gryffindor Tower, with dozens of students crowded together, surrounding the victorious Quidditch team. The Seeker, standing in the center, held aloft his medal, his face covered in cream cake. A witch stood in the corner, with long, thick, dark red hair, a very light complexion, and deep green eyes. She looked a little impatient. Perhaps his father had provoked her. As Harry thought about this, a warm feeling welled up in his heart, as if he had his parents by his side. "Whose letter is this?" Seamus exclaimed from the bed next to him, quickly noticing the sender and recipient information. "Harry. It's your fan mail." Dean perked up instantly. "Can I take a look?" "Of course. I'd like you to help me find any pictures of my parents in it. There are so many letters, I can't read them all." Let me see. Ron, eager to join in the fun, crawled a few steps and found a letter right next to his bed. The recipient was his name. A few minutes later, Ron was lying flat on his back, his feet on the edge. He read the praises of his bravery and wit, and excitedly giggled as he held a letter, chrysalis-like on the bed. "This witch sister is also from Gryffindor. She plays wizard chess too. She must be an intelligent and gentle young witch. I wonder if she's pretty." Ron couldn't help but giggle again. It was a pity that these witches had already graduated, while he was still a first-year student, so he had no chance to interact with them in person. That was fine. When he got taller and his freckles faded, he could try holding a fan meeting. He imagined many wizards adoring him. Perhaps the world-renowned Wizard Chess Club would invite him to join, the coach of Charlie's Cannons would recruit him, and the owner of the ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley would buy him free ice cream. Ron buried his head in his pillow, unable to suppress his laughter. His stomach ached slightly. Then he thought of the witches from the past few years who admired him, greeted him warmly in the corridors, invited him to the library to read, and play wizard chess together. It was as if the scene he had seen in the Mirror of Erised were coming true. School life would be so wonderful. Ron couldn't help but laugh. His laughter froze, and he silently frowned, glancing at his roommates. He was a well-known figure now. He had to be mindful of his manners and appearance. It would be terrible if his roommates leaked the news and ruined his image as a resourceful and brave man. Neville wasn't in the dormitory. Seamus and Dean were helping Harry open his mail, occasionally letting out exclamations and screams, making even more noise than Harry himself. Harry was sorting through the gifts he'd received. Both the letters and the gifts were far more numerous than his own. After all, he was the center of attention. A flicker of sourness flickered through Ron's heart. Only a tiny bit. After all, in the previous months and the first 10 years at the Burrow, he'd been an invisible figure, his grades and abilities not as impressive as his older brothers, nor as cute and adorable as his younger sister. But now, at least, he was a well-known wizard. Though not as well-known as Harry. The sun slowly rose. Melvin returned to his office, put the ordinary mail and newspapers aside, collected the howlers, noted the senders, and then destroyed them all. He had no grudges or revenge. Many wizards were simply terrified by Voldemort, and any news about him made them hypersensitive. He'd been shrouded in the shadow of the skull and crossbones mark for a long time. After finally enjoying a few years of peace and quiet, it was natural to lose control of his emotions upon learning that Voldemort might return. Wizards are human, too. A very small minority possess strong wills, while the majority are ordinary citizens. They instinctively refuse to believe such a cruel truth, and can only find ways to vent their deepest fear and anxiety. Sweeping the ashes into the trash can, Melvin opened his notebook, ready to begin working on his final exam. He uncapped his pen, but suddenly paused. As a behind-the-scenes staffer, he had so many people concerned, even going to the trouble of sending howlers. Hermione and the others must have received even more. Melvin pondered for a moment, then put away his pen and paper, preparing to discuss student mental health with the headmaster. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind a round table, sipping a glass of iced pumpkin juice. Opposite him sat a short, stocky figure. He wore a bright red tie, a long black cloak, purple pointed boots, and a dark green top hat. His attire was clearly inspired by Muggle style, but only partially, and the attire itself seemed a bit out of place. His features weren't bad, his thinning hair carefully groomed, with a hint of gray at the edges. When he smiled, he looked like a kindly middle-aged wizard. "Good morning, Cornelius," Dumbledore greeted softly. "To be honest, not very well, Albus," Fudge said in a crisp, quick voice. "The situation is complicated, and I have to come and talk to you. The film showing in taverns across the country has caused a sensation. Residents, uninformed, have written in to inquire about you-know-who. All my assistants have been suspended from their leave to respond to these unfounded speculations." "Really?" Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "What do you want to talk to me about? We are friends. I won't embarrass the school." Fudge rubbed his teacup, his tone a little awkward. "I hope that Professor Lewynter will take responsibility for this and issue a public statement in the newspaper, clarifying that the film is a fiction and Quirrell is just an ordinary dark wizard with no connection to you-know-who. Is that so?" Dumbledore looked him in the eye. Meeting those azure eyes, Fudge looked away awkwardly. "The last time Dolores sued you, I was visiting Ireland and didn't receive the news in time. If I had known about it, I would certainly not agree with her approach." "That's nothing, Cornelius. Some wizards find it difficult to accept new and unfamiliar things in a short period of time. It's normal." "Yes, Dolores is that kind of wizard, perhaps because the old headmaster's attitude was too easygoing." Fudge paused and continued, "If you could also make a public statement, it might reassure the residents. Albus, what do you think?" Dumbledore remained silent, his eyes calm, but the disappointment in his heart deepened. 2 years ago, Fudge had little hope in the ministerial election. Aside from Crouch, whose reputation was affected, he was no match for the hard-line wizards like Scrimgeour and Bones. However, their ruthless methods in apprehending Death Eaters had incurred the resentment of many pure-blood families. To ensure a smooth transition of power and maintain stability in the wizarding world, Dumbledore chose to support Cornelius Fudge. He had spent his early years in the Department of Disasters, had not participated in war operations, and possessed a mild temperament. In his early years, he handled matters with thoroughness, writing letters for advice when uncertain. Dumbledore had heard rumors that Fudge was his puppet, and from then on, he actively reduced his suggestions for specific actions and instead helped Fudge analyze situations and formulate his thinking, believing this would help Fudge grow. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, power had already eroded Fudge's heart. During the Easter holidays, as you know, there are many things to deal with, such as preparing for final exams, choosing courses for second years, and preparing for the fifth-year advanced class. Melvin can't spare the time. Dumbledore gently rejected his suggestion. It was originally just a story in a mirror. The Image has already made it clear that it is pure fiction. If we respond seriously in the newspaper, it will make the residents suspicious and uneasy. Wizards are not fools. They can distinguish the truth, but Ms. Bones and Director Scrimgeour are overreacting. They are planning to launch a cleanup, focusing on those former Death Eater families. What's wrong with that? Fudge was speechless. There was nothing wrong with the cleanup. The law enforcement department should remain vigilant. If they can't find the you-know-who, they can still find some dark wizard activities. But he just didn't want Dumbledore to get what he wanted. That child, I mean Harry, can he be interviewed? Corneli, a student's most important job is to study. The final exams are coming up soon, and he shouldn't be disturbed. What about that centaur? He doesn't have to review, does he? You can go look for him in the Forbidden Forest. Fudge was in a terrible mood. All his suggestions had been rejected, and the reasons for the rejection were very convincing. He couldn't find any reason to refute them, and finally left a meeting in anger. Melvin was standing outside the office door. When he heard footsteps inside, he sidled up behind the stone pillar outside the door and waited until Fudge stood up and walked away. Then he slowly pushed the door open. Dumbledore watched him come to the table and pour himself a half-filled glass of iced pumpkin juice. He sat casually, not as formal or restrained as their first meeting. Melvin tasted the pumpkin juice and didn't mention Fudge. Owls have delivered many letters, some praising, some disparaging. I even have howlers here. Harry and the others will have even more. They are still young and might be adversely affected, possibly, Dumbledore repeated softly. They get carried away by praise, and feel lost and uneasy when they hear disparagement. Melvin put down his teacup. First-year students' values are still unstable, so they need the help of an experienced headmaster. 3 values: worldview, values, and outlook on life. A concise and profound analysis. Dumbledore thought for a moment. It sounds like it belongs in the field of psychology. A professor of Muggle Studies would be more appropriate to provide psychological counseling. Easter holidays, you know, with final exam preparation, second-year course selection, and preparations for the 5th-year advanced class. There's a lot to deal with. This was the headmaster's words to evade fudge. Hearing Melvin deliberately slow his tone and repeat himself, Dumbledore smiled helplessly and thought for a moment. Perhaps we can divide the work. Hermione sat alone, cross-legged under the beech tree, holding a mail in her hand. In front of her were 2 stacks of audience letters, one from pure-blood wizards, the other from Muggle-borns. There were also some news bulletins. In an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the Black Lake, the stone path outside was silent. Sunlight streamed through the trees, coating the ground with a warm golden carpet. The lake before them churned and bubbled, as if the water were boiling. But there was no steam rising, and the water temperature hadn't actually risen. The Howler letter was submerged, and the churning waves looked a bit scary. This was also a letter from a pure-blood wizard. Hermione knew that some wizards in the wizarding world espoused pure-blood supremacy, and many of her Slytherin classmates shared this belief. At first, she thought it was just a clique among students, a group that also existed in Muggle schools, ostracizing outsiders and sharing lunch. The Slytherins were cliques, and so were the Gryffindors. So, at first, she didn't take it seriously, and she didn't quite believe that anyone could use blood to distinguish between close and distant relatives. Then, when the pure-blood Malfoy ostracized the pure-blood Longbottom, Hermione became even more convinced of her belief. So she hadn't anticipated that after watching the video, someone would actually insult her because of her background, even going so far as to write a howler just to get her to hear a word like mudblood. Pure-blood wizards don't seem to be in the right place. Hiss, the little witch tore open the leather envelope, and a sound like the detonation of dynamite echoed from within. Hermione, expressionless and stern, stuffed a stone into the envelope and plopped it into the Black Lake. The howler sank to the bottom, bubbling and bubbling. It was quite amusing. The next letter was a regular one. Judging by the tone, it came from a half-blood witch. A Ravenclaw graduate, who enthusiastically praised her performance in the level. Miss Granger, the Sorting Hat may have made a mistake. Your brilliant mind should be with Ravenclaw, not Gryffindor, who only knows how to throw reckless punches. Believe me, you will like the bronze door knocker in the common room, but this mistake also leads to the story that follows. Hermione read the letter word by word, and a slight curve appeared on her pursed lips. She folded the letter and put it back into the envelope, placing it in the pile on the right. She had already planned to go home for the summer vacation and take her parents to the Leaky Cauldron. The whole family would watch Professor Lewynter's shadow mirror together, and then share the letters with her mother when she got home. She continued to sort the letters. Not long after, she heard footsteps approaching. Chapter 87: Stirring the Vortex. Melvin pushed aside the overhanging branches and entered the student's secret base. In the air behind him, the owl postman flapped its wings to avoid the swaying branches. It had just accepted a part-time job as a guide and was showing the professor the way. The reward was a string of white rat meat. When the young professor found the little witch in the corner, the owl cooed to indicate that the job was completed. Melvin hung the string of rat meat around its neck, rubbed its head, and sent the owl away. Passing through the low bushes, he looked up and saw the little witch sitting by the lake, holding a letter, her head tilted to the side. Dressed in her academic wizard robes, a white shirt, and a red and gold tie, her hair a mass of unkempt curls. Her expression was a bit dazed, and after a few seconds, she reacted, hurriedly rising to greet him. Professor Lewynter, isn't that the resourceful and courageous Gryffindor warrior? What are you hiding here for? I have a lot of letters from viewers, and it's inconvenient to open them in the dormitory. The little witch tightened her grip on the envelopes. The pile of mail had woken her that morning, and Lavender and Parvati would deliberately recite praise in their passionate tones, like reciting poetry. After opening a howler, she felt it was no use staying in the dormitory any longer. She stuffed all the mail into her bag and went to the quiet lakeside to sort it out. Even so, the mail continued to arrive. Hermione was a little distressed. What's the inconvenience? No, nothing. Hermione lowered her head, avoiding the professor's gaze. staring at the tip of her shoe, her voice a little unnatural. Melvin observed her hair swirl, his gaze shifting to the lake. The water still gurgled, occasionally letting out faint sounds of drowning. Combined with the girl's vague and awkward expression, anyone who wasn't paying attention might have thought she drowned someone. It's a howler, Melvin couldn't help but smile. Essentially, a howler isn't used to convey information, but to vent anger. After receiving a howler, there's a grace period. If you open the envelope within that time frame, you'll be scolded by the howler. If you don't, the howler explodes, setting off a flame that's extremely difficult to extinguish. Adult wizards can use magic to destroy a howler, but first years can't. The young witch was truly resourceful to come up with such an idea. Hermione found the smile on his face a bit odd, as if he understood her predicament, yet he didn't react, leaving her perplexed. Professor, is there really a theory of bloodline in the wizarding world? There are many ancient wizarding families that have been passed down to the present day in the UK, and the atmosphere of pure blood is quite strong. Melvin came to the shore, but many wizards are actually shrewd speculators. Their actions are all driven by interests. Before the statute of secrecy was introduced, they could gain benefits by dealing with muggles, so they actively integrated into Muggle society. After the statute of secrecy was introduced, they used the banner of pure blood to attract more wizards and safeguard common interests. Hermione frowned tightly. That's what Malfoy is like, right? Melvin smiled and did not answer directly. There are two types of wizards who truly support the pure blood concept. One is the ignorant old stubborn who intends to take their closed and backward family into the grave with them. The other is the stupid blind followers who are deceived and coerced by shrewd speculators and foolishly rush to the front to shout and yell. These are the people who sent me the howlers. Hermione's face was a little serious. They don't hate me. They hate all Muggle-born wizards who appear in the public eye. That's right. Melvin didn't say anything like don't worry about what others think. Such empty talk is only deceptive and can only fool children, and repeated too often can easily become annoying. The 12-year-old witch is more resilient than expected. Having experienced student ostracism during her first half of Hogwarts, and now facing hostility from a stranger wizard, she manages to handle the howlers calmly without becoming depressed or internally frustrated. However, this presents a complex problem. Of the three protagonists, Harry initially held a savior aura, but as the story unfolds, his Muggle-born mother's role has also been elevated. No wizard dares to question his origins now, and some even believe that opposing Harry embodies support for Voldemort. Ron is pure blood. Only Hermione is of Muggle descent, and as the film continues, her influence will reach even more people. The good news is that she can build her reputation now. The bad news is that the young witch will continue to receive malicious howlers for some time to come. A student as studious as her usually spent most of her time in the library. If a howler exploded there, Madame Pants would probably blacklist the little witch. She couldn't just sit by the lake forever. Hiss! The sound of a gunpowder fuse echoed from the bag beside her. Hermione quickly picked up a stone and, before the howler could lose control, neatly sank it into the lake. The Black Lake was vast, its surface calm and seemingly calm, but in reality, it was bottomless, with a channel connecting to the Atlantic Ocean beneath. The dark red envelope splashed into the water, then quickly vanished, leaving only the bubbling of bubbles. Watching her deft movements, Melvin paused for a moment before saying to the little witch, "Remember how I taught you to deal with trolls on Halloween?" Hermione's eyes lit up as she rummaged through her bag, pulling out a howler envelope in a red envelope, clear water like a spring. Wingardium Leviosa, Hermione chanted this spell with a clear, crisp voice. Her vinewood wand executed a perfect casting motion, her wrist flicking with impeccable force. Within half a minute, a floating ball of water appeared in midair, its edges rippled with the waves. She carefully opened the envelope, and the howler immediately vibrated, releasing it from her grasp and floating in midair. It folded into a large paper mouth, emitting a sharp, piercing voice. Hermione Gran. Before the howler could even finish its name, Hermione flicked her wand, casting a levitation spell to move the ball of water, engulfing it. Gulp, gurgle, a series of tiny bubbles rose to the surface, anthropomorphic drowning sounds. Trapped in the water, the howler vibrated even more violently, its bubbles denser, and it even began to heat up rapidly. The howling letter couldn't speak properly and was on the verge of exploding. A few howling letters were no pain to the Black Lake, barely causing a ripple, but the water ball was no match for them. Hermione watched the water ball heat up, her anticipation growing, her expression slightly panicked. The howling letter is losing control. Hermione screamed, immediately abandoning the water ball and pulling Melvin to the side to hide. Don't panic. Melvin reached out to the falling water ball, his magic carrying his will, enveloping the entire ball and temporarily stilling the restless howling letter. The howling letter is a magical artifact, and being wet doesn't stop it from working. The Black Lake was able to silently swallow the howling letter because it's deep, and within that depth lies a turbulent undercurrent. Hermione's eyes widened and blinked. Melvin had already activated his levitation spell, splitting the power into two parts, one to keep the water ball aloft, and the other to stir the water's interior, stirring the undercurrent. Hermione stared at the howler in the water ball as it suddenly began to spin. 1, 2, 10 times. In a fraction of a second, the speed increased to the point of blurriness. The howler vanished into a dark crimson blur. The entire water ball became murky, like a whirlpool, an invisible undercurrent tearing at the letter. There was no sound, only silence. Suddenly, the letter burst open. The letter was ripped into shreds, and the water-softened fragments were shredded into crumbs. The undercurrent gradually subsided, and the tiny fragments gathered in the center of the water ball, mixed with ink stains. They were carried by the current and slowly swirled into a slurry. Hermione repeatedly recalled the seemingly calm ball of water, the trajectory of the howler's rotation, and the immense power contained within that silence became even more astonishing. The gentle, feeble current accelerated, its violent force more powerful than an explosion. With a soft snap, the water ball fell into the Black Lake, sending ripples through the water. Sustained application of powerful force to an object from a distance, and the delicate manipulation of the levitation charm, can yield unexpected results. The key is to divide the water ball into distinct sections, targeting one or two currents to agitate the entire mass. Melvin briefly explained the key points and gestured for the young witch to try it herself. Hermione, still a little dazed, hesitated for a moment before gripping her wand and beginning to practice. Clear water like a spring, Wingardium Leviosa. The sight of the floating mass of water brought back memories of the troll drowning and the howler letter being torn to pieces. Hermione took a deep breath, concentrated, and waved her wand, mimicking the professor's earlier manipulation of the vortex in the water ball. She channeled her magic to make the ball spin, but it only caused the entire ball to spin, without any underlying currents. The young witch tried a dozen times, unable to achieve precise control. She frowned, observing the water ball in silence. It looked like a simple combination of elementary spells, but in practice, it proved exceedingly difficult. Melvin, standing nearby, reached out and plucked a few leaves, placing them in the floating ball of water. He whispered, "Make these leaves spin." Hermione stared at the leaves, slowing her wand movement to a speed slower than her own breathing, slow enough that she could sense them through the feedback of the levitation spell. The leaves of late April, immersed in the water, were a vibrant green. The tip of her wand trembled slightly, and her senses seemed to be immersed in the water, as the leaves trembled with it. The two vibrations gradually converged in frequency and amplitude. When the two vibrations matched, Hermione suddenly accelerated her wand movement. The leaves in the water ball began to spin along with the tip of her wand. An invisible connection had been established between the two, though the speed was slow and the rotation was sluggish. The resistance of the water seemed to be transmitted to the wand through the magical force. Hermione pursed her lips, a little impatient, and twisted her wand with a great effort, her wrist twisting into an unnatural angle. Melvin reached out and touched the surface of the water. The tender green of the leaves quickly faded, revealing tiny veins. These veins swayed with the current, quickly becoming transparent. Transfiguration transformed the leaves into pure water, quietly melting into the water. Resistance suddenly vanished. Hermione's movements became lighter and faster, becoming increasingly skillful. Gradually, she stopped twirling her wand, but the undercurrent within the water continued to swirl. If before, the leaves had been driven by wrist force, now it was completely controlled by magic. Hermione looked up at the professor, her face filled with surprise and disbelief. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. At the long table in the great hall, the magic dome was a cloudy gray. Today's breakfast was oatmeal, pickled herrings, fried eggs, and bacon, which tasted bland. Harry and Ron watched Hermione finish her breakfast in a flash, wipe her mouth, and stand up to leave. They exchanged a glance, swallowed their fried eggs, wiped their mouths, and followed after her. Hermione, wait, they caught up with a girl in the corridor outside the great hall, and Harry felt a slight stitch in the side. Lavender said you've been getting a lot of howlers. Is that all right? Hermione slowed down, waiting for them to catch their breath. It was a little bad at first, but I got used to it. Some purebloods can't stand Muggle-borns getting all the attention, but some give me compliments and wishes. Ron was genuinely side-stuck, the hiccups incessant, and he could only look at his roommate. Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore help? Harry said, catching his breath. Yesterday after lunch, the headmaster spoke to us for almost 2 hours. He talked about the letters and told us not to take them too seriously. Ron suppressed a hiccup and grumbled. Actually, the headmaster told fables for 90 minutes, interspersed with 20 minutes of jokes, and only 10 minutes of business. The headmaster didn't talk to me. Hermione shook her head. Just as she was about to continue walking towards the library, an owl suddenly landed in front of her, holding a red envelope in its beak. Oh, no. Ron glanced at the envelope fearfully. What's wrong? Harry asked. Ron pointed tremblingly at the red envelope. The howler. Hermione glanced at it, took it, and reached for her wand. Ron covered his ears with his hands and beckoned Harry to do the same. Harry was half believing, but he followed suit. Then Harry saw Hermione conjure a ball of water and place the red envelope, which Ron had covered his ears with fear, into it. She began to wave her wand rhythmically. The envelope began to spin, slowly at first, but as the tip of her wand trembled, the speed quickly increased. With a muffled sound and gurgling bubbles, the dark red envelope disintegrated into wet shreds of paper. Your howler. Ron was stunned, his hiccups gone. His eyes wide open, speechless. Hermione dispersed the water cloud and lit the wet garbage ablaze, burning it to ashes that drifted into the courtyard with the wind. The whole process was quick and smooth, as if she had repeated it dozens of times. Harry couldn't understand the spellcasting, but he knew it was a cool sight. The headmaster didn't talk to me, but Professor Lewynter did. He taught me a way to deal with howlers, and I'm not very proficient at it yet. Hermione put away her wand and turned to look at the two of them. I have exams next month. Do you want to study with me? Harry and Ron had a Quidditch appointment that morning, so they could only stop at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at their friends as they ascended. They stared at each other again, their eyes complicated. Some people's tutorials consisted of 2 hours of boring stories and bad jokes, while others learned advanced and impressive magical techniques. Blame it on Dumbledore. Chapter 88 A Huge Profit. In early May, the early summer sun in the Scottish Highlands was warm but not scorching. At 9:30 a.m., bright sunlight slanted through the windows of the Three Broomsticks. The third-floor conference room was set apart from the others. A long, sleek table with rounded corners sat in the center. Members of the Magic Mirror Club sat around it, their voices filled with uncontrollable excitement. The Easter holidays were drawing to a close, and the film's revenue had been calculated. Throughout the Easter holidays, our tavern had 10 showings a day, and everyone was sold out. In just 2 weeks, we've sold 7,000 galleons from tickets, Madame Rosmerta said with a sigh, holding a glass of violet water. The Three Broomsticks had 2 mirrors and 3 floors, offering ample space to accommodate 2 groups of audiences simultaneously without disrupting the flow of guests. Some wizards, unable to secure tickets elsewhere, would try their luck here. This boosted business for other shops on Hogsmeade's main streets. In just 2 weeks, ticket sales alone had reached 5,000 galleons, and including other food and beverages, the Three Broomsticks had earned nearly 20,000 galleons. Old Tom, Alfie, Jack, and the others sat together, their faces equally beaming. While they didn't earn as much as Rosmerta, they were still making a considerable amount. The past 2 weeks had yielded as much as they normally would have made in a year or two. Each family earned at least 5,000 galleons. For a renowned pure-blood family, a few thousand galleons might barely cover the monthly rent for a few shops, but these tavern owners were content, not only because of the profits but also because of the Magic Mirror Club's future prospects. The wizarding world lacked this kind of entertainment. As long as they had high-quality content, they could continue to reap such lucrative profits. If they could produce such films regularly, they too would become a renowned family. Compared to brooms and potions, which had high unit prices and low repurchase rates, the Shadow Mirror relied on low profits but high turnover. Almost all viewers rewatched the films, some even watched them over a dozen times, all was accompanied by family and friends. Taking into account the revenue from the previous football match screenings, the Shadow Mirror Club had already earned back its cost. Melvin sat at the head of the long table, calmly accepting his share from the various taverns. A linen bag, heavy with gold galleons, was stuffed into his suitcase without counting. In Muggle society, the development of film spanned 200 years. Initially, it was silent black and white. Gradually, sound and music were added, and the black and white grays gave way to vibrant colors. Clarity and visual quality steadily improved, leading to the development of a comprehensive industrial system encompassing equipment production, filming and recording, distribution, and exhibition. This comprehensive supporting system, with comprehensive legal frameworks, effectively protected the interests of all parties. Melvin skipped over these initial developments, using the advanced productivity of alchemy to create memory mirrors and using Quidditch tournaments to attract tavern owners. In a short period of time, he established a rudimentary theater chain, streamlining the filming process to memorized cuts based on real events, and making distribution and exhibition costs virtually zero. This rudimentary system meant loopholes. In Muggle society, theater owners would undoubtedly conceal box office revenue and enrich themselves. However, this was the wizarding world, and the existence of magical contracts closed these loopholes. When purchasing the Shadow Mirror, all the tavern owners signed a magical contract with Melvin using their real names. Both parties agreed that any unilateral breach of contract that infringed upon the other's interests would be met with a powerful curse. This prevented any possibility of ticket embezzlement. West Overton, split 3,000 galleons. Old Will's customers were mostly retired aurors, more reasonable and less likely to buy tickets repeatedly, so their business wasn't as good as the Three Broomsticks. Godric's, 2,500. Godric's Hollow had a smaller wizarding population, so business was even worse. Dinworth, 5,000. Alfie's customers were mostly retired football players with significant wealth. Upper Flagley, 6,000. Jack's customers were even more vulnerable. One by one, Wright was the last in line. Bargain was unable to attend, so he was handing over the proceeds from the underground pub in Knockturn Alley on his behalf. Stuffing the last sack into the suitcase, Melvin lifted it and weighed it. The weight of the suitcase, modified by the invisible extension charm, hadn't changed. But according to the tavern owners, the suitcase now contained nearly 100,000 galleons. The Ministry of Magic does not collect taxes, so these are net income. If they are deposited in the underground vault of Gringotts, they should be able to form a small hill. It can be deposited, but there is no need. Melvin raised his eyebrows slightly, and suddenly remembered that the Hufflepuff Gold Cup was hidden in the vault of Gringotts in Diagon Alley. He wondered if he could find a way to get it. He lowered his head to think about how to rob Gringotts. As he was thinking, the room became quiet at some point. He looked up and saw that the tavern owners were waiting for him to speak. Madame Rosmerta reminded in a low voice, "Professor Lewin, what should we do next?" Next, Melvin temporarily put aside the idea of robbing Gringotts and pondered for a moment. The Easter holiday is over, and the movie should be taken off the screen. Your tavern will resume normal operations, and the moving mirror will be used to broadcast free football games. Why? Asked Godric's Ada. The novelty wears off, and movies get boring, but Quidditch never does. Besides, it's a great way to get people to drink. A ticket cost 5 sickles, the price of 2 beers, and fans could down dozens or even hundreds of beers in a single night, often renting out the entire theater. As the holiday drew to a close, the more perceptive Old Will and Alfie noticed that many showings were unsold, and the early scenes of people scrambling to buy tickets through the night had faded. Of course, there were still audiences willing to watch. After discussion, the pub owners decided to offer daytime screenings of the film on weekends, while continuing to show the matches in the evenings. Summer vacation is coming soon, and the Quidditch finals of many schools are about to begin. Hogwarts has professors providing footage, and Durmstrang needs to pay more attention. Doesn't Alfie know the principal there? I think his name is Karkaroff, right? Yes, he used to be an English wizard. Many teams will have summer seasons. We should try to get the footage after the games. We can only rely on you, Jack. At 10:40 in the morning, the Magic Mirror Club, which had made a lot of money, determined its business strategy for the next few months, ended the meeting, and prepared to leave. Old Will slowly got up from his chair, walked out 2 steps with his crutches, suddenly turned around, and stared at Melvin in the main seat. "Professor Lewynter, are those things the centaurs said true?" The entire conference room seemed to have pressed the mute button in an instant, and the room fell into silence. Some tavern owners had walked to the door, but still stopped and pricked up their ears waiting for the young professor's answer. Melvin sat on a wooden chair, his head tilted. "Did he say that at the beginning of the film, Old Will?" His face grave, nodded and continued walking out. The film had 2 explanatory sentences, and the professor only mentioned the opening one. This story is based on a true event. I came home from get off work feeling dizzy and thought I had a heat stroke. I dug out my nearly expired swab and poked it, and hey, it's positive again. It's not good, only 2K, and I'm 2K in arrears. I bow to you, my readers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Editor-in-Chief of the Daily Prophet. The final question dampened the cheerful atmosphere. The tavern owners remained silent, their eyes obscuring. Taverns with a long history have glorious ancestral records. Hogsmeade was once the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion. The Leaky Cauldron orchestrated the redevelopment of Charing Cross Road, and the Swill Tavern served as a frontier outpost against giants. Taverns have always been crucial for the flow of information and private trade. The wizards present had all lived through turbulent times, had heard, seen, and experienced, and had personally battled Death Eaters. Godric's Ada had refused the Death Eaters' advances, Old Tom had dared to harbor half-bloods and Muggleborns under the Dark Mark, Old Will had once escaped you-know-who's pursuit, and before Alfie and Jack opened their tavern, they had assisted the Ministry of Magic in their fight against dark wizards. You-know-who would return sooner or later. So, what? When the time came, just grab your wand and continue to fight them. The conference room gradually emptied out. Melvin settled into a chair with a glass of soda, feeling that this warning had some effect. The Order wasn't the only one in the magical world brave enough to resist. The door clicked open again, and Wright peered in, carrying a shoulder bag and a grin. He'd been interacting with Nicolas Flamel recently, and had learned 2 things. First, about food. Nicolas and his wife were French, and French cuisine was unrivaled in Europe. The 2 elderly men were very particular about their lifestyles, and the variety of exquisite and sumptuous dinners dazzled him, making him look even more plump. Second, about his mindset. Nicolas Flamel was a 14th century wizard who had witnessed all sorts of disasters and upheavals over the past 600 years. Just 2 of them could have been calamities that threatened to overturn human civilization. After spending so much time with such legendary wizards and hearing so many stories, he always felt that disasters on the scale of you-know-who's level were a bit underwhelming. In short, a broad mind makes a fat body. Finding a vacant seat nearby, Wright rummaged through his shoulder bag for a moment before pulling out a shadow mirror and showing it to him. Melvin, look at this. It was a small mirror, about 32 inches diagonally, a bit thick, and square. Its design was clearly inspired by Muggle televisions, with a row of grooves on the bottom, inlaid with crystals that looked like buttons. A new model? It doesn't look special, Mr. Flamel and I made it together. Is this the result of your discussions? Yes, Wright nodded solemnly, placing the mirror on the table. This is a new model I designed. We've optimized the manufacturing process, significantly reducing costs. The most valuable ingredient is the silver mist potion. With the help of the house elves, this mirror only costs 200 galleons. After a brief introduction, he selected a memory and placed it into the mirror. After a few seconds of surging silver mist, the mirror emitted images and sounds, almost indistinguishable from any other mirror. I call it the home shadow mirror. Wright pushed it towards Melvin, handing it to him. This is my thank you gift to you. What do I need it for? I know you can use it. Melvin picked up the small shadow mirror and looked through it. It was still made of quartz, crystal clear, and filled with a modified silver mist potion. It kept swirling as he shook it. And it was a little more turbid than the mist between gas and liquid in the pensieve. Wright continued explaining, it's not just the size that's changed, other components have been added. See that crystal embedded in the groove? That's a connector based on the principles of the Flu network. Melvin sat up straight, his expression more serious. Is that what I thought? Just what you thought? Similar to a Muggle cable network? Wright grinned, trying not to appear too proud. The Ministry of Magic already has a Flu network, controlled and supervised by the Flu Network Administration of the Department of Transport. It's capable of connecting all of Britain across space. The entire Flu system was set up by the Egyptian Alchemy Center, with Nicolas Flamel as the chief architect. My grandfather participated in its construction and maintenance, leaving behind a wealth of information. Anyway, We hit it off and designed this home mirror." Melvin examined the crystal in the groove, still feeling astonished. But upon closer reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The Wizarding world's social structure was relatively primitive, but its productivity and technological level were far from primitive. In some respects, they were even incredibly advanced. After all, magic didn't obey the laws of physics. With a flu network, not to mention light signals, even a handful of flu powder, a burst of green flames, and even physical matter could easily cross space. Outrageous, but reasonable. Can it be used to make television programs? Sure, Wright nodded, then shook his head. It's designed based on the flu network. To function, it requires the cooperation of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Transportation. Oh, the Ministry of Magic, Melvin repeated, mimicking his tone, understating it. After a few seconds' pause, he asked, Umbridge tried to ban the Shadow Mirror 2 months ago, and Fudge got into a fight with the school over the film. Do you think they'll agree to cooperate? Why are you asking me? This is a problem you should solve. Wright straightened his back, his voice confident, the confidence that came with being a technician. Walking down the streets of Hogsmeade, the warm sunlight bathing him, Melvin sorted out his thoughts. Broadway stages come in different sizes, and so do Muggle screens. The big screen is suitable for highly immersive content like movies and football games, while the small screen is more suitable for light entertainment or information-intensive content. Extending media into every Wizarding home is a future goal. The equipment issues have been resolved, but without the content, progress is currently impossible. He alone cannot support such a massive demand. Melvin's mind raced with ideas. He was following the path already taken by Muggles, but the Wizarding world was different, and couldn't be applied rigidly. He'd have to wait, the time wasn't ripe yet. Passing by the Hog's Head, he saw the door ajar from afar. He glanced inside and happened to meet the eyes of a middle-aged wizard at a round table near the door. The wizard was in his 40s or 50s, of medium build, with a meticulously groomed mix of gray and white hair and beard, a slightly high hairline, a hooked nose, and his robes were neatly pressed. A quill was pinned to his chest. Melvin noticed him immediately. At the Hog's Head, wizards willing to show their faces were a rare sight. The wizard's eyes lit up as he noticed Melvin. Setting down his flaming bottle of fire whiskey and immediately approaching. Professor Lewynter, nice to meet you at last. The middle-aged wizard smiled and extended his hand. His voice was rich and powerful, his face well maintained, and his beard neatly trimmed, giving him an air of elegance and a touch of cunning. Who are you? Barnabas Guffey, editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. A flicker of surprise flashed in Melvin's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, offering a polite smile and a handshake. Unlike the illustrious reporter and guest contributor, Miss Beadle, this middle-aged wizard wasn't a gossip monger, nor did he resort to twisting facts and sensational headlines to attract attention. Instead, he was more of a behind-the-scenes operator, meticulously crafting newspaper layouts to sway public opinion. He was a skilled judge of the situation. During the Wizarding War, he was able to manage the news appropriately, delivering information to other wizards without angering the Death Eaters. After Voldemort's downfall, the Daily Prophet became the Ministry of Magic's propaganda mouthpiece. His contributions could be interpreted as either official or rebellious, and he would occasionally question authority from the reader's perspective to maintain the newspaper's reputation. He was a slippery old fox. It's an honor that Professor Lewynter knows my name. Barnabas Guffey smiled warmly. After the film was released, I wrote to the professor, hoping to visit him, but I never heard back. I guess a lot of people have written to him during this period. There are more shouting letters. There are always people who ignore the truth and think that if they bury their heads in the sand, disasters will not happen. Barnabas shook his head with emotion and talked about business. Can I invite the professor for a drink? The Three Broomsticks, not the Hog's Head, Mr. Guffey waited for me here. I heard that almost all pubs in Britain have purchased and installed shadow mirrors, but only the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade remains the same, and its business has not been affected. It's very special. I came to see it, Barnabas replied. I found out that the location is very good when I walked in here. It is convenient for observing wizards entering and leaving the village. This place used to be the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion. It is indeed very special. The two chatted about the characteristics of pubs in various places, turned back and walked towards the Three Broomsticks, with a kind of unspoken understanding. Barnabas was the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, well informed about all sorts of hidden secrets. Melvin was quick-witted, and for a moment, the two of them felt like they were getting along very well. Half an hour later, Melvin returned to the Three Broomsticks with Barnabas, and under Madame Rosmerta's astonished gaze, he ordered some food and had it delivered to his room on the 3rd floor. Barnabas spoke of the origins of the Leaky Cauldron and the founding of Knockturn Alley, analyzing the original intentions of the first owner, Daisy Umbridge, and the Abbott family's takeover of the tavern. Finally, he even discussed their involvement in interfering with the Muggle government's plans for Charing Cross Road. In the late 19th century, the Muggle government planned to redevelop Charing Cross Road, and according to the plan, the Leaky Cauldron was to be demolished. Many wizards united and, through numerous memory charms, altered the memories of those involved, allowing the Leaky Cauldron to be preserved. In the last few hundred years, Muggles have achieved unprecedented success, and Charing Cross is one such achievement. Professor Lewynter, what are your thoughts? The Leaky Cauldron has a long history and is home to many legendary stories, but the drinks there are too traditional, and the hygiene is terrible. The Three Broomsticks do a great job. In front of the Muggle Studies professor, Barnabas tried his best to steer the conversation towards Muggles, but Melvin remained silent. He insisted on talking about pubs, introducing the Three Broomsticks' signature brews and explaining the recipes. Both of them feigned ignorance. After half an hour of arguing, the young professor was still discussing what kind of oak barrels were best for brewing mead, and then launched into the optimal drinking temperature of butterbeer. Barnabas was getting impatient. Professor Lewynter, I actually want to cooperate with you, Barnabas chose to confess. The Daily Prophet plans to produce a news program to be broadcast on the Mirror. We have consulted several tavern owners. The Magic Mirror Club seems to have had plans in this regard from the beginning. The contract even encourages all parties to produce their own programs, but they think that such programs are limited to Quidditch games. We want to be the first to try it. Melvin rubbed his wine glass and made a thoughtful expression. Barnabas continued, listen, Professor. Although some old fogies still advocate pure blood supremacy, more wizards are beginning to experience Muggle life and enjoy the new things. The future will surely be one of harmonious coexistence between wizards and Muggles. Short-sighted witches like Umbridge can't prevent Muggle-related things from entering the wizarding world. True trends are unstoppable, like the Wizarding Radio Union and the Memory Mirror. Melvin listened to the middle-aged wizard's speech with deep emotion. Different wizards have different ideologies. Not all wizards are shallow and ignorant, trying to drag the entire wizarding world into stagnation. There are always some clever wizards who are ahead of the times. We shouldn't underestimate wizards everywhere. The memory mirror still has a lot of untapped potential. We can create small-scale memory mirrors and broadcast less sophisticated programs to gain a stronger influence and even change the entire wizarding world. News programs are indeed a good choice. Melvin looked at the editor-in-chief in front of him and pretended to be silent. For the Daily Prophet, this kind of program is professionally matched. It only needs to convert paper content into images. It is quick and easy to produce, and a large number of fixed audiences can be accumulated in a short time, which makes it easier to master the right to speak and set the agenda. He smiled meaningfully. Then you can manipulate the direction of public opinion. If you use it superficially, you can affect the business of a certain tavern. If you dig deeper, you can interfere with the election of officials and the odds of winning or losing in a football game. What do you think, Mr. Guffey? Barnabas couldn't help holding his breath. For a moment, he didn't know whether this was a young professor who had just become an adult, or an old wizard with far-reaching plans. He put away all his thoughts, looked at the professor, and thought about how to gain the trust of the manager of the Magic Mirror Club and what kind of chips the publishing house could come up with. He didn't speak rashly. Melvin took a sip of soda water, and there was a smile in his dark and deep eyes. This is just my personal conjecture. The Shadow Mirror definitely needs a news program, but the timing isn't right yet. Currently, the Shadow Mirror is based in a tavern, and its thrill-seeking customers prefer exciting football matches to daily news. The Daily Prophet will probably need time to polish the program, too. Let's wait a little longer. I'll contact Editor-in-Chief Guffey when the time comes. Chapter 90. You are much more generous than a certain principal. In the Muggle Studies professor's office, Melvin sat behind his desk, unscrewing a brand new inkwell and taking out a seldom-used quill. He dipped it in the ink, a signature product of the Winranju quill shop. The ink carried the scent of the woods after rain. He casually scribbled a few names on a piece of paper, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. The Daily Prophet, Barnabas Guffey, Rita Skeeter. He thought about the conversations in the tavern that day, and the shrewd editor-in-chief. Centuries ago, a wizard attempted to teach a troll ballet. Since then, Barnabas has become a fool. Many use this story to spread the idea that Muggles and trolls were inferior creatures who could not communicate. This story was made into tapestry and left at Hogwarts, where it remains a source of ridicule for many students today. Barnabas inherited his ancestor's name and, like him, his open-minded outlook. This time, he wasn't a laughingstock. He actively engaged with Muggles, learning from their brilliant culture, drawing inspiration from it to his own benefit, and creating the Daily Prophet, a unique wizarding newspaper. Attract attention, maintain neutrality, and achieve small profits but quick turnover. When the Shadow Mirror was first launched, the Daily Prophet took a wait-and-see approach, reporting on it as if it were ordinary news. Umbridge filed a lawsuit, and Headmaster Dumbledore and Ms. Marchbanks used the Wizengamot to force a dismissal, but they continued to wait and see. Even after the film's successful release, some of its content even offended Fudge. The Shadow Mirror continued to operate smoothly, raking in excessive profits. Convinced that the mirror would transform the wizarding world, Barnabas Cuff approached Melvin, hoping to capitalize on this momentum through a news program and expand the Daily Prophet's influence. Cautious, shrewd, ambitious, and adventurous, in all honesty, this was a fox with the qualities of a successful individual. The Daily Prophet firmly held the top spot among British wizarding newspapers, reaping substantial profits annually from the Ministry of Magic and Pureblood families alone, not to mention other advertising revenue. Barnabas Cuff was a wealthy man. During the Wizarding War, the newspaper helped spread news, publish obituaries, and mourn the dead. It also immediately disseminated news of Voldemort's downfall throughout Britain. After the war, it helped restore order and stability, preventing it from becoming a complete puppet of the Ministry of Magic. This editor-in-chief earned a reputation and was highly respected. In some ways, he was very similar to Dumbledore. The Mirror Club did need other wizards to produce programs and participate in the development of the Mirror, but he couldn't dominate. The daytime intimidation was for future collaboration, and the timing was clearly not right. How can we get the Ministry of Magic to cooperate? I'm not sure if this kind of cooperation can be directly put to vote on the Wizengamot, or maybe just have Fudge abdicate. Frame someone and create a scandal or something. Melvin shook his head, feeling like he'd been at Hogwarts too long and had picked up Slytherin's bad habits. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Knock knock, come in. The lock turned, the wooden door opened, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked into the office, looking at everything in the room with wide eyes and curiosity. Last time, they followed Malfoy and did not disturb him rashly. This was their first time here. There were bookshelves with many empty spaces, a desk with a polished surface, and a mirror on the shelf, which was much smaller than the one used in the auditorium. The whole room gave a very special impression, neat and clean, and the layout was very particular. There was an indescribable feeling. Harry and Ron were a little reserved. Hermione felt that she was more familiar with the professor, so she took the initiative to speak. Professor Lewynter, Percy said you wanted to see us. What's the matter? Melvin smiled. The box office statistics for the movie are out, and we are looking for you, the leading actors, to discuss the salary and share of the profits. The three tilted their heads, looking puzzled. Normally, any production would have agreed on pay and profit sharing in advance, but the wizarding world was unique, and so was Shadow Mirror. Professor Melvin, unethical, had used the story of the young dragon Norbert to deceive and coerce the three young and naive students into signing the contract. Coercing people into work and then offering a small fee afterward sounded a bit like an illegal organization. Harry and the others assumed that dealing with Norbert's trouble was their reward, but they unexpectedly received a substantial reward. Let me be clear, this film isn't a gamble, and the profits won't be divided according to your contributions. Dumbledore's house bonuses for you three are similar, but the film is calculated based on screen time, so your compensation will be different. Melvin considered himself different from those naive dark wizards. Considering the child laborers and the fact that the pay wasn't arbitrary, this salary was considered quite generous. Harry's pay is 2,000 galleons. Hermione and Ron, you both get 1,000 galleons each. The three people sitting across from them on the long sofa, separated by a square low coffee table, were stunned by the figure, their eyes wide open, and they froze in place. Melvin poured them iced pumpkin juice. I won't hide it from you, the film earned me a full 100,000 galleons over the Easter holidays. As the protagonists, you only got 4,000 of that. Don't you think it's unfair? Ron was still stunned. Hermione was wondering how many pounds sterling 1,000 galleons could be exchanged for. Harry was the first to react, shaking his head. Of course not, Professor. Guarding the Philosopher's Stone was our own initiative. All told, we probably broke 200 school rules. We've avoided expulsion and even received a house reward. We're already very satisfied. Harry paused. Professor, you've turned our recent reckless behavior into a wonderful adventure, spreading our name throughout Britain. That's already an unexpected benefit, Hermione nodded. You were the one who actually pushed for all that work, the production and promotion of the shadow mirrors, the extraction of memory images, and the delivery of the recordings to wizarding taverns across the country. Strictly speaking, we were just chosen. Ron thought about what they were saying, then quickly came to his senses. He nodded hurriedly. Yes, 1,000 galleons is great. The Weasley family vault had never contained so many galleons. He was already thinking about how he would accept his parents' praise when he got home. He'd prepare some taunts for George and Fred tonight, and then pretend to drop them casually, mocking them. Who would still call him the most useless child in the family? The answers given by the three were completely beyond their age, and Melvin was a little confused. Especially Harry, who didn't care about the amount of galleons at all. He sorted out his thoughts and saw the essence in a short time. He said that the adventure was their spontaneous behavior to protect the Philosopher's Stone, not for the purpose of filming a movie. The current gains were all unexpected surprises. Is it because there are too many galleons in the Potter family vault, so they regard money as dirt? Or is it because they are subtly influenced by the remnant of Voldemort's spirit and can handle these things instinctively? Thinking about it carefully, Harry enrolled in school last September. Although he was perfunctory in homework, was always late for class, and liked to chat and whisper in class, he left a good impression on other professors, except Snape. Maybe he was born with high emotional intelligence, Melvin said in his heart, and waved his hand to let the teapot filled with pumpkin juice float to the side. He also distributed some snacks to them. He didn't continue to dwell on the amount of remuneration and asked about the influence they had recently had. The real events of reality, edited and spliced together, were presented through the mirror, stripping away the trivialities. The soundtrack and visuals magnified their wit and bravery, and the images captured their immensely powerful character. The castle was largely populated by immature students, and after such a thrilling experience, they saw the three of them as ablaze with holy light. People followed them wherever they went, and during meals, there were always people approaching them, expressing admiration and praise, some even relaying these compliments on behalf of their parents. Even the Slytherins' gazes toward them softened. Yesterday, I was using the third-floor bathroom, and Justin from Hufflepuff was waiting outside the stall to greet me. I didn't know how to respond, Harry said, his face filled with frustration. Melvin chuckled. This situation will continue for a while. When you're publicly reprimanded by Professor Snape in potions and criticized by Professor McGonagall for your perfunctory work in Transfiguration, they'll probably realize that the legendary Harry Potter is just a first year, not that magical, just like when school started, Harry mused. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She'd once been a rather unpopular nerd, but lately she'd become a popular figurehead. She was constantly being watched, as if a devil's snare vine was swaying behind her, making her feel quite uneasy. Actually, I think being famous feels pretty good, only Ron disagreed, earning disapproving glances from his friends. I agree with you, Ron. A famous witch once said, be famous as early as possible. Melvin wasn't in a hurry, chatting leisurely with the others. He was actually more concerned with the changes in magical power. He had originally thought that he was the only one who had benefited from the Horned Serpent's gift, able to influence others' magical power collection. But Nicolas Flamel's account had made him realize that this wasn't unique. Many wizards exhibited this trait. So he wanted to see if the three young wizards had changed. In the original story, Harry's growth was indeed exceptionally rapid. He was already challenging a professor in his third year, facing Voldemort in his fifth year, and defeating the most powerful dark wizard of all time in his seventh year. Melvin suspected this was having an impact, but there was no sign of it yet. Ron drank cup after cup of iced pumpkin juice, the seemingly small teapot never emptying. The snacks were quite delicious, but with lights out approaching, he felt a little impatient. Professor, Ron asked shyly, his voice muffled, staring down at the tip of his shoe. I want to ask, when are we going to get our pay? I can't just give you galleons like that and have you haul them back in your suitcases, can I? I'm going to give them to Professor McGonagall, who'll pass them on to your parents, Melvin replied casually. He saw Ron's tense shoulders relax across from him, as if his casual attitude made him feel better. Compared to Harry, whose grandparents were wealthy, and Hermione, whose family was wealthy, Ron was indeed a bit more limited in this regard. His wands were all leftovers from other family members. Harry scratched his head. Who's going to keep my share? Hagrid. Everyone was silent. Melvin took a sip of his iced pumpkin juice, calming himself. Merlin's student problems were incredibly complex. No wonder Professor McGonagall was always so serious. I'll talk to Dumbledore and Hagrid about it. I'll take you to Gringotts sometime and deposit it in your family vault. Oh, Professor, I have another question. Hermione, always so easygoing, also raised her hand and said weakly, I don't want galleons. Can I get something else in exchange? Melvin looked into the little witch's bright eyes. What reward? Tell me, I want that professor to be my tutor. Hermione saw hope and immediately explained. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick have to take care of the entire class. The content is basically textbook knowledge, and even if they do expand it, it's limited. Some of the areas I'm interested in are extracurricular. I can ask them after class, but it's too much trouble to ask them one by one. So I'd like to ask the professor to be my tutor. At the Gringotts exchange rate, 1 gold galleon is worth about £5. 1,000 galleons is £5,000. It seems like a huge amount, but for a private dental clinic, it's really nothing. Girls raised in this kind of family know what is truly valuable. Melvin hesitated for a moment, as if thinking about the possibility of this plan. Harry's eyes lit up, and he remembered the water ball magic he had often seen recently, the vortex that swallowed a howler, which looked cool and handsome. Hermione also explained the tricks of casting spells to them and used leaves to help them practice. Harry can now help deal with some howlers, but his spellcasting is not as fast and powerful as Hermione, and he always feels that something is missing. If he could get guidance from Professor Lewynter, the Potter family's gold coins piled up half of the treasury, and Harry was not short of money to spend. He immediately said, I also want to switch to the professor's tutoring. Ron's face flushed. He wanted to keep up with the pace of his friends, but he couldn't open his mouth. That was 1,000 galleons, and the Weasley vault couldn't even scrape together 1,000 silver sickles. With that money, he could get a new wand, his mother could get a new stew pot and spatula, and Ginny, who would go to school next year, could buy brand new textbooks instead of using the same embarrassing old ones as him. In short, Harry and Hermione could give up the money, but he really couldn't let it go. Ron lowered his head again, trying not to attract the attention of others. Why should I refuse? Your remuneration is more generous than the salary paid by the headmaster. Melvin also wanted to observe the growth of their magic power, so he nodded and agreed. As for Ron next to him, Melvin calmly retracted his gaze, glanced at the wall clock, and chuckled, It's almost time. Let's stop here today, and feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Goodbye, Professor. Good night, Professor. Chapter 91 Daily Life at the End of the School Year. After leaving the Muggle Studies professor's office, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked back to the common room, their professor's snacks in their pockets. The portraits on the wall were still awake, and Sir Cadogan was being assaulted by the nuns again, with a pony blocking his escape route. As they watched the portraits' excitement, they discussed the previous conversation. I'm going to learn the spell to destroy the Howlers, and then I can secretly destroy Malfoy's homework. Harry imagined the scene and grinned. Hermione recalled the thoughts she had written in her notebook, mumbling. Professor McGonagall mentioned the dangers of transfiguration. Professor Flitwick once told a funny story about summoning a bison, and Quirrell just mentioned the goblin spell. Ron said nothing, looking down at the road. As they passed the stairs, Harry keenly sensed his low mood. He put his arm around his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Don't worry, Ron. When I learn some cool and interesting magic, I'll definitely share it with you. Then we can play tricks on Malfoy together. Ron's head was spinning from the shaking, and he was dizzy and speechless. Hermione added, if he can't learn, I'll still help you. The arrogant Miss Know-It-All. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a tacit understanding. At 12 or 13, worries come and go quickly. Listening to Sir Cadogan's screams of pain after being beaten, followed by laughter and laughter chasing him down a few flights of stairs, the tragically thick barrier was broken. After giving the fat woman the command and entering the portrait hall, the three of them found a seat by the window in the lounge, eating and chatting. The grounds outside the castle were bathed in the light of the stars and moon, the bright silver light spreading across the ground, and the lawn was dotted with wildflowers. Crumpling the freshly opened candy wrapper, Ron's mind flashed back to Professor Lewynter's words and actions tonight. He said thoughtfully, "Do you think Professor Lewynter is different from other professors? You mean his office? He's decorated according to Muggle aesthetics." Hermione didn't even look up, flipping through her notes. "I mean, he's different as a person." "How?" Harry asked curiously. "Haven't you noticed?" Ron smoothed the candy wrapper on the table, frowning slightly, his expression grave. "He's a bit like Headmaster Dumbledore. He doesn't seem to treat us like children. When we encounter difficulties, he doesn't just solve superficial problems, but guides us from a deeper level." He paused. "This is what happened with Hagrid. And about tonight, you two voluntarily gave up your pay. Normally, you should have asked me about my plans, but the professor seemed to haven't thought of that." Hermione flipped a page of notes and hummed. Harry glanced at him calmly. "You just noticed it? What's that look in your eyes? Don't think I can't see you're looking down on me." Ron couldn't pretend anymore. He crumpled up the candy wrapper and threw it at him, saying angrily, "Have you noticed anything before? My birthday candy, Neville's summoning spell, the trolls on Halloween, admonishing Malfoy on the night of the Forbidden Forest parade, and Quirrell's story." Hermione looked up from her notes. "You only noticed it now. It's strange you're so slow, isn't it?" Harry nodded in agreement. The quill made of Thunderbird feathers was slightly cool. Melvin dipped it in gray-black ink and copied the test questions onto the parchment, writing as slowly as possible to ensure neat handwriting. The window was open, and the wind from the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake rushed into the room. The papers fluttered in a futile attempt to break free from the ink bottle. Summer had officially arrived, and the castle was getting hot. This coolness was very pleasant. The ink dried quickly. Melvin copied the papers, checked them twice, and placed them in envelopes. He sealed them with special wax, applied 2 sealant charms, and wrote down Ms. Marchbanks' address. After some thought, he changed it to the Wizarding Examinations Authority. These were the exam questions for the 5th and 7th years of Muggle Studies, corresponding to 2 Wizarding-level exams. Ms. Marchbanks had actually written to him several times, urging him to submit them, but they were still delayed. He put the letter away for now and would mail it on his way to a meeting later. The special advisor was not the one who created the exam questions. These were merely suggestions. The exam questions were submitted, reviewed by the authority, and after confirming the correct standard answers, a few questions were selected for the exam papers. Finally, they were printed in batches and sealed, awaiting opening at the exam time. The other grades had only standard final exams. Initially, Melvin planned to revise and adjust the previous exam questions, but after carefully reviewing them, he felt that none of them had any merit, so he decided to create his own. The good news was that without any review, he could make rapid progress. Melvin finished designing his 6th grade exam and looked up to relax. He noticed the cool breeze outside had died down, and the clock hands had just reached 2:15. "The meeting Professor McGonagall told me about is 2:30, 15 minutes left." After tidying up his slightly messy desk, Melvin took the envelope and headed for the professor's final meeting. In the side hall of the auditorium, inside a conference room with a round table, the pendulum of the grandfather clock on the wall swung back and forth, the hands slowly ticked, and the door opened and closed. Professors entered the room, and the empty seats around the round table gradually filled. Seeing the Muggle Studies professor enter, Professor Flitwick greeted him cheerfully. "Melvin, come and sit here." Of the 2 seats next to him, one was already taken. Professor Sprout looked up and smiled. Melvin happily sat down beside him. The half-goblin professor of charms loved to chat, especially during meetings or meals. He was a bit talkative, but not at all annoying. He is well informed, and his dueling skills and magical attainments are extraordinary. Chatting with him always yields unexpected gains and is a very pleasant experience. Snape sat on the other side, flipping through documents with a cold face. The headmaster was still absent. The person sitting in the main seat in the middle was Professor McGonagall, or should I say the vice-headmaster? She wore square black-framed glasses, had curly black hair tied into a bun, and wore a dark green robe even in summer. Seeing that the professors took their seats one by one, with only one seat left for divination, she frowned slightly. "Sybil can't attend. She said that there were special signs in her celestial eye this morning, and she needs to study what this phenomenon indicates." Professor Aurora Sinistra of astronomy explained. The professor's present showed a look of understanding. Well, she was drunk again. Professor McGonagall looked a little displeased, but she didn't waste any time getting down to business. The second-year course selection results are in. The list and results are in the document in front of you. Professors in charge of elective courses can take a look. Professor Lewynter, the Muggle Studies selection results are quite unusual. You should plan ahead for next year's course schedule. Melvin flipped through the parchment in front of him as Flitwick and Professor Kettleburn, who was standing beside him, came over. The student lists for other elective courses were long, some filing entire pages, others a sparse patch. Only the Muggle electives were unique, with a single line. All students, Melvin heard Professor Kettleburn chuckle, and the professors in the meeting burst into laughter, filling the air with a sense of schadenfreude. No one was surprised by the result. At the beginning of the semester, Melvin's outfit had been a hot topic among the students. The exquisite Muggle books and textbooks sparked lively discussion, and the innovative classroom interactions had become a trend. Not to mention the later shadow mirrors and images. For second-year students, Muggle Studies was the most interesting and unique elective. If the school were to select the most popular professor, Melvin would definitely take first place. As a result, the entire class chose Muggle Studies, turning a good elective into a required course. I hope you won't disappoint the students, Professor Lewynter, said Professor McGonagall, a smile on her face. Go back and think carefully about whether to split it into two classes, like the required courses, or to hold it as a single class for the entire grade. Let me know before the start of the semester in September so I can arrange a classroom for you. Melvin nodded, feeling a little nervous. Professor McGonagall looked at the other professors. The only thing left is to arrange the final exams. Submit all the exams as soon as possible. The school will print them. Some subjects have practical exams. Please report any props you need as soon as possible. The school will purchase them, okay? Melvin nodded with the others. Professor Flitwick, absent-minded, was drawing a unique ancient magic hand gesture on a piece of paper. Regarding the wizarding level exams, pay more attention to the emotions of the 5th and 7th year students during class. Be measured in your reprimands and criticisms, and don't put too much pressure on them. Got it? Melvin thought, reflecting on the gesture's connection to Paracelsus. Defense against the dark arts is a special case. The theoretical exams will use past year's papers, and the practical exams will be invigilated by everyone in rotation. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th years will be in the care of our heads of house, while the 1st years will be in the care of Professor Lewynter. Is that okay? No problem, huh? Melvin came to his senses, surprised to find himself assigned overtime again, and fumed. Shouldn't this kind of thing be assigned to Dumbledore, the one with the least time? Unnoticed, the end-of-year work schedule was neatly arranged. Professor McGonagall was the primary lecturer, with the other professors occasionally responding, leaving little room for discussion or negotiation. This process had been tried and tested for years. Aside from Melvin, the other professors were veterans, well-versed in the routine. That's all for now. If you have any comments, you can talk to me privately. The meeting is adjourned. Professor Flitwick slammed the file shut and calmly left the room. He had attended dozens of similar meetings before, back when Dumbledore was presiding over them. He would pull Minerva aside to chat and draw simple spell diagrams, and Minerva would still be able to engage in small talk with him at that time. But now, the old friend who used to slack off together had become the vice headmaster presiding over the meeting. A pathetic and thick barrier had separated them. It was all Dumbledore's fault. Melvin had something to ask Professor McGonagall, so he sat in his seat and waited. Professor McGonagall sat in the main seat, sorting documents with no expression on her face. I wonder if she was secretly criticizing some irresponsible headmaster. After everyone else left, she tapped the documents on the table twice, looked up and found that someone was still there. Melvin, is there anything wrong? Melvin nodded. The Easter holidays are over, and the revenue from the film has been settled, about 100,000 galleons, of which Hogwarts got a share. Professor McGonagall frowned. Melvin, Hogwarts is not those greedy and unscrupulous institutions out there. As for the film mirror incident, the school had a legitimate reason to take the revenue from Quidditch, but forget about the revenue this time. Isn't Hogwarts the background of the film? Melvin blinked and said with a smile, many wizards buy tickets multiple times to watch it repeatedly, not only because it's an adventure story like A Few Children Playing House. Many viewers are adults. Of course, They can see that the level designs are not designed to prevent dark wizards. The reason they are willing to watch it repeatedly is for the Hogwarts scenery in it. They spend galleons to relive the memories of their student days. The school deserves this profit. Melvin paused. Besides, haven't we reached our goal of replacing the brooms for the 4 teams? We can use the money to buy teaching aids while we're preparing for final exams, and upgrade them in time for the final match of the year. Gryffindor has already secured the House Cup, winning it again after 5 years. It would be even more satisfying if they could finish the tournament with new brooms. Professor McGonagall, remembering Snape's sarcastic remarks, felt a slight inclination. I need to discuss this with Dumbledore. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall's eyes were complicated. She'd always urged the other professors to respond quickly, but now she was being urged by someone else. She hadn't experienced that in decades. The thought flashed through her mind again, this is clearly the headmaster's responsibility. It's all Dumbledore's fault. Melvin did dwell on it. He was wealthy enough now. He had galleons piling up anyway, and he couldn't spend them for now. He would have more galleons coming in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to give some back to Hogwarts. This castle and its inhabitants had indeed helped him greatly. Just as Melvin was about to leave, he suddenly remembered, one more thing. I need you to pass Ron Weasley's share of the film fee to Mr. Weasley for me. He paused, then added, if it's convenient. Please remind them to get that first-year student a suitable wand. Professor McGonagall watched him retreat, puzzled, finding the instruction a bit strange. Her children's wands were all broken, and her daughter, about to start school, would probably have to use her old textbooks. Would any parent, after becoming wealthy, choose a family vacation over new wands and textbooks? It was a sunny weekend. The red-haired witch Molly Weasley received a letter from Professor McGonagall, instructing her to meet at Gringotts in Diagon Alley. Seeing Ron standing behind the deputy headmaster, her face paled instantly. She thought her child had gotten into trouble at school and was about to be expelled, so she hurried over to apologize. Of course, her pale complexion quickly turned rosy, and then her head felt lightheaded, and she smiled broadly, mumbling about gold galleons. We can go to Egypt to see Bill. Stay in the best hotel and try the local food. Ron's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he echoed his mother. We can also go on adventures in the pyramids, visit the Alchemy Research Center, and experience the fastest broom. Professor McGonagall listened to the mumbling of her old friend from the Order of the Phoenix, looked at the students of her own college, and was silent for a long time. Melvin understood the students' parents. Chapter 92 Quidditch Finals and Finals. On the third Saturday of May, Hogwarts hosted the final Quidditch match of the school year. The 2 teams faced off, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, in a single round-robin format. There was no final, but since it was the final match of the year, the students preferred to call it the final. Houses like Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had long been out of the House Cup, perhaps accustomed to it over the years. Unlike the competitive Lions and Serpents, they felt comfortable taking it easy, without any psychological barriers. This year, there were some minor setbacks. A brawl wiped out the top 2 houses, giving them a glimmer of hope for the championship. They worked hard for weeks, but Harry and his friends gained nearly 200 points guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and their hopes faded once again. Ravenclaw, unwilling to accept defeat, wanted to fight a little longer. If they won the Quidditch championship by a large margin, they could even change the Great Hall banners to copper and blue. Hufflepuff House chose to give up. The score gap was too great, and even trying was pointless. They lay back down, no longer having to compete for points in class to answer questions, nor toil under the scorching sun and driving rain for Quidditch practice. It was relaxing and enjoyable. Melvin and several heads of house arrived at the pitch. The grass was lush green, the sun shining brightly. A year had passed, and having witnessed a 4 seasons here, Melvin had become familiar with the school's scenery and students. As Melvin took his seat in the faculty seats, he overheard commentator Lee Jordan auditioning. Professor McGonagall, sitting nearby, sternly admonished him to be fair and impartial, commentating the match from a neutral perspective. The swarthy Lee nodded rapidly, seemingly unconcerned. In the other auditoriums, the situation was different. Gryffindor students gathered together, unfurling a banner painted on a bed sheet. The words Potter must win and a golden and red lion waved in the air, the paint gleaming with a crude application of transfiguration. The Slytherins were more indifferent, not even bothering to boo Harry. They had only lost 1 match and were currently ahead in points. If Gryffindor had lost by a small margin, they would have been the Quidditch champions. However, the house had too few points, so even if they won the championship, they wouldn't have won the House Cup, which was meaningless. The Hufflepuffs cheered along with Hermione and the others. After all, Harry was now the most popular person in the school. If you only looked outside, the situation was one-sided. Faced with such a situation, the Ravenclaw students, who were called nerds by other houses, did not give up. Even though their shouts were drowned out by the shouts of other houses, they did not stop and tried their best to make their voices heard. Professor Flitwick's expression was slightly proud. Melvin turned his head and noticed a thin little girl in the front row of Eagle House. Her Asian face was very conspicuous at Hogwarts. She should be in the second year and would appear in his class next year. Chu Zhang's face flushed from her intense shouting. She paused to rest her throat, tugging at her friend's clothes. Marietta, do you think our school can win? Marietta, with her blonde curly hair and slightly messy bangs, showed hesitation on her pale face. Intellectually, she felt the odds were slim. But now, emotionally, she felt the need to encourage her friend. After all, Chu had been a Tuthill Tornado fan since she was 6. The rest of her should was drowned out by the roar of cheers, and Chu Zhang turned back to join the cheers. The curly-haired Marietta Hickman murmured in agreement, seeming a little embarrassed by her unremarkable shouting. She glanced around, avoiding everyone's gaze, and happened to meet Professor Lewynter in the distance, her face paling even more. Melvin smiled at her and looked away. Professor Flitwick next to him also noticed the students from his college and said in a sharp voice, "That's the girl from the Edgemore family. She's very smart, but her personality is too soft. I've never heard her speak loudly. I think it's because her mother is too strong." Mrs. Edgemore is the director of the Flying Road Network Administration of the Transportation Department, Edgemore, Melvin repeated softly, his dark eyes flashing. Professor Flitwick quickly brushed aside the incident. "We've got new brooms for this match. On behalf of Ravenclaw, I have to thank you, Melvin. Otherwise, our players would be staring at Harry's butt. I remember they've switched to Nimbus 2000s, right?" "That's right," Flitwick explained patiently, his expression serious. "Actually, Minerva was planning to upgrade to the upgraded Nimbus 2001, but that broom costs 2 or 3 times more, and the performance is only 20% to 30% better. Nimbus's upgrades are always like squeezing toothpaste. Actually, we can wait a year or two. I've received news that Randolph Badmore has commissioned Goblin craftsmen to create core components for a groundbreaking broom, codenamed Fire and Lightning. Is that so?" It took Melvin a few seconds to realize it was the Firebolt. He hadn't expected Flitwick's goblin ancestry to allow him to have such a source of information. Madame Hooch blew her whistle while he was speaking. On a late May morning, the air was hot and the sun glared. 15 brand new golden brooms soared into the air, their mahogany brilliance gleaming, streaking golden streams across the sky, a dazzling sight. The Ravenclaw team was a formidable force, and they had devised a new tactic based on the new brooms. Vice Captain Roger Davies and the captain each directed offense and defense, working in perfect harmony. This innovative approach was a stark departure from their past. They scored 6 goals in 10 minutes, leaving Gryffindor somewhat bewildered. "Is Gryffindor going to lose?" Professor Aurora Sinistra muttered. Professor Bathilda Barbling, the ancient rune teacher, patiently explained, "Quidditch isn't just about scoring goals, it's about the golden snitch." Professor Flitwick said nothing, but his small hand clenched tightly around his sleeve, his gaze fixed on the field. Melvin didn't interrupt the head of house. Trailing in the score, Gryffindor couldn't cope with Ravenclaw's new tactics, and quickly switched to defensive strategy to prevent the gap from widening. The spectators knew their hopes were pinned on the golden snitch, so all eyes were on the seeker. 2 brooms were circling the field, hovering at the edge. Harry was more than 10 feet ahead, his green eyes piercing. Behind him, the 7th-year Ravenclaw pursued closely, gritting his teeth but daring not to push his speed. The change of broom had been a hasty one, and he hadn't fully adjusted. 10 minutes later, Harry suddenly increased his speed, using a super stall maneuver to execute an incredible turn. With this beautiful, almost dazzling maneuver, he quickly outran the seeker. When he came to his senses, he was hovering above the field, his right hand raised high. A dazzling metallic luster shone from his palm. There was a silence for 2 or 3 seconds, then a thunderous roar of cheers. After Madame Hooch announced the result, the field quickly became a scene of celebration, with students pouring onto the field, surrounding the players who had landed, and, amidst cheers, surrounding Harry and throwing him high into the air. The clamor was filled with vibrant vitality. May is drawing to a close, and summer has arrived. Melvin stood at the podium in the classroom, surrounded by 7th-year students. This was the final Muggle Studies class of the academic year, and also the last for this group of students. The first 20 minutes were spent briefly reviewing the key concepts from the exam syllabus. These advanced students had a solid foundation. Over the past year, the new teaching approach had broadened their horizons and expanded their thinking. They had achieved excellent results in the past few mock exams, and they felt reassured. If wizarding scholars had previously approached Muggle studies from a narrow, biased perspective, it was no different from studying merpeople, centaurs, and Vila. The greatest benefit of the new teaching approach wasn't instilling Muggle knowledge in them, but rather allowing them to re-examine Muggle civilization with equal and normal eyes. They understood that wizards and Muggles had long coexisted, and that even those families that espoused pure blood values initially relied on Muggle resources to build their fortunes. Technology now existed alongside magic, and in some ways even surpassed it. It was a whole other kind of wonderful and magical thing. Several students had taken courses with the intention of facilitating their entry into the Ministry of Magic. Now, truly appreciating the changes brought about by technology, they planned to spend several months after graduation immersed in Muggle society. Other pure-blood students had also decided to visit Muggle cities and villages on their graduation trip to learn about technological civilization. Melvin found this fascinating. It was a pity he'd dropped out and missed this experience. It was a good opportunity to return to Ilvermorny during the summer break. If the water snake couldn't provide a good reason, it would be tangled in a knot, entwined end to end. This school year is almost over, and so are your students' lives. Melvin glanced around the classroom. Cherish the days you have left. From now on, you must apply to Professor McGonagall in advance to return to school. Without a valid reason, you'll almost certainly be turned away. You'll be left like those poor adult wizards, gazing at the castle, the Black Lake, and the Forbidden Forest through the mirror. The classroom was filled with laughter, but the atmosphere was uneventful. Professor, we can sneak in, use the disillusionment charm so Filch can't see us. I know several secret passages. Can Professor McGonagall hide in your office when she's on patrol? Melvin smiled and didn't dwell on the topic. You can even take the boring Muggle Studies class until the 7th grade. I know that you basically won't worry about your future work. As for your future life, I don't have any advice or suggestions. You need to explore it yourself. I just want to remind you a few things here. Don't limit your vision to the wizarding world. When you feel that life is difficult and work is boring, you can go to the Muggle world. I mean, find a Muggle job and integrate into Muggle society. For example? A girl raised her hand. For example, be a pizza delivery man. Use apparition to deliver pizzas. The work is easy, and you can earn more. The students like this kind of chatty and joking way of talking, and it is the same in class. In just 1 year, Professor Lewynter has left a very deep impression on them. The classroom was noisy for more than 10 minutes, full of meaningless chats, and later Melvin even sat on the desk. Melvin glanced at the time. A large class lasted about 2 hours, and less than half of it had passed. I won't teach for the rest of the time, and I won't keep you in the classroom to review. Take advantage of the good weather and go out to bask in the sun. Long live Professor Lewynter. Another round of cheers and shouts. June 1st. Melvin walked down the aisle of the exam hall, watching the students quietly answer questions with their heads down. The classroom was filled with a pleasant smell of ink. The Muggle Studies exams were much easier to endure than the other subjects. Due to the oppressive heat, most exam rooms were like steamers. Only he had used a freezing charm to cool the rooms beforehand, so even after finishing their work, the students were reluctant to hand in the papers early. The final exams he set were also very simple, basic definitions of terms, some interesting facts and common sense from encyclopedias, and even some novel word-connecting questions. There were also some bizarre multiple-choice questions, designed to widen the score gap. He had originally planned to split Muggle Studies into theoretical and practical exams. The theoretical exams were self-explanatory, while the practicals would involve students recharging batteries and radios, assembling flashlights, and other simple technological gadgets. He might even go a step further and take the students directly to Muggle towns to interact with ordinary people. However, Professor McGonagall rejected his application, telling him to remember to apply next year and keep the current exam as is for now. The vice principal had great authority, so Melvin had to give up. The theoretical exam lasted for almost a week. The professors of other elective courses were on vacation. In addition to his main job as a Muggle Studies teacher, Melvin was also responsible for the practical exam of defense against the dark arts for the first grade. He had not made any preparations for this exam. The exam room was located in the restricted area on the 4th floor. He simplified the levels a little and made some modifications, which counted as the practical exam questions. Wednesday afternoon. Melvin came out of the office with brisk steps. He had just finished marking the papers of the theoretical exam, and the students' grades made him feel full of accomplishment. When he arrived at the room at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, the candidates were already waiting in line. The group of students were divided into 4 teams according to their colleges, and everyone's eyes were shining. They could also get close to the legend of the adventure stories in the Shadow Mirror and the sophisticated levels that tested their wisdom, courage and magical skills. Harry, Ron and Hermione were surrounded by classmates, all asking about the tips for breaking the levels. Melvin came to the front and cleared his throat. "You should be familiar with this place. I heard from Mr. Filch that several times, naughty students who were out at night were caught here, and some of you were punished to clean up, right?" Many students looked away, showing embarrassed expressions. There were students from all 4 colleges, and Draco was one of them. As you can see, today's practical test is to pass the levels. I won't introduce the content of the levels, but briefly explain the rules of the test. Melvin looked calmly at this group of rookies who were eager to try. In order to adapt to the test, some levels have been simplified. The test will be conducted 1 level at a time, and the grades are divided into O, E, A, and P. Chapter 93 all failed. It was late afternoon. Melvin enjoyed his evening meal while chatting with Professor Flitwick. The house elves had already begun preparing for the end-of-year dinner, and the meals had become much more substantial. Flitwick crushed potatoes on his plate, glancing frequently toward the entrance hall. He asked in a shrill voice, "Should they be arriving soon?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall is already meeting them at the school gate." As a special advisor to the Examinations Authority, Melvin had received early news that the Examinations Authority team would arrive at the school today. Minerva, who else? The two glanced at the center of the guest table. The headmaster was absent, and it was unclear what he was busy with. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a faint commotion could be heard from the entrance hall. Melvin and Professor Flitwick exchanged a glance, wiped their mouths, and stood up from the guest table to greet them. Many young wizards had noticed that the 6th and 7th years seemed a little restless. After a brief exchange, the entire hall was aware of the Examinations Authority team's arrival. Hermione's eyes rolled, following the professor's figure. Turning to look toward the entrance hall, she spotted several elderly wizards in the distance. "Huh?" A chatter erupted from the 4 long house tables, and many girls even shrieked in suppressed choruses. Honestly, they were too old, utterly unrecognizable, and unattractive. They were as thin as the whomping willow in autumn and winter, their skin hanging loosely from their bones. Age spots and twisted veins could be seen on their pale cheeks. Their graying hair was sparse and wiry, and their cloudy eyes rolled in their shrunken sockets, bloodless, like specimens soaked in water. "Ms. Marchbanks, Professor Tofty," Melvin greeted them with a smile. The hunchback witch standing in the center of the front row was none other than Ms. Marchbanks, the long unseen head of the Examinations Authority. Her face seemed even more wrinkled, as dense as a spiderweb, but she seemed in good spirits, her voice resonant. Next to her was Professor Tofty, with a hideous, terrifying tumor. 2 old wizards were discussing this year's exam arrangements. They were responsible for invigilating the annual wizard level exams, and this kind of close contact with young wizards always comforted their aging souls. "Oh, Melvin, see you again." Ms. Marchbanks, increasingly like a little old lady, happily pulled Melvin aside to talk. "I saw the film that was shown at Easter. We all saw it. It's very good and interesting. The wizarding world needs something new and interesting like this. It's all thanks to you for helping to maintain the mirror during the last trial." Melvin raised his voice slightly so that the hard-of-hearing professors could hear clearly without being too noisy. "That's nothing. Clearing obstacles for young wizards is what we old guys should do." Ms. Marchbanks still remembered the scene of the last trial. "You were in a hurry to go back to school at that time to deal with Quirrell's matter, right? Dumbledore was in a hurry and refused to say anything. Now we can talk, right?" Marchbank looked around the hallway carefully, as if expecting the headmaster to jump out of a broom cupboard. "Where's Dumbledore? I have a lot of questions to ask him." Professor McGonagall next to her pursed her lips, expressionless, and anyone could see her unhappiness. "I'm sorry. I'm stuck on a flight of stairs on the 4th floor." Dumbledore appeared from nowhere, grinning, his voice unmistakable. "Did you have a pleasant journey, Ms. Marchbanks?" "Very pleasant, very pleasant. We've been here many times before. Every year, for over 100 years," Marchbanks exclaimed, unimpressed by the perfunctory greeting. "Don't forget, I was the invigilator for your newts." "Of course I remember. Transfiguration and charms," Dumbledore patiently added. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Marchbanks' eyes. "I remember you doing things with your wand that I've never seen before. Young wizards always surprise the wizarding world, you back then, and Melvin now." Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Come to my office for a cup of tea, and we can chat." A group of wizards, around 200 years old, were led up the stairs by a young centenarian. Their shaky bones made many students worry they might fall, but fortunately, nothing happened until they disappeared around the corner. Melvin watched them go with a smile on his face. When the hall quieted down again, he turned to the vice-headmaster, who had been busy all day, and said, "Professor McGonagall, the transcript for the first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts practical exam is on your desk. Have you seen it?" "How dare you mention transcripts to me, Melvin?" Professor McGonagall was speechless with astonishment, her glasses flashing with anger. "The entire first year, across 4 houses, all failed. How did you manage to invigilate such a result?" "Well, let me explain." Time flashed back to this afternoon. A room at the end of the 4th floor corridor. "That's it. Is there anything else you don't understand?" "No." After Professor Lewynter finished explaining the rules of the exam, the students rubbed their hands, eager to take on the challenge. Melvin waved his wand, closing the door and opening the old trapdoor. The atmosphere in the confined space suddenly became solemn, and the young wizards immediately fell silent. The students gathered around Hermione and the other 2 dispersed and lined up according to their houses. Having watched the relevant videos during the Easter holidays, and Ron having been giving lectures in the Great Hall for the past 2 months, almost everyone present knew the contents of the next level. Beneath the trapdoor was a devil's snare, sensitive to light and fire. Further back was a floating key in a giant stone wizard chess set. "Can this even be considered an exam?" Hermione frowned slightly. "Maybe considering we're first years, just passing is a good thing," Ron muttered, clutching his new wand, 14 inches long, made of willow, with a unicorn hair collar. The wand no longer backfired frequently, and spells no longer stuttered or failed. He now felt incredibly powerful. Harry gazed at the cavern below the trapdoor, feeling that Professor Lewynter's exam wouldn't be that easy. The other students present didn't have much of a clue. It was a simple exam, and knowing the questions and standard answers months in advance made them eager to begin the adventure. In order of house, Gryffindor will lead, followed by Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, Melvin said, smiling as he stood by the trapdoor. Gryffindor warriors, begin, with a swish. Before the other students could react, Seamus leaped in, so fast that only his shadow could be seen. "Woohoo!" A joyful cry echoed through the cavern, lingering for a few seconds before fading away. This daring act of striving for first place ignited the enthusiasm of the other students. The young wizards looked at each other with excited expressions, their eyes blazing. "Next," Melvin called calmly. Dean Thomas no longer hesitated, his steps brisk and his jump clean. His movements and form were far superior to Seamus's, and he was remarkably composed, without a single scream or howl. "Next, watch me." Ron took 2 running steps and dove in like a dive. Harry and Hermione hesitated before taking off, but only for a few seconds. Only Neville, lagging behind, glanced at the professor when his name was called. Without a word, he slowly descended along the cave's opening. Finally, his 10 fingers grasped the edge, but still unable to reach the bottom, he released his grip and descended. The other students followed suit, leaping into the cavern one after another, each more swift and decisive than the last. Having successfully passed the Devil's Gateway, the young wizards' faces flushed with excitement. Their once pristine robes were now wrinkled and stained with dark red fluid, reeking of sewers. They walked down the corridor and into a wooden door. Melvin pointed to the towering black and white stone sculpture and explained to the students, "Since the key level is too time-consuming, we're skipping it. The next level is a giant stone sculpture of wizard chess." "Professor," Let's get started. Let's go Gryffindor first. Teams of 3, Dean, Neville, let's go. Shouldn't we occupy the squares first? Hurry up. Neville had no choice but to follow them onto the chessboard. The stone chess pieces began to slide and move, and the game proceeded as planned. Seamus had heard Ron explain this game hundreds of times and had demonstrated it dozens of times in the common room. Initially, the pieces would engage in normal combat, exchanging pieces. Finally, one of the players would play the role of knight, sacrificing himself to secure a breakthrough. For the experienced students, having learned the standard approach, they could also evade the queen's attack, allowing all 3 players to successfully complete the game. The knight in command was the most prominent player. Dean, move 4 squares to the left and front. Neville, keep going. Finally, Seamus positioned himself in front of the queen, his expression fearless, before tumbling and scrambling to avoid the attack. The 3 of them bounded across the board, waving excitedly. Ron beamed, feeling this chessboard was his medal. Harry grinned, while Hermione quietly observed the board, finding no changes. Then, she observed the professor, but still saw nothing. The other students' eyes lit up, and they noisily began forming teams. Melvin remained expressionless, glancing indifferently at the group of rookies. He waved his hand as he restored the chess pieces and board. Next group, due to limitations, will have to skip the troll level, so, Melvin stood at the doorway of the sealed room and pointed to the long table before him. On it lay a pile of bottles and jars filled with brightly colored liquids. Next to it was a piece of parchment with a deduction puzzle written on it. Seamus, are you still going to do the first group? Of course, Seamus grinned. Dean nodded firmly, his eyes determined. This time, he was going to be the brave one. He took a few steps forward and picked up the parchment. Dean was a little nervous, worried that the professor would change the puzzle. But a quick glance revealed the same old content: danger ahead, safety behind. Hey, Dean grinned, not bothering to reason, and went straight for the smallest bottle, a round one. Seamus and Neville each took one and gulped it down. Neville smacked his lips, the taste somehow familiar. Dean turned back and proudly held up the empty potion, signaling they'd passed. Melvin nodded, confirming their results. He took out 2 new potions and placed them back in their original locations, the bottles exactly the same size, not even in the same position. Next group, that's just copying. This time, Hermione couldn't help herself and stared at the professor. Melvin still didn't react, keeping the exam going. After the last Slytherin group finished their potion, he calmly declared the exam over. That afternoon, they'd cleared 3 levels, each one with ease. The young wizards had experienced a heroic adventure. It was a shame the results couldn't be announced on the spot. In the deputy headmistress's office, Professor McGonagall examined the schematics for the 3 levels. They were almost identical to their original designs, but a quick glance revealed something amiss. Some of the devil's snare vines were smeared with a dark red sap, the transfiguration chessboard was smaller than before, with a passageway cut out at the edge for people to pass through. Professor McGonagall closed the blueprint, took a deep breath, and was silent for a moment. I can accept the first 2 levels, but what about the last one? According to the reasoning of the puzzle, those 2 bottles are indeed the antidote. Does the puzzle have to be true? Defense Against the Dark Arts is a course designed to protect students from the harm of dark wizards. It is written in the preface of the textbook, don't believe anything said by dark wizards, don't believe any suspicious text, Melvin explained seriously. For normal wizards, faced with several bottles of unfamiliar potions, their correct approach should be to use their knowledge of potions to determine the type of potion by the color, texture, and viscosity of the liquid, rather than believing any suspicious hints. I specifically consulted Professor Snape. The potions displayed there are all very basic, and except for those 2 bottles, the others are the correct answers. Melvin paused and added, Professor Snape didn't want to pay attention to me at first, but when he heard that I wanted to make Harry and the others fail the course, he was willing to cooperate and generously sponsored the potions. Professor McGonagall suddenly felt a little tired. What are those 2 bottles of medicine? The diluted scabies potion is not a poison. It will only cause them to break out in a few pimples. Professor McGonagall rubbed her brow helplessly and wanted him to organize a new practical test, but after thinking about it carefully, Melvin's actions made sense. After the adventure of guarding the Philosopher's Stone was made public, many students became impatient and felt that they could also complete the adventure and become famous in the wizarding world. This kind of test could make them face reality a little more. After thinking quietly for a moment, Professor McGonagall made a decision. Don't tell the students this news for the time being. I will discuss it with other deans tomorrow. Perhaps this method can be extended to other grades. Melvin nodded. Okay, Professor. By the way, the results of the practical exam for Defense Against the Dark Arts will be announced this weekend. You will explain it to the students in the auditorium then. Chapter 94 Year-End Dinner. June 20th, Friday. The Muggle Studies exams concluded, and the students, completely relieved, streamed out of the exam halls, sprinting briskly down the corridors, leaping down the stairs in twos and threes, and dashing towards the lake to enjoy the relief. The exam results would be distributed to the students during the summer vacation, giving them a month of leisure. Melvin walked slowly along the corridors and stairs, occasionally greeting the portraits on the wall. Professor Tofty, trembling beside him, seemed unable to move faster. Elective written exams like Muggle Studies and Arithmancy were always scheduled last, and the end of this exam marked the end of all exams for the academic year. The young wizards were relieved, and so were the professors. Crossing a landing, Melvin turned to observe the portraits and ghosts on either side. They were discussing the program for the house party and summer vacation plans. The summer sun streamed through the castle windows, and every thinking being in the school looked forward to the arrival of summer vacation. It's the ghosts. Professor Tofty, holding the sealed exam papers, a smile on his aged face. Is Lord Porpington of Gryffindor still around? The students all call him nearly Headless Nick. When I was a student, every summer vacation, he would go to Kent to meet a widow ghost. I didn't expect Nick to have such a love story, haha. Unfortunately, Nick wouldn't reveal the full story. The Ghost Repertory Company puts on several shows each year, all about his experience of being beheaded by a blunt axe. They chatted as they descended the stairs. Reaching the corner of the marble staircase, they found the surroundings unusually quiet. The portraits and ghosts lowered their voices. Students, passing by, paused their playful pursuits, assumed a playful air, and trotted briskly through the entrance hall. Melvin and Professor Tofty continued their pace until they reached the entrance hall and followed the students' gaze. They saw two elderly figures, one tall, one short, standing at the entrance door, gazing out at the grounds and Black Lake in the distance. A faint smile played on their lips. They greeted the students passing by, urging them to be careful. It was the headmaster and Ms. Marchbanks. Ms. Marchbanks was dressed in a gray wizarding robe, the authority's insignia pinned to her chest. She leaned on a short staff. Her legs were fine, she was simply trying to make standing and walking easier. Melvin shifted his gaze slightly, looking down the path between the fields. He saw the other veteran wizards of the authority boarding the Thestrals, guided by Professor McGonagall. The exams were over, and these old wizards were heading home. Melvin stepped forward and nodded slightly to the two elderly wizards. Ms. Marchbanks, if you're not in a hurry, how about staying for dinner? The end-of-year meals are extraordinarily sumptuous. My teeth are almost all gone, so I can't enjoy them even if they're sumptuous. A smile graced Marchbanks' wrinkled face. Her gaze shifted, examining Melvin. Her smile grew even kinder. Turning to Dumbledore, she whispered, I can't answer the questions you ask, but there's a lot of information sealed up in the administration, including from Herper's time. I'll go back and look for it. I might find something, don't worry, it's nothing important, Dumbledore said with a smile. If you're really at a loss, write to those old folks, Bathilda Bassock, Mustora Barquith, Barry Winkle. Marchbanks named several long-lived wizards and paused. They're all dying. There's no need to worry about them leaking information. Dumbledore nodded repeatedly, not sure if he'd heard her. Melvin bid farewell to Professor Tofty nearby. Although neither of them revealed the specifics of the question, he knew the moment he heard Herpo's name, it was still about Horcruxes and Voldemort. The Wizarding Examinations Authority had a longer history than the Ministry of Magic, housing much lost information. The old headmaster had probably tried her luck in consulting Marchbanks, but unfortunately, nothing came of it. As for the several veteran wizards she had recommended, they were largely useless. In the entire wizarding world, who had lived longer than Nicolas Flamel? After escorting Ms. Marchbanks and Professor Tofty to their carriage, Melvin watched them depart, then turned to look at the students scattered across the grounds and by the lake. He paused, unable to suppress a smile. The results of the Defense Against the Dark Arts practical exam were about to be announced. The young wizards continued to play carefree, some sliding leisurely down the grassy slope, others slumped under the trees by the lake, chatting and laughing, and still others stretching out on the grass, oblivious to the hostile intent of the Muggle Studies professor. Dumbledore also heard about the practical exam. The first graders took the exam first, retaking the adventure level on the 4th floor, but they all failed. I don't know how Melvin told Minerva, but the practical exams for the next few grades were replaced with this one, and everyone failed. A smile appeared on his face. Tomorrow is the end of year dinner, Melvin. When are you going to tell the children the news? After the dinner, so they can have a pleasant end of year dinner? Any plans for the summer vacation? A trip to Romania. Hagrid is going to visit his dragon cub. There's a Budapest wizard market there, and I'm going to check out the market on the way. What about after the inspection? Back to Ilvermorny. When are you going back to school? About the end of August. What's the matter? Melvin looked at him quietly. The old headmaster, who always felt terrible, wanted to drag him on an adventure, exploring a seaside cave or treasure hunting in an abandoned house in a remote village. School's busy before term starts. If you come back early, you can help Minerva. Melvin watched the old headmaster go upstairs and disappear around the corner. After a moment of silence, he decided to return to school with the students. He was just an elective professor. Why did he always think of arranging overtime? The next evening, the magic dome simulated the starry sky of a midsummer night. Inside the great hall, a grand dinner was underway. Silver-green ribbons draped the walls and ceiling, and a large banner depicted the giant Slytherin serpent spitting out its tongue. At the 4 long house tables, the young Gryffindor wizards calculated their house scores, while the Slytherins were generally silent. The other young wizards who didn't care about the house cup gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chattering about their summer plans and agreeing on a date to go shopping in Diagon Alley. The 7th-year students, who had never returned to school, sat quietly, gazing at the tables and chairs in the auditorium and the starry sky above. They spoke little. Always listening. Melvin, who had arrived half an hour early, helped Professor Flitwick decorate the auditorium. He sat to the side of the guest of honor, observing the thousands of candles floating in the air. He noticed an excited Hagrid, clinking glasses with everyone, and cleverly moved aside to minimize his presence. At 7:03, Dumbledore knocked on the goblet with a silver spoon. The crisp trill suppressed the noise in the hall. Another year has passed. Children, before you enjoy these delicious dishes, please listen to the old man's chatter. This is a wonderful and exciting year. There is a whole summer vacation waiting for you. Looking back on the past year, looking forward to the upcoming future, he urged students to enjoy the vacation, but not to relax in their studies. Not only in magic schools, but also in the speeches of principals of schools all over the world, the tone is similar. Dumbledore will occasionally insert 1 or 2 jokes to make the atmosphere in the hall even colder. After the clichés, it was time to calculate the scores of the colleges. Now, we must first conduct the award ceremony for the College Cup. According to the summary, the scores of each college are as follows: Slytherin, the 4th place, 312 points, followed by Hufflepuff, 352 points, Ravenclaw, 426 points, finally, Gryffindor, 442 points. Looking at the blushing little wizards, Dumbledore smiled slightly, his loud voice drowning out the cheers. This means that we need to make some changes. As the headmaster announced that Gryffindor had won the House Cup, the huge banner fluttering in the hall began to sway, and the Slytherin green snake painted on it quietly disappeared, replaced by a gold and red Gryffindor lion, and the silver and green ribbons also turned into gold and red. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the magic dome, and the tables, chairs and tableware were shaking. Looking at the little wizards who were celebrating wantonly, Snape's face was extremely ugly, and he felt a little happier when he thought of the test results that would be announced later. Chapter 95, Being a Professor, the most important thing is to be happy. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. The banquet had lasted nearly 3 hours, with no sign of ending. A variety of delicious dishes filled their bellies, and there was still dessert to enjoy. Hermione held a piece of avalanche strawberry cake, slowly scraping a layer of jam and cream with a spoon, and slid it into her mouth. Her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Next to them, Harry and Ron leaned side by side on a bench, their bellies bulging, their eyes glazed over, as if their minds were filled with roasted chicken legs. Their plates were piled high with bones, which they had not cleaned. Seeing that everyone had almost finished their meals, Melvin glanced at Professor McGonagall and gave her a questioning look. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Ding! Melvin tapped his silvery spoon against his goblet. The shrill trill caught everyone's attention, and the entire hall fell silent. He didn't speak immediately, letting the silence linger. A few lively young wizards wanted to make a joke, but seeing the professor's serious expressions, they didn't dare to speak. In the center of the honors section, Dumbledore sipped on a piece of caramel pudding, gazing at the young professor nearby with bright amusement in his azure eyes. "We'll be leaving soon. The Hogwarts Express is waiting outside, waiting for you to pack and depart. If we don't talk now, we'll be on holiday." Melvin's voice echoed through the hall. His gaze swept across the 4 long house tables, pausing for a few seconds before asking, "Do you know the results of your defense against the dark arts practical exam?" Hermione's heart trembled, a sense of foreboding welling up. Professor Lewynter spoke slowly, and thinking back to the strangeness of the exam that day, she had already concluded that her first year at the School of Magic wouldn't be very good. The other young wizards shared a similar sentiment. The professor's expression was solemn, his tone stern, and it was clear the result was bad. There are 7 grades in the school, 5 took the exam, and all 5 failed. Hermione's breath hitched in disbelief. Look at these 5 years. Among your prefects, Quidditch captains, and student council presidents, many of you are great helpers to the professors and admired by your parents. And now, you've all failed. Several professors worked so hard to set up the exam room and handed it to you, and you messed it up like this. Melvin spoke slowly, his tone calm, almost without a ripple. But to the students, it was filled with heartbroken indignation. As the professor who set the exam, I even suspect it's my fault. I feel so sorry for the school, the headmaster, and the other professors. I wish I could give myself a failing grade too, Professor. Hermione's heart sank for a moment, her silver spoon clenched tightly. Angelina and Elias sat nearby, and next to them was the Hufflepuff table. Cedric remained silent. Hearing this from their usually friendly professor, even those taking Muggle Studies felt a heavy heart. Ahem. Professor McGonagall, sitting in the guest of honor seat, cleared her throat and gave Melvin a few glances, signaling him to calm down and get to the point. Melvin, feeling the slowly growing magical power, pretended not to see her gaze, continuing his speech in a slow, even voice. "Let's talk about the first level first. Faced with a dark cave with an unknown location, no one thought to explore. Professor Flitwick taught you over a dozen spells for exploration, but you didn't use any of them: illumination, revealing, flaming, or even just throwing a stone to test the waters. You're lucky. The devil's snare cultivated by Professor Sprout is gentle and slow-moving. It didn't attack immediately when it saw someone breaking into its lair. What if it was a poisonous tentacle? A whomping willow? A venomous snake? Remember the red liquid that stained your clothes? If it had been venom, you would have been dead by now, the whole school, annihilated. You still want to be warriors against you-know-who." Although they had vaguely anticipated this, hearing the professor's calm and slow questioning made the young wizards blush, afraid to meet his gaze. They were only concerned with showing off, only wanting to repeat the warrior's adventure, and had completely ignored the right course of action. Percy buried his head, feeling ashamed. As a Gryffindor prefect, he hadn't set a good example. His mind was solely on outdoing his younger brother, Ron. Let's talk about the second level, the Transfiguration Board. 5 years in all, no one noticed the aisle outside the board. It's wide enough for you to walk side by side across it. You don't have to fight the pieces, and you don't have to make any sacrifices. Many students felt a tingling sensation in their scalps, followed by Professor Lewynter's rebuke. "Do you think you're brave? Do you think you're great, Alice? I only see stupidity." To put it another way, even if you wanted to break through, why did you have to physically enter the board and fight? Underclassmen have limited offensive magic skills. Solving endgames is understandable, but what about the upperclassmen? Don't you know magic? Don't you know transfiguration? Or, as Professor Snape put it, has your brain been blocked by wizard chess? The entire audience of teachers and students had no doubts, believing this was something Professor Snape would say. Snape's expression suddenly froze. What did he mean? He was being targeted with such vulgar insults? The last level was the most disappointing. Melvin shook his head slightly. Faced with a pile of unknown potions, you didn't trust your potion's knowledge, but chose to trust a piece of flimsy parchment. What if it's poison? What if it's venom? Melvin, judging by the feedback from his magic, saw that the student seemed a little numb. After a pause, he asked in a faint voice, "What if it's sewer feces and urine?" Some students' eyes widened, their faces pale in disbelief. A few tried to calm their nerves with a drink, but the moment their lips touched their glasses, they remembered the professor's mention of feces and urine, and their stomachs churned. Snape's eye twitched slightly, feeling that this guy was even more outrageous than himself. I've always heard that Hogwarts is the oldest school of magic, and that its students are highly regarded in other countries after graduation. Looking back on your performance in the exam, do you think you deserve such praise? Melvin sighed, his tone softened. Think about it carefully. Silence is Hogwarts tonight. Professor McGonagall had a complicated expression. The students are still young. The oldest 6th grader is only 17 years old. The wizarding world has been very peaceful in recent years, without any wars or unrest, and dark wizards have not emerged much. Moreover, the professor of defense against the dark arts has been changed again and again, and there has been no systematic learning. Suddenly accepting this kind of assessment and getting a failing grade, I wonder if they will be hit hard. I suddenly felt a little sorry for these students. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 set off. The dinner was over and everyone returned to their dormitories. Hermione lay on the four-poster bed, her hands resting on the edge of the quilt. She heard Lavender yawn, then let out a long, contented sigh, her breathing slowly becoming even. There was a rustling sound from Parvati's bed. She always had to toss and turn for a while before finding the most comfortable sleeping position. This night seemed no different from the past 300 or so nights. They would fall asleep under the starlight of the Scottish Highlands, but Hermione was still unable to sleep. She didn't know if it was because of Professor Lewynter's scolding in the hall, or because the school year was coming to an end. She was about to return to Hampstead Gardens on the outskirts of London and would not be able to cast magic for 2.5 months. Parvati in the next bed was still awake, her breathing still restless. Hermione, Hermione, her voice hushed from the dorm. I heard you got full marks in all your exams, but you only failed the practical exam in defense against the dark arts. Is that true? Yes, the final grades had been handed out, and the young witch had placed top of the grade with a commanding lead. Not only that, but Harry and Ron also passed with flying colors. Neville had managed to get by just fine, his potions performance a bit weaker, but his herbology made up for it. Don't worry about it. I think Professor Lewynter was deliberately playing a trick on us. Even the Aurors would have failed, not just us. The young witch remained silent in the darkness. If Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick had been administering the exam, there would have been no such absurd farce of failing the entire school. But when it came to Professor Lewynter, she didn't know why. She curled herself a little deeper into the covers, glancing at the stars through the window, which looked like frost. The night sky outside was a dark, deep blue. The little witch began to reflect on her misguided thinking that her roommate was right, failing the exam wasn't entirely her fault. It was all Professor Lewynter's fault. Dawn broke. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the gamekeepers and hounds awoke and began to wash and brush their teeth in the dim light. Fang scurried around the house, occasionally barking, but more often uttering low whimpers. Hagrid pulled a packet of insecticide from the woodpile in the yard and sprinkled it on the pumpkin patch. He then removed the vines clinging to the fence, made sure it was all right, locked the door, and headed towards the castle. Fang, clutching his pink umbrella, snorted as he ran after them, nudging him with his head. Hagrid took it, wiped his saliva on his clothes, and rubbed its head. I've agreed with Ronan and the others that you'll go hunting with them this summer. We'll share in the roasts and stews, and we'll make sure you're well fed. If you get tired of the centaurs, just go to the castle. Mr. Filch won't leave you alone, and the house elves in the kitchen will prepare food for you. Woo! Fang tossed his butt and scurried off along the path deep into the Forbidden Forest, his voice shrill. He had no time to grieve over his master's departure. The next 2 months would be a joyous holiday of hunting and feasting. The Great Hall was still decorated in Gryffindor colors. Compared to last night's banquet, breakfast was remarkably quiet. The only sound in the quad being the clinking of cups and plates. The 4 heads of house handed out holiday notices to each student, and in the blink of an eye, the young wizards packed their bags and, led by Hagrid, emerged from the school gates and boarded the red train parked next to the platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! The whistle awoke the wilderness, and the wheels began to turn, grinding through the morning dew on the tracks. The Hogwarts Express slowly set off, heading towards the Muggle world. On the grass beside the Black Lake, Melvin watched the white steam gradually dissipate and merge into the clouds in the sky. "It's time for us to set off too," Professor Kettleburn chuckled and gently lashed the tall Pegasus beside him with his sackcloth whip. The three chestnut-maned Pegasus dropped their heads in pain and bumped into him, causing them to stumble, earning a few amused scoldings. "You foolish horses. I got up early to feed you Romanian hay and gave you 3 broomsticks mead, and now you're full and satisfied, and you're going to pay me back for 2 lashes." Melvin surveyed the sturdy Pegasus. Before the Flu Network and portkeys became commonplace, Pegasus carriages were the mainstream means of transportation for wizards, and they haven't completely disappeared to this day. There are many varieties of Pegasus, each with unique abilities. Hogwarts has the Thestrals, Boxbatons has the Rune horses, and the Glaylings live on the hills of Ilvermorny. The 3 in front of us are Professor Kettleburn's personal collection, and they are a breed called Either Dragons. With their manes tinged with reddish-brown, they are sturdy and robust, reminiscent of fair Gunna horses. They are said to have dragon blood flowing through their veins, and they only eat fresh grass grown from dragon dung and enjoy a drink of fruit brandy. Considering the long journey today, Professor Kettleburn only fed them some mead, which seemed to have displeased the horses. While installing the frame and the rope, Kettleburn said to him, "I tell you, Melvin, since you are going to stop in Budapest, you are taking the Iserlin carriage on this trip. In the past, when I went to Romania by myself, I always used a portkey. I have been there many times and I didn't need to go through entry and exit documents." Melvin smiled and said, "I thought the professor was the kind of dangerous person who is banned from entering other countries." "Haha, I'm not that guy, Newt. The professor is going to retire next year." "Right, how did you know?" "Did Albus tell you?" "I guess so. You still have to accept that you are old. When you are young, you are in good health and can still do things even if you have missing limbs. Now that you are old, your bones are brittle, and you can hardly stop those animals in class. I can't stop magical beasts, but I can stop dark wizards with ulterior motives. I remember that during the Christmas holidays, the professor seemed to be targeting Quirrell. Did he find something wrong?" Kettleburn continued to tease the Pegasus, grinning. "I haven't found any evidence. It's just that after spending time with magical creatures, you can detect some of their true emotions. Some animals have aggressive personalities, but aren't inherently bad, so it's okay to pet them. Others appear gentle, but they're actually waiting to bite you. Wizards are the same way." Melvin nodded slightly. Professor Kettleburn loved to play the devil's game, constantly chasing magical creatures in the wild and trading contraband with dark wizards. He owed his life to his unique experience. The Iserlins calmly let them harness the bikes, their dark eyes bright, their thoughts etched in their minds. "Melvin." Professor Kettleburn. Ripples rippled across the calm lake, and the ground seemed to sense a tremor. A burly half-blood giant strode towards them, clutching a stuffed bear and wearing a small pink umbrella at his waist. He exuded an indescribable humor. After seeing the students off, Hagrid immediately ran over, not because he was afraid of missing out, but out of sheer excitement. "Here I come. Here I come." Upon seeing the 3 Pegasus, Hagrid's eyes widened. "Are those Iserlins? Look at those muscles, beautiful." He reached out to touch their trapezius muscles, but the horses slapped him with their tails. Unperturbed, he simply grabbed their tails and shamelessly rubbed them a few times. Then he was hit by a hoof, a kick from behind. A normal wizard would have been sent flying after 2 hits, but the half-giant's physique was such that a couple of hoofs wouldn't hurt, though it still hurt. "Hiss," Hagrid gasped, gnashing his teeth as he tried to rub against the Pegasus. "Those little ones are so cute." His cheeky expression made even Melvin laugh. Professor Kettleburn harnessed the Pegasus to the carriage. Seeing Hagrid's interaction with the horse, he seemed relieved and couldn't help but grin. "Let's go, we're off too." The carriage was made of exquisite mahogany, inlaid with gold and silver carvings. A closer look revealed that the silver was indeed silver, and the gold was actually brass. The carriage's ceiling was a head shorter than Hagrid's, but inside, the space suddenly opened up, almost as large as the school hall. It was sparsely maintained, with hay, a trough, and other horse tack piled on the carpet, and only a few chairs by the window. "Go!" The wooden wheels inlaid with cast iron crushed the soft grass. The carriage slowly moved for a distance, then soared into the air, crossing the Black Lake and rushing towards the distant mountains. On the 8th floor of the castle behind, a window was half open, and the old headmaster with silver hair and a phoenix peeked out. Man and bird watched them go away, their lips curling into a smile. The vice principal in the room reported his work dutifully. The work summary of this academic year has been submitted to the board of directors. Mr. Malfoy didn't say anything, but he asked to meet Melvin and Severus. Melvin was in a hurry and asked me to postpone it, but Severus refused outright. Dumbledore smiled even more brightly when he heard this. There is no rush for the start of school. What's important is the professor of defense against the dark arts. Mr. Guffey wrote to me last week, asking when this year's recruitment notice will be published in the newspaper. The vice principal said solemnly, "Principal, you have also seen the mess Melvin caused. We can't advertise for professors every year. We must find a way to solve this problem." Well, I already have a candidate for this. Dumbledore took a beautifully bound book from the bookshelf, My Magical Self. The wizard on the cover had a particularly bright smile. Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor McGonagall's thick brow furrowed slightly. She had heard of the best-selling author. Although she disliked his style, the experiences and performances described in those books suggested that Lockhart was capable of the professorship. However, were the experiences described in the books truly his? Are there no other candidates? I believe the students can learn a great deal from Professor Lockhart, beyond just textbook knowledge. After Professor McGonagall left, Dumbledore sat behind his desk and took out the sapphire-encrusted tiara. His azure eyes reflected the same obscure fluorescence. He had already gained some understanding of Voldemort's experience and process in creating Horcruxes. Considering that Voldemort couldn't have used the Founding Fathers' relics as carriers from the very beginning, he suspected that the number of Horcruxes he had created might exceed his expectations. The creation of a Horcrux, however simple, still required a tearing of the soul. The soul, in essence, was the source of a wizard's magical power. Despite the numerous tearings of his soul, Voldemort had managed to retain consciousness and sanity, avoiding a deranged madness and increasing his magical power. According to Nicolas Flamel, Melvin might be able to unlock the secret. Both seemed connected to Salazar Slytherin. Just how much legacy did the founder leave behind? Dumbledore pondered quietly, his right hand resting on the armrest of his chair, tapping it unconsciously. Chapter 97 Animal World. Sylvanus Kettleburn was a pure-blood wizard and Hufflepuff graduate. As a student, he developed a passion for magical creatures, especially dangerous ones. After graduation, he was unable to raise dragons in Romania and took a cushy, odd job. He visited Romania every holiday to see dragons. After a hand was bitten off by an incubating Australian white-eyed slug, he applied to return to the university as a professor. His excellent professional skills and years of experience with magical creatures helped him pass the interview. However, due to his reckless and imprudent personality, his teaching was mediocre, and he frequently got into trouble. He was placed on probation 62 times during his tenure. About 40 or 50 years ago, while rehearsing the play The Fountain of Good Fortune, he insisted on using a magically enlarged fire ash snake as a prop. Midway through the performance, it exploded out of control, igniting the entire stage. The flames and smoke sent nearly 100 students to the school hospital. Professor Barry suffered a head injury, and the acrid, burning smell lingered for months. His relationship with headmaster Armando Dippet was strained, and he lacked a good reputation among the student body. Over the years, he had failed to build any connections. Early in life, he had received a medical compensation, and while professors at the school enjoyed a good salary, Kettleburn, with his penchant for handling dangerous magical creatures and generously donating to wildlife rescue efforts, hadn't saved much over the decades and had even lost a leg. As his body aged, his restless soul gradually settled. By the time Dumbledore took over as headmaster, Kettleburn had only half an arm and leg left. He had become more stable, and with the persuasion of his friends, he managed to settle into a relatively peaceful life. In recent years, he had relaxed his youthful fervor, using his professional expertise to save for retirement and buying a house in Hogsmeade, planning to settle down outside the school. He had actually intended to retire last year, but Harry's arrival coincided with Kettleburn's curiosity about a boy, so he stayed on for another year. Joining Harry at Hogwarts was the new Muggle Studies professor, Melvin Lewynter, a brilliant young man, far superior to his predecessor, though his approach was more Slytherin-esque. Kettleburn had initially been reluctant to socialize with a professor, but was captivated by his demeanor. He was an excellent teacher, ensuring students achieved excellent grades. He also handled matters outside of his primary duties with remarkable skill, managing the ministries' challenges, thwarting Voldemort's plots, and even delivering Albus's warnings in a unique and unconventional way. In stark contrast, he was queer and a squirrel. After Easter, upon learning of Voldemort's potential return, Kettleburn suddenly felt a surge of unease. Every sleepless night, he couldn't help but wonder, if he could retire, what would become of the school and the young wizards? Kettleburn, a lifelong bachelor with no children, considered Hogwarts his home. He worried that after his departure, the successor to the Care of Magical Creatures department would be unworthy of the trust. It would be fine if he were as unqualified as himself, but he feared the successor would be someone like Quirrell. He knew, however, that Albus and Minerva could handle these matters, leaving him no room for worry. Furthermore, in his youth, he wasn't a very good professor either, constantly showing dangerous animals to his students based on his own preferences. Injuring himself and his students was not uncommon. He was a veteran professor, but his reputation wasn't great. His ability to work until retirement was due to the board's consideration for his pureblood status and Dumbledore's persuasion out of old friendship. But Kettleburn couldn't help but worry. Before he retired, he wanted to find a qualified professor for the school, one who truly loved magical creatures, who truly protected Hogwarts, and who truly cared for the young witches and wizards. Kettleburn sat on the couch in the carriage, watching the large figure at the door. He felt he had chosen the right person. He smiled and called out, "Hagrid, it's windy outside. Come inside." "No problem, I like the breeze." Hogwarts Castle had completely vanished from view. The half-blood giant perched on the shaft remained excited, his eyes fixed on the flapping wings of the Pegasus, making the other dragons uneasy. Between the valley and the hills, the winged horses, the dragon skin ropes kept a slight slouch. Unlike a Muggle carriage, the Pegasus and carriage weren't actually secured by a frame, but rather by invisible magic. The carpeted carriage was remarkably stable, without a trace of vibration. Melvin sat by the window, flipping through some documents. The scenery outside quickly passed by. In mid-June, golden sunlight streamed in, glaring slightly at the parchment. As the light grew brighter, Melvin put away the documents, rubbed his brow to relax his mind, and thought about something unimportant. Then, he spotted Professor Kettleburn not far away. He thought for a moment and continued to ask the question before leaving. "Professor, do you plan to let Hagrid take the Care of Magical Creatures class?" Professor Kettleburn was not surprised. A Slytherin certified by the Sorting Hat, with a tortuous mind, it was normal for him to see these signs. "How about it? My vision is okay, right?" Melvin smiled and shook his head. "Hagrid likes magical creatures and can get along well with students, but he can't be a good professor of magical creatures now." "Why?" In Hagrid's third year, he was expelled because of a wrongful case. He did not receive a complete wizard education at all. His understanding of magical creatures was all from his own observations in the Forbidden Forest. It was very superficial, and the animal habits that were very simple for him were another matter for students. Kettleburn couldn't help but fall into thought. Hagrid often says that the Acromantulas are gentle and adorable little creatures. To him, that's the case, because the Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest are all descendants of Aragog. But what about the Acromantulas in the outside world, and how do the Acromantulas appear to students? You have to understand that Hagrid isn't a pureblood and has a criminal record. He won't have 62 opportunities for probation. Given the current tensions between the Ministry of Magic, the Board of Governors, and the school, one mistake would mean he'd be dismissed. Melvin paused. If you want Hagrid to be a qualified professor of magical creatures, he needs to learn systematic knowledge, understand how magical creatures look to normal wizards, and understand the characteristics and habits of normal animals. These words, coming from the special advisor to the examinations authority, were particularly persuasive. Kettleburn, who had lived for decades, was well acquainted with this kind of Slytherin persuasion. He followed the young professor's train of thought for a moment, then quickly realized his mistake and said with a helpless smile, "Melvin, Hagrid is your friend too. If you have any thoughts or suggestions, just share them directly." Muggle scientist Richard Feynman once proposed a learning method, believing that repeated practice and teaching others are the best and fastest ways to learn. If you want Hagrid to master the professor's knowledge as soon as possible, the best way is to learn and retell at the same time. How to do it specifically? "Professor, the wonderful memories of your youth when you searched all over the world should not be forgotten. The Magic Mirror Club plans to shoot some less formal programs. We want to use the colorful memory images of magical animals in your mind, and then let Hagrid add narration to introduce the morphological structure, Physiological characteristics, genetic characteristics, and behavioral characteristics of magical animals. Melvin smiled gently. I named this program Fantastic Beasts World. It sounds very interesting. Kettleburn stroked his beard and thought, his eyes growing brighter. Hagrid had excellent qualities to be a professor, but he also had many shortcomings. For example, after becoming a gamekeeper, he hardly left the British Isles, and he had not even been to many places in England. His travels were limited to places like London and Hogsmeade, and he had not seen many magical animals in person. Using his own memory to expand Hagrid's horizons and teaching him systematic animal knowledge in the middle of the process was indeed a good thing that killed two birds with one stone. The Magic Mirror Club will also provide generous rewards. Melvin added. Now we can kill 3 birds with one stone. Kettleburn repeated silently in his heart. The sun slowly rose to its highest point. The scorching temperature outside could be faintly felt, but fortunately the interior of the carriage was still cool, and a corner of the black curtain was lifted by the wind, letting the hot summer wind blow in. Hagrid was finally willing to move his eyes away from Iserlin, walked into the carriage, took out a few pieces of rock cakes from his pocket and handed them to the 2 people inside, with an expression of eager anticipation. Melvin, Professor Kettleburn, are you hungry? Have some rock cakes. No. The 2 professors, one old and one young, rejected his expectations and took out food from their luggage, mushroom soup, steak and stew packed by the school kitchen, with jam bread. Hagrid instantly felt that the rock cake in his hand was not fragrant. Hagrid, leave the rock cakes to Norbert, and help us eat these things. It is difficult to keep them fresh after taking them out. It is hot and they are easy to spoil. Fortunately, the rock biscuits are not afraid of being stored and will not spoil easily. Hagrid smiled and helped the 2 professors solve the problem. His mouth was full and his words were unclear. I wonder if Fang has eaten it. If the centaur's barbecue is not to his taste, I left him some rock biscuits under the bed. Listening to his mumbling, Kettleburn turned his head and met the eyes of Melvin, who was smiling next to him. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Hagrid, do you know what breed of dog Fang is? Neapolitan Mastiff. Of course I know. It usually looks fierce when it shows its teeth, but it is actually a coward. Did you know that there is a very famous dog in England called the Cowhide? I've seen it. It looks very similar to a Jack Russell Hound. There is a blind wizard from Wiltshire in the Pig's Head Bar who has a cowhide with him. I heard him say that if you raise this kind of dog, you have to cut off its tail when it is a few weeks old. If you don't cut it, it will grow up to have 2 forked tails, very similar to a swallow. This is a dog bred by wizards. It is a 3x dangerous animal. It looks like a small fox terrier in the Muggle world, such as a Papillon or a Pembroke Corgi. It has short hair, erect ears, and a forked tail. It is usually cream, light brown or white, but there are also mottled individuals. It has an aggressive tendency towards Muggles in its infancy, which manifests as biting trouser legs and barking. This is because its swallowtail can use magic to track Muggles. Kettleburn introduced while observing Hagrid's expression. You need to pass an examination of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures before you can obtain a breeding license. According to Article 73A of the Regulations for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, all swallowtail puppies must have their forked tails cut off within 8 weeks of birth. Is that so? Hagrid responded in a very half-hearted manner. He was a practical wizard, and if there was a crop that needed to be raised, he would definitely be able to remember the physiological knowledge well. But now it was just a casual chat during lunch, and this knowledge could only enter the digestive system along with the food. Kettleburn was very helpless about this. Melvin smiled and added, in the mid-18th century, Thornton Harkaway, president of the American Magical Congress, raised a group of cruppies. Later, the group of dogs attacked the local Muggles in Williamsburg, Virginia. The incident caused a big uproar, and as a result, Harkaway stepped down, and the headquarters of the Magic Congress moved to Baltimore. Is there such a thing? Hagrid opened his eyes wide when he heard it. There are also many incidents of cruppies attacking Muggles in England. This animal is extremely loyal to wizards and very ferocious to Muggles. Some people speculate that this is because the breeder of this dog is a pure-blood wizard. Really? Hagrid frowned. Kettleburn seemed to be thinking about something, and he had some idea of how to impart knowledge to Hagrid. He had to tell him something interesting. After thinking about it, he said, not necessarily. In fact, there are many magical animals that have unique feelings for wizards. Kneazles, Pegasus, and Dumbledore's Phoenix, Loyal pets all have similar habits. Hagrid slowed down his eating speed and became a little interested. Kettleburn continued his lecture. Some smart animals can even predict their own death. They often leave on their own initiative so that their owners won't find them. Maybe they can't bear the separation, or they may not want to see their owners sad. Melvin listened to the two people's lectures and felt that he had found a solution to the animal world. He slowly finished his lunch and continued to look through his own materials. When it comes to collecting information on wizarding settlements, he has fixed partners, and they are relatively familiar with each other. The dark wizards in Knockturn Alley understand his needs better, and have sorted out the wizarding ecology around Budapest and Romania, and displayed every detail clearly. The table combined with the data makes it clear at a glance. Budapest is the capital of Hungary. Hungary and Romania are neighbors, and that area is also surrounded by Bulgaria, Serbia, and Ukraine. The history of wizards is lagging behind, and to this day, they still prefer to call that entire area the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Austro-Hungarian Empire has many well-known figures in the wizarding world: Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, a wide variety of dragons, the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, the Nuremberg Wizarding Prison in Austria, and the remnants of the Wizarding Party in Budapest. Melvin combined his own memories with these materials and noticed many interesting things. Things that seem unrelated actually have secret and wonderful connections between them. The region is home to numerous fire dragons, including Ukrainian Iron Belly, Hungarian Tree Peak, Romanian Longhorn, and Norwegian Ridgeback, creating a natural habitat for the creation of a protected area. Durmstrang's exceptional tolerance for the dark arts has fostered many dark wizards with extreme personalities, the most famous of whom is Gellert Grindelwald. The first Dark Lord exploited this cultural environment to successfully establish the Witcher Party. Chapter 98: The Old Wizard's Dispute. It was evening, on the east bank of the Danube. The streets near the cruise ship terminal were quite spacious, bustling with people, their tracks etched with tire tracks, a sign of prosperity. Melvin sat in a hotel next to the opera house, enjoying a Hungarian-style stew. The main ingredients were chicken, with onions and tomatoes as side dishes, and spices like bay leaves and paprika. It was slow-cooked until tender, and drizzled with sour cream before serving. I thought it was some kind of dark cuisine, but it turned out quite good. Kettleburn and Hagrid sat nearby, while Ilvermorny, temporarily lodged in the hotel's backyard, was sipping local plum brandy. The faint sound of their wings and hooves could be heard. This was a wizarding hotel, and the restaurant was filled with visiting wizards and other intelligent beings. The noise was a bit noisy, with all sorts of languages spoken, many of them in English. Have you heard? The mysterious man in England is back again, Merlin's boots. Are they real or fake? The news leak from Hogwarts is spreading in pubs across Britain, saying that he is planning a comeback. Everyone knows Dumbledore's reputation, but he didn't come out to deny it publicly. He even emphasized it in a meeting with students that it couldn't be fake. Then what? Was the mysterious man defeated again? The situation is complicated. It seems that he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries last time. Last year, he controlled a dark wizard to sneak into the school and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone to heal his injuries, but was discovered by Harry Potter and his friends. 3 new wizards confronted the dark wizard head-on, but there were no casualties. The mysterious man escaped again, Merlin's pants. That's amazing. Do you have the details? Tell us. There are movie screens in pubs across Britain. Find time to go and see it yourself. It's usually shown on weekends. If one pub doesn't have it, go to a few more. You're going to buy some anyway. Movies? The kind of stuff that muggles have. How can the Ministry of Magic tolerate such things and not list them as contraband? They did file a lawsuit, but Dumbledore dismissed it. This thing is made at school. Crunch. Melvin bit into the crispy chimney roll. The dough was wrapped around a cone-shaped mold and baked, forming a hollow chimney shape. The crust was caramelized and sprinkled with sugar, cinnamon, walnuts, and coconut. The sweet aroma filled the air with one bite. Maybe I've been in England too long, but I found these things surprisingly delicious. I don't know if they were delicious to begin with, or if the dedicated house elf chefs improved them. It's also a baked good, but it's much better than the rock cakes made by a certain gamekeeper. Hagrid, how does it taste? Excellent. Professor Kettleburn couldn't help but smile. The half-giant had good teeth and preferred to chew things that would grind his teeth, but his sense of taste was normal and he knew what was delicious. Professor, what kind of wizards are the Wiccans? Hagrid asked vaguely. This is a wizarding association founded by Grindelwald in the early 20th century. Aside from a few die-hard wizards, the vast majority of young people are actually bewitched and manipulated by Grindelwald's extraordinary charisma, embracing unrealistic ideologies of hegemony and claiming to be his followers and saints, Professor Kettleburn recounted in remarkable detail. The wizarding merchants and travelers were still discussing the mysterious figure, while outside, the sound of Muggle whistles echoed. Melvin was a bit surprised when he first arrived, but gradually adjusted, dining while reminiscing about the information he had read on the way. The wizards here adhere to the statute of secrecy and never reveal any magical information to Muggles. However, they are not reclusive. Instead, they actively integrate into the city, working and living like ordinary residents, creating a harmonious environment unlike those in London and New York. Budapest is actually divided into two parts, Buda and Pest. Pest, on the east bank of the Mondal, is the more peaceful Pest, primarily inhabited by Muggles and relatively prosperous. Buda, nestled on the west bank and nestled against the mountains, is less accessible due to its unique terrain and is primarily home to wizards. The remnants of the wizarding cult may have chosen Buda because of its mountainous location, which is easily defended and difficult to attack. As for the local Ministry of Magic, there's no need to worry. Not every country in the world has a Ministry of Magic or the conditions to establish one. Many are small, with a wizarding population smaller than even a single English county. Without tax revenue, mineral resources, or natural resources to exchange for galleons, they simply can't establish a stable wizarding government. Places like Albania are practically becoming colonies of dark wizards, yet there's no local wizarding organization to combat them. A similar situation arose after the disintegration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Romania, with its favorable conditions, relied on the stable income generated by the natural resources of its dragon sanctuary. Dragon breeding attracted tourists from around the world, traders of dragon materials, and wizards providing supporting services, which gradually grew and led to the establishment of a Ministry of Magic. Hungary, while possessing dragons, lacked a nature reserve and a stable wizarding government. Local wizards who could afford it emigrated to other countries, while those without moved to nearby Durmstrang or Romania. No one considered the thankless task of establishing a Ministry of Magic. The remnants of the witching cult were being hunted by the International Confederation of Wizards, leaving them with nowhere to go. They had originally intended to go to Albania, but the dark wizards there were even worse than the witching cult. Robbery and murder were commonplace, and their nighttime illumination was the green light of the killing curse and fiend fire. Compared to them, the witching cult seemed somewhat innocent. After years of hiding and fleeing, they naturally set their sights on Buda, a strategic location that was both easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it a convenient escape. In the days before the Ministry of Magic, the witching cult maintained a low profile, refraining from promoting any greater interests, and gradually stabilized. Near Durmstrang, Ukraine, and Romania, a gathering place for wanted wizards, the area naturally became a less formal trading hub. Taverns, restaurants, and clothing stores gradually emerged, and the wizarding ecosystem gradually improved. Whether it was barter or goblin currency, the remnants of the group, driven out for years, were undemanding. They didn't impose any strict rules, diligently maintaining a sound business environment and refraining from the murder, robbery, and forced sales practices of dark wizards. At the market, one could buy a wide variety of items, from alchemical items, ancient magical artifacts unearthed from unknown sources, various dragon materials, potions from renowned potion masters of recent decades, albums by singer Celestina, and a miscellany of Muggle electronics. The price and transaction method were determined by both parties. Their reputation for safety and reliability gradually spread, accumulating year after year and growing in size. Some wizards once attempted to initiate a purge at the International Confederation of Wizards, but since the group was nominally disbanded and even its leader was imprisoned in Nuremberg, Austria, other countries mostly took a wait-and-see approach, waiting to see what the president would do. President Dumbledore, however, expressed respect for the outcome of the vote. Ultimately, the matter fell through. Melvin found the remnants quite interesting. Before Grindelwald's fall, the Witch Party intended to expose the wizarding world, provoke war, overturn the statute of secrecy, and reduce Muggles to house elves like slavery. After his fall, the Witch Party disbanded, and those expelled and wanted wizards found refuge in Muggle cities, creating a unique mixed-race city like Budapest. The atmosphere was more open than Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley, lacking ideological conflicts between wizards and muggles, nor pure-blood prejudice. In a sense, they were ahead of the British Ministry of Magic and MACUSA. Opening up the mirror market here would open up a global market. The challenge was getting them to abide by the Mirror Club's rules, and no solution was currently available. Let's take it one step at a time. Crack, Hagrid tossed the last chimney roll into his mouth like a snack, chewed it twice, and swallowed it after mixing it with a broth drizzled with sour cream. Melvin and Professor Kettleburn waited for him to finish his meal before going to the counter to collect the bill. The total was 2 galleons, 7 sickles. The hotel owner and receptionist was a genial old wizard with a slight London accent. He jokingly teased the three, "If it weren't for that big guy, 3 ordinary wizards wouldn't spend more than a galleon. Albert, I don't remember when your place was so affordable, because there are 3 big guys in the backyard, haha," Professor Kettleburn said, laughing as he reminisced about the past. They were old friends. Albert, Melvin thought. With that last name and that accent, this owner must be related to Old Tom. A family chain of wizarding hotels? Hagrid had also thought of this possibility. He stared down at the owner, his eyes glittering with curiosity, trying to find some similarities with Old Tom in his face. His hair and beard were gray, his eyes were prominent due to his thinness, and his pupils were slightly cloudy. His eyes were gentle, and his appearance was old but energetic. Professor Kettleburn knew him well. "Let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Professor Lewynter, and this is Hagrid. You look so young. Welcome to Budapest. Nice to meet you, Mr. Abo." Abo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise at his address, but he shook his head casually, his smile still affable. "Just call me Abo. I wonder how long you plan to stay here? There's a lot more to do here besides the dragons. The Turkish bath down the street is great, you should try it." "Yes, sir." Melvin didn't rush into conversation, but greeted him as a regular customer and friend, leaving an impression without further ado. The old professor had been exhausted from a long day of travel, and his body couldn't handle the strain, so there were no special activities for the evening. The market and dragon viewing were scheduled for tomorrow. After dinner, they went out for a half-hour stroll, experienced the Turkish bath, and returned to the hotel before retiring to their rooms. Fresh from a hot shower, Melvin changed into local-style pajamas. The slightly loose fit and soft fabric seemed to still linger on his body, making them very comfortable. Because they were adjacent rooms, leaning against the wall, he could hear Hagrid and the old professor snoring. Between their even snores, their rhythms gradually converged. Just as Melvin was drifting off to sleep, he heard a faint, noisy argument in the corridor outside. One voice was gentle and slow, belonging to the owner, Abbott, while the other was shrill, suggesting a witch. Melvin opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. This was someone else's place, and every place had its own rules. Mr. Abbott had been doing business here for decades, so he shouldn't need outsiders' help. If it was a local dispute, a visitor from afar would only cause trouble if he intervened. Are you going to watch him die of old age in that tower? If that was his wish, bullshit wish. That old man cast the Imperious Curse on him, you know, no Imperious Curse can last for decades, and that gentleman isn't the type. Then will you try mine? Stop fooling around, Vita, soul out. Sensing the distinct fluctuations of magical energy, Melvin grew restless. He stood up and took 2 steps, making distinct footsteps. He paused at the doorway for a moment, waiting until the quarrel outside subsided. Then he pushed it open and saw an elderly witch with gray hair standing on the terrace at the corner of the corridor, her figure hazy in the moonlight. Despite her age, she still evoked some of her youthful elegance. She wore a narrow black satin robe, her white hair neatly combed. Her deep, luminous blue eyes, and the wrinkles on her face and neck, all exuded a graceful elegance. It was unknown if there was some emotional entanglement between the 2 old wizards. Meeting their gazes, Melvin feigned sleepiness and asked vaguely, "Mr. Abbott, how can I help you?" Hearing the address, the witch glanced at the innkeeper with a hint of sarcasm. The innkeeper paused, his face apologetic. "Sorry to disturb your rest with our bickering, 2 old men. It's nothing serious. We're old friends. Well, sweet dreams." Melvin yawned sleepily, shook his head, and closed the door. Listening from behind the door, he could only hear footsteps fading away. It seemed like just a quarrel between old friends. But then again, it was normal to cast the Imperious Curse after just a few words of quarrel. This place was truly a tough place. Melvin returned to bed, but he wasn't sleepy. It wasn't because of the witch's unforgivable curse. It was because he remembered the few times he'd called the innkeeper Mr. Abbott. They'd acted strangely. It couldn't be a name like Voldemort's, which couldn't be addressed directly. It must be a name that held a hidden story. These wizards, as they aged, had their share of secrets. This kind of thing might be useful if I'm trying to expand my market, but prying into other people's secrets seems inappropriate. I wonder if Professor Kettleburn could be of any help. Listening to the snoring next door, Melvin unknowingly fell asleep. Late at night, there was a faint commotion and magical fluctuations in the backyard, but the noise was so subdued, barely a rustling, that it didn't disturb the hotel's patrons. Chapter 99 Fire Dragon Sanctuary. The next morning, the two professors and the gamekeeper stood in the hotel courtyard. The three Isorors before them, their muzzles lingering with the scent of brandy, their broad, long faces radiating a certain cheerfulness. They stood at the front of the carriage, their hooves clacking, ready to depart at any moment. Today's trip was short, only a half-hour drive from here to the Dragon Sanctuary, so Professor Kettleburn didn't stop the Pegasus from quaffing their brandy. Sorry, Melvin, we have to go to Romania first. At breakfast, Abbott told me that the number of wizards visiting dragons has increased dramatically over the summer, and the sanctuary is starting to limit visitor numbers. We need to hurry over to complete immigration procedures. No need to apologize, Professor. It's very close here, and we can approach back any time. Hagrid, with a cheeky face, leaned in closer, having avoided being pounced on by the horse's hoofs. Melvin glanced around, occasionally looking up at the guest rooms upstairs, wondering how far any noise would travel. Slow footsteps echoed behind them. Innkeeper Abbott approached, handing them a package he had prepared. His affable smile was tinged with a hint of teasing. It contains lunch and white savory essence. Sylvanus, what do you need the white savory essence for? Hagrid asked, turning back. If he gets bitten off a limb by a dragon again, the white savory essence will stop the bleeding quickly. Hagrid looked at the two men, opening his mouth several times, unsure what to say. He felt that communicating with wizards was a chore, so he decided to continue pestering Isorin. Melvin listened to the two old wizards' banter. Judging from their language and behavior, the innkeeper didn't seem to be under the imperious curse. I don't want to waste my time with you here. I'll get you stoned with brandy when I get back. I hope you still have hands to hold the glass when you come back, the innkeeper said, smiling at Melvin. Professor Lewin, keep an eye on him while we're at the dragon show. Don't let him get into its mouth. I will. Melvin smiled and nodded. The old wizard didn't mention what happened last night, nor did he make any more trouble. Just wait, Kettleburn cursed and threatened as he boarded the carriage, followed closely by Melvin and Hagrid. The three passengers climbed into the carriage, and Isorin trotted forward, flapping his wings, and the carriage lurched into the air. The clouds beneath the sunlight resembled surging ocean waves, shrouded in a dazzling silver-white hue. Three Pegasus darted into the clouds, spreading their massive wings and sprinting toward the sun. Then, with a sharp turn, one Pegasus darted out of the clouds, leaving a long white trail in its wake. Hagrid sat at the carriage door and gazed into the distance. He could faintly make out a vast green mountain range, but being in midair, even with his eyes strained, the hues only intensified. That's the Dragon Sanctuary, right? The half-giant, who had rarely left Britain, asked eagerly. After traveling southeast for about half an hour, the Isor dragons arrived above the emerald green region. The mountain range stretched endlessly, seemingly endless, with mist shrouding the peaks and valleys, creating a dreamlike scene. The Carpathian Mountains, stretching from the Danube Gorge at the Austrian-Slovakian border in the west, through the Polish-Ukrainian border to the river valleys in southwestern Romania, are vast and rarely explored, boasting endless forests, valleys, and meadows, providing ample space and shelter for the dragons. The moment they entered the protected area, the hairs on Melvin's arms stood up slightly, as if passing through an invisible veil. A faint static electricity lingered, and the magical auras of various Muggle-repelling charms, apparition charms, and sealing charms drifted in the air. A faint roar of a dragon could be heard from the front. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the curtain-like sea of clouds. A dragon pushed through the clouds, its dark green scales and two long, gleaming golden horns. Its eyes, covered by a film that shimmered in the sunlight, and its breath emanated steam, a majestic presence. A deep roar echoed, its reverberation echoing through the air. The Auror on his broomstick beside him was like a fly beside a giant dragon. As a world-renowned dragon sanctuary, With the arrival of summer vacation, Romania was overwhelmed by the influx of wizarding families visiting, and with all sorts of ill-intentioned individuals mingling there, authorities had been forced to seal the border and establish 7 immigration control points in all directions. Even so, long lines of wizards from all over the world formed. Melvin, Kettleburn, and Hagrid descended, guided by the dragon and the oars. This was a campsite constructed of wooden planks, with low buildings, the tallest being only 2 stories. Alchemical patterns etched the woodwork, and dozens of peepholes hung from the eaves and corners, revealing traces of protective magic. This type of campsite was designed to protect against dragon attacks while also maintaining constant surveillance to prevent the infiltration of dark wizards. During the peak summer vacation season, a makeshift security checkpoint was constructed. The 3 Pegasus and the Romanian longhorn dragon were placed in the open space, attracting a great deal of attention. The Auror on his broom scratched his head and, in a slightly broken accent, gestured, "Get in line, security check, Kettleburn," a regular gesture to indicate understanding. The Auror breathed a sigh of relief and set off again on his broom. The dragon, sprawled on the ground, drooped its eyelids, looking lazy, and this time, had no intention of following. Hagrid looked at the huge, hill-like creature, itching to touch it. Dragons are practically impossible to tame. Dragon riders are out of the question. Gringotts can only force them into submission through torture and pain, forcing them to follow their instincts, like attacking any living creature nearby upon hearing a specific noise. Kettleburn couldn't move his eyes away. The reserve uses food as bait, exploiting the dragon's hunting instincts to conduct patrols. Does that really suit our dragon watching needs? Melvin was also observing the dragon, focusing on its 2 long horns. Unfortunately, they were curved, not as attractive as those of a horned water snake or a unicorn. Roar, the dragon in the clearing fluttered its eyelids, as if sensing his slander. Many wizards gathered in front of the cabin, awaiting security checks from all over the world. Melvin even spotted the familiar Golden Guardian knot, the Ilvermorny uniform. The 2 Aurors in front, 1 male and 1 female, were security inspectors. A wooden sign beside them listed the security procedures in several languages, focusing on the registration of wands, dimensional objects, and dangerous goods. They waited in line outside the camp for security. The journey from Budapest only took half an hour, but the line lasted 40 minutes. Before they knew it, it was their turn. Melvin looked up at the front. The 2 Aurors in front were working together. The witches were checking identities and registering wands, while the wizards were checking luggage. The witch took their IDs and saw they were Hogwarts professors, one of whom was a magizoology professor. Her expression softened slightly, but when she saw the old professor had only 1 arm and 1 leg left, she couldn't help but frown. "Professor Kettleburn, are you here to see dragons again?" the wizard in charge of luggage checking teased, explaining to Melvin and Hagrid nearby, "I'm a Hogwarts graduate too, and I took Professor Kettleburn's class." "Be careful while you're touring." Melvin handed over his suitcase, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the young witch. He noticed a similar facial structure to the old witch he'd seen last night, with the same black hair and blue eyes. The young witch thought the professor was a little strange and avoided his gaze, putting on a stern face as she registered her wand in a businesslike manner. There were some ordinary daily necessities in the suitcase: clothes, bedding, food reserves, and other miscellaneous items. The only notable thing was some magical equipment, and some dark magic items. When the male Auror flipped through these things, his expression changed slightly. "I'm a professor, and these are teaching aids, I understand. Hogwarts is short of a defense against the dark arts professor, so the Muggle Studies professor is filing in, right?" the wizard asked softly. Yes, if it were any other wizard, these things might have been confiscated, but Hogwarts's reputation was very effective, and the 2 Aurors turned a blind eye and let them go. This was not under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic, so Hagrid's wand could be registered, and he actually enjoyed the process of publicly displaying his wand. Putting away his small pink umbrella, he followed the old professor inside, glancing at the suitcase, then at Melvin's pocket, and scratching his head. The solid wood cabin's interior was also adorned with a stretchless charm. Its layout resembled the Ministry of Magic's main hall. Marble fireplaces lined the corridors, their heads inscribed with Romanian, though incomprehensible. Judging by the patterns beside them, they likely represented the various dragon species. Emerald green flames burned brightly in the hearths, creating a warm glow. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the air seemed to be filled with an indescribable scent, a mixture of charred rock and scorching sulfur. Melvin and Hagrid followed Professor Kettleburn inside. Hagrid surveyed the fireplaces, even reaching out to feel the flames. Curiously, he asked, "Is this connected to the flu network?" "Almost," Melvin explained briefly. He'd read about it in the documentation. These are localized flu networks, isolated from the outside world. They cover several different areas of the reserve, making it easier for keepers and visitors to get around. "Which area is Norbert in?" Melvin paused, looking at the office next to the old professor. He whispered. "That's something you'll have to ask Charlie Weasley." Inside the office, Charlie sat on a chair he had nailed together from wood, using a dagger to poke the red blisters on his fingertips. The calluses were thick, and a little too much pressure caused blood and pus to spurt out without a care in the world, a bloody sight that looked terrifying. A colleague nearby gasped, "Even the dragon skin gloves couldn't protect you. You went to feed that Swiss short-snout dragon this morning. I heard it didn't eat last night, so I dragged the sheep over, and then it got burned by dragon breath." "Yeah." Charlie showed no expression as he sprinkled white savory essence on the wound. The dragon flame and the potion reacted like ice water on a red-hot iron, and a puff of white mist rose with a hiss. "It won't die if you starve it for 2 days, the colleague said, handing him a bandage and sighing. "That short-nosed dragon is in its incubation period and has a bad temper. It'll spit at anyone who gets close. You should wait until it's completely weakened before feeding it. You're a seasoned keeper, how could you make such a mistake? The mother is weak during the incubation period, and the temperature of her dragon's breath is uneven, so the cub is born in poor health. It'll heal slowly. A fire dragon has much stronger vitality than you. You can handle a few of its breaths," the colleague said. "Aside from that, I heard your friend who hatched Norbita is coming to visit today." "When will he arrive?" "Probably in the morning." Charlie wasn't sure. He had the impression that Hagrid was kind and caring about animals, but he wasn't very reliable. Just then, heavy footsteps were heard in the corridor outside, accompanied by a knock on the door. The half-giant's deep, powerful voice pierced the wooden wall. "Is Charlie there?" "Charlie?" Hagrid was about to knock harder when the door suddenly opened. "Hagrid, Charlie?" Hagrid smiled, but he refused to enter, blocking the doorway and talking. Professor Kettleburn, who was standing behind him, also greeted him with a smile. Charlie Weasley was a well-known figure in school during his time as captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and he had led the team to numerous championships. Most importantly, his grades in other subjects weren't top-notch, but he always excelled in his care of magical creatures exams. After graduation, he became a dragon keeper, and for almost 10 years, he still had all his limbs intact. This left a deep impression on Kettleburn. "This must be Professor Lewynter from Muggle Studies." Without waiting for the others to be introduced, Charlie took the initiative to greet Melvin. He was older than Melvin, but his attitude was very respectful. "Mum and Ron mentioned the professor in their letters. He takes good care of my brothers at school and even helped Ron get a new wand. He earned his own salary," Melvin said with a smile. He had a good impression of this Weasley. He had the Weasley red hair and a broad, weathered face dotted with freckles. His complexion, tan from constant sun exposure, was shorter and stockier than Percy, his fingers and arms covered in scars from claw marks, bites, and burns. After a friendly chat, they didn't enter the office and headed straight for the Norwegian Ridgeback's habitat. "You might not know, but Norbert is actually a girl. We've renamed her Norbita. It's right here in this valley." Charlie, knowing this was Melvin's first time in Romania and his first time seeing dragons, explained the situation as they walked. "Dragons are dangerous creatures, after all. Different species have different habits. Some live in groups, while others are solitary. Territorial awareness must be taken into account, and conflicts between young dragons and adults must be prevented. Special care must be taken for hatchling mothers, so the protected area is divided into different zones. Norbert, now Norbita, is in the Norwegian Ridgeback's territory, in the underage care area." Chapter 100 Fire Dragon Unrest. To prevent dark wizards from poaching dragons, the reserve has implemented the same restrictions as schools, prohibiting apparition. Hearts can quickly cross the territories of different clans. Within these areas, we usually travel on broomsticks. The committee also provided us with fireproof boots and leather armor, but some dragons' flames are quite powerful. Norwegian Ridgebacks and Swedish short-nosed dragons are about the same size. The two clans are neighbors. Norbita is still young and lives in the swamps next to the lake. There's a short-nosed dragon hatching in the nearby valley. Look! These blisters and burns are from it, Charlie and his colleagues explained, showing off their bandages. Their arms bore dozens of scars, large and small. They walked slowly along the slope of a valley, where humus and pine needles formed a soft, natural carpet. The mountain forest beside the stream emanated a damp scent. The sunlight filtered through the dense forest, making the trees even greener, and dewdrops glistened on the leaves. A midsummer breeze blew through the trees, gently swaying the branches. It was just that the temperature was odd. Even in the heat of June, the valley breeze should be refreshing, not as scorching as it was now. Melvin frowned, looking down at the stream below, where the hot wind was rising, and listening carefully to the sounds in the forest. He suddenly sensed an invisible surge of heat from afar. The powerful magic made his heart tremble, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Dragon's breath is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the hot wind in the mountain forest revealed its true form, and the entire slope was engulfed in blue dragon flame. A shrill roar, as if the air and diaphragm in his throat were instantly ignited by sulfur and fire, causing the air to tremble and roar, echoing through the mountain forest. A giant dragon with silver blue scales soared into the air, and from its nostrils and mouth burst a dazzling blue flame. In an instant, the wood was reduced to ash, and the rocks softened redly into liquid, flowing down the slope. "It's that Swedish shortnose, stop it!" The moment Melvin sounded the alarm, the two experienced keepers sprang into action. One of them quickly peeled off the leather armor beneath his outer robe and shook it off twice, instantly expanding it into a custom fireproof shield. Charlie worked with him to hold the shield in place, blocking the incoming dragon flames. Boom! The fierce dragon flames collided with the shield like a mountain torrent encountering an obstacle, creating a narrow gap in the middle, allowing the torrent to pour even more powerfully on both sides. The mithril-woven leather armor, infused with magical energy, could stretch the wide shield. The outer layer was inlaid with dragon scales from the Ukrainian iron belly. In seconds, the heat turned the alchemically crafted mithril red hot, searing the two keepers' shield-holding arms, causing a faint sizzling sound. Despite this, they breathed a sigh of relief, a mixture of joy and confusion. The Swedish shortnose was one of the most fiery dragons of all, and their leather armor couldn't withstand such a fierce onslaught of dragon breath. Melvin, who was the first to sense the dragon's breath, immediately released his armor to block the flames and splashing magma pouring from both sides. He frowned slightly to feel the temperature of the dragon's flame. Overlooking the dazzling blue light to observe the movements of the silver-blue short-nosed dragon, and plotted in his heart what to do. If he was alone, he would have gone up to duel with the fire dragon in his armor. Unfortunately, there were other wizards around. If they left the range of the armor's bubble, the old professor and Hagrid would have been barbecued like human meat. The blazing blue flames suddenly spewed out, raging across the entire mountain forest like a roaring wave. Hagrid was stunned. Kettleburn and the two keepers had serious expressions, proving that this was not a normal activity in the protected area. "It's that Swedish short-nosed dragon," Charlie gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. A mother dragon wouldn't go out of control for no reason. A poacher must have sneaked in and stolen the eggs while it was resting. Damn it! The keeper's sweat quickly evaporated, leaving a few pale salt marks on the back of his neck. Hold on a few minutes longer, the others should be on their way. Professor Kettleburn felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Curious about the short-nosed dragon's flames, he leaned too close, singeing half his eyebrow. His expression immediately turned serious. "Let's get out of here first, we want to, but there's nothing we can do." Melvin waved his hand, expanding the armor's bubble wrap. The pressure from the dragon's flames suddenly subsided. Charlie and his colleagues froze for a moment, staring at the young professor with wide eyes, their expressions slightly dazed. In this emergency, there was no time for idle talk. Using their armor for protection, they quickly retreated, climbing the slope and leaving the dragon's flames. Temporarily out of danger, they retreated towards the cabin, observing the situation behind them. From here, the short-nosed dragon circling overhead could be clearly seen, constantly breathing and exhaling, its nose twitching as if searching for a scent. Keepers on broomsticks arrived from all directions. Wizards in dragon-scale leather armor deftly dodged the dragon's flames, waving their wands. The tiny beams of spells seemed dim against the blue dragon's flames, but their dense mass enveloped the sky, creating a majestic spectacle that blotted out the sun. The Swedish short-nosed dragon, flapping its wings and spewing fire, was a mother who had recently lost her child. Inspired by the dark wizard's ferocity, it met the spells, twisting and dodging them, and blasting its breath to deflect the beams. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, Melvin could see the silver-blue dragon's eyes, vertical and crimson, bulging with human-like rage, fear, and sorrow. Request backup, lock down the campus, have the Aurors investigate the dark wizards and recover the dragon eggs. Dozens of keepers were mid-air, their brooms waving back and forth. Hundreds of stunning spells rained down like a drizzle, sealing off the entire area like a net. Roar, the Swedish short snout let out a shrill, piercing wail. A similar wail echoed in the distance, echoing through the air for a long time. Melvin and Hagrid glanced at the old professor and the two keepers. They instinctively knew this was not a good sign. Oh no. There are more dragons rioting. Find someplace to hide. Charlie, despite his good nature, couldn't help but curse out loud, practically roaring. What are those dark wizards trying to do? Stealing multiple dragon eggs in a row. Are they planning to kill everyone else? Damn it, a colleague nearby grimaced. He quickly ran back to the nearest cabin, carrying two brooms. He tossed one to Charlie and swung the other across his hips, then kicked off and took off. Professor, take cover here. Charlie took off without looking back, his expression determined. Within minutes, the entire area was in chaos. Several nearby dragons soared into the air, tugged at the keepers, and the dragon's flames and the glow of the spells mingled, momentarily blazing brighter than the sun. Melvin felt the visit was worth it. The spectacle was truly spectacular. If it had been just one dragon, the situation might not have been so dire, but there were at least a dozen circling in the air. The keepers struggled to control these rampaging, level 5x dangerous creatures before the flames engulfed the entire habitat. New keepers constantly joined the fray, forcing them to use powerful spells, while standard control spells proved ineffective. Stunning spells were either dodged or consumed by the dragon's flames. Occasionally, a spell would penetrate the curtain of dragon fire and strike the scales, only briefly slowing the dragons. The keepers, on the other hand, were caught in the slightest gust of wind from the dragon's wings, their brooms toppling and caressing. They were smeared with dragon flames and had to fall to the ground to extinguish the flames and treat their injuries. Hagrid was speechless, staring blankly with his head wide open. The keepers, unable to use any lethal spells, could only cast stunning spells over and over, unable to stop the frantic dragons. The struggle only exacerbated their injuries, and the situation, far from improving, became increasingly dire. The various colors of dragon flames even blended together, fusing into an even more vibrant blaze. Ahem, Charlie sniffed, the acrid smell of sulfur growing stronger in the air, nearly choking him. If this continued, it might spread to other areas. Just then, a brilliant beam of magic pierced the smoky sky. The whistling blue light, thicker than any other stunning spell, pierced the dragon flames head-on and lodged itself in the Swedish short-nose's jaws. In disbelief, it lowered its head to look. The young wizard stood in the open space in front of the cabin, his wand pointed at the sky, brewing another spell. The dragon's mouth remained wide open, its roar gradually fading, the flames in its muzzle slowly dying out, and its wings flapped more and more slowly until it froze. Its massive body remained motionless for a few seconds before plummeting to the ground, shaking the surrounding ground. Charlie and his colleagues retreated in unison, looking towards the cabin at the edge of the battlefield. A figure in a Muggle suit stood there, its slender wand standing awkwardly against the thick, radiant beam. Melvin didn't pause, without chanting or casting a spell, but with incredibly thick stunning spells radiating out. The dragon scales, once resistant to spells, felt as brittle as parchment, and the dragons fell into deep slumber, falling one by one. More keepers arrived, and staff poured out, carrying alchemically crafted chains and iron stakes, toward the unconscious dragon. They fastened chains to the dragon's limbs, wings, and neck, the other ends of which were attached to heavy iron stakes driven deep into the ground and the cracks in the rock. Melvin saw that the Swedish short-nosed dragon, the first one to be born, had not yet completely lost consciousness. Its eyes were still slightly open, its pupils gradually dilating, emitting a dull yellow light. He couldn't help but frown slightly. An old wizard wearing a dragon-skin fireproof suit and with a bald head dropped his broom and walked towards them, his brow furrowed and his face stern. He felt that the problem was not yet solved, the dragon had only been temporarily controlled. "Professor Kettleburn," he said briefly, then looked at Melvin next to him, his expression softening slightly. "Professor Lewynter from Hogwarts," Melvin nodded. "You are," Thank goodness you were there and subdued the dragon in time. You were a real help." The old wizard's face was filled with gratitude. "I am N. Vogel, Director of the Department for the Regulation of Magical Creatures and the Chief of the Reserve of the Romanian Ministry of Magic." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.